We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Is there any shooting?
Can you go to someone shooting or something?
That's really loud.
It's too loud.
That's so loud.
Yeah. Need to make it go down.
That's going to destroy our ears if there's gunshots.
Could they just turn it down?
No. Oh, he's got a fucking Negev. 9249. Oh, I think that is down a bit.
Okay, that's definitely down.
You're muted, by the way, Iba. That's a good level. If I can hear myself like this, and that's probably a good level.
Yeah. It's good, it's good, it's good.
Iba, that is a good level right now, I think. And we'll let you know if it is not loud enough. It sounds pretty good. The P9 is usually pretty loud. Did you see that?
Yeah.
It's good.
It's good.
Where it is right now sounds good, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello? I didn't hear when you muted just then. I think that fixed it. If you unmute. Hello.
Da 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 da.
That's good.
Hello?
Yep, hey. Hello?
Hi.
Can you hear us? Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Who? Talk with who?
Yeah, nice.
Nice. I honestly would be super down with the money and KD being up every 5 seconds. Like,
Yeah.
5 seconds is plenty, bro.
Hello, hello, hello,
Hello?
hello, hello.
Hello? We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Hello? I have a horrible feeling that we're gonna have chat going on now.
Yeah, well, if that happens, I'm just gonna like leave this PC or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't think that's where it's coming from.
Well,
I don't know.
should I make a noise on that? I don't know how. Can you like leave and rejoin?
This still.
I don't think that's getting fixed, is all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. Bat. can just like mute him ourselves
Yeah, but that's...
and then unmute him.
I didn't hear anything if you just did something.
No, I did. Oh well, can you hear these?
No.
Oh.
Can you?
Is this me? Okay, disconnect.
I heard that.
You heard that?
Yeah, but I think we're someone else in this channel.
Yeah, I'm MN Broadcast Director Kantamir.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. But why'd you hear that? That's weird.
I heard... I must be on a different Discord channel, like... My Discord's
Unless
not
we're
logged
both
in.
on the same one.
I don't know. Did you hear dudum dudum? Yeah, that's what I heard too. I think it's all coming through that to both of us. But what I'm saying is we are not hearing it through... We are not hearing it through your PC. It's coming from one of the PCs. Because that's the sound of someone leaving the channel, not the sound. Like...
Notifications, where's... Yeah. Sounds. Save all notification sounds. Sounds good to me. How about now?
Hello, hello?
It's worked, no sounds.
Yeah, right. Okay, so if that's
But
an issue...
we don't need notifications on that, I don't think.
No.
We're just going to keep an eye out on this channel.
I'm starting to get hungry.
Well, it is almost din-dins. I just ate so much for breakfast.
That's the problem, because I'm going to cast the first 2 maps and I'm going to move on.
Well, I think you disappeared somewhere, but when I got into the elevator, when I was going back up to my room after brekkie, I was like, fuck, like, my eyes look weird. Like, I had really big bags and they felt a bit, like, they didn't feel puffy, but they, like, looked a little puffier than usual, and it's, like, weird. So I think I did eat something, like, it must have been in the muesli.
Yeah.
And, like,
Wasn't good for you.
because it's still inflamed, I guess. Maybe I should have to it all. Does that help? No.
I don't think so. Not unless you're in pain.
No, just worried about my throat.
You need like antihistamines or something.
True. That's the one of the things I don't know. Need to fix this better. Hey yo ho ho ho. Hey yo ho. Apparently we were live on stream.
Huh?
Apparently we were talking live on stream.
About what?
On YouTube. Hey Script, if it's still live, thanks brother.
Hey,
No one
everyone.
else was telling us that. Hey guys, I hope you guys are doing all right. We're looking good. We're looking good. If this is going through, hey,
Hey.
how you
Hey,
doing? I hope
hey.
your day is going well.
It's been good.
I'm gonna check this out.
I'm looking.
This is interesting.
Asia RMR.
Oh, and the testing is all
It's
currently.
all live too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is.
Oh,
It
that's
is
really
still
live. That's really. Thanks, Script. Thanks. That's a good flag. You're an absolute king. And we should probably just turn the mics off and then go away. Figure this out. But thank you for tuning in nice and early. We should be good soon, guys. You know, quick update for you all out there.
No, we do not.
While we're here, Script mate, that shot you hit, that little clutch yesterday, insane. And also apologies if I was swearing, because I don't know if I was swearing. But look, here we are, huh? Here we are. Oh. Someone's joined. Anyway, I'm going to go and tell them that this is live. Thanks, Tommy boy. I hope you're having a good afternoon, evening over there in the Melbourne. You know, enjoy yourself, and hopefully the games will be kicking off pretty soon. Mwah. Lovies and leavies.
Blast TV CSGO Major in Paris kicks off in 2023 with a new and improved format. Teams from all over the world will battle for the lion's share of $1,250,000 US in prize money. The Major has 3 phases. The qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMR qualifiers is the only stage at which competition is played online. For the RMR qualifiers only, the 3 regions of the CSGO competitive ecosystem are subdivided. This means that for Asia, China, Oceania, and the Middle East, including Africa, have qualifiers alongside a general Asian qualifier. In the Americas, North America and South America have separate qualifiers. It is only in Europe that competition remains continental with no regional subdivision. Teams that reached the Legends stage at the Rio Major are invited to their region's RMR. All other teams will enter either the open or closed qualifiers for their region's RMR, based on their position in the Valve regional rankings on the 12th of February 2023. For the RMR European qualifiers, the team ranked 1 to 16 advanced directly to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers. 8 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifier, which is played as 2 16-team tournaments with 18 teams advancing to the RMR. For the Americas, the teams ranked 1 to 8 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers in each subregion. 4 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifiers, with 7 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. In Asia, the teams ranked 1 to 4 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering an open qualifier in each subregion. From the open qualifiers, 4 teams advance to the closed qualifiers, with 2 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played in a double elimination format. Initial matches are best of 1, while all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. The Asian RMR is an 8-team tournament with 2 teams advancing to challengers. The American RMR is a 16-team tournament with 4 teams advancing to challengers and 1 team advancing to legends. The European RMR is split into 2 16-team tournaments, European RMR A and European RMR B. From A, 4 teams advance to challengers and 4 teams advance to legends. From B, 5 teams advance to challengers and 3 teams advance to legends. 1 further team advances to the challenger stage from a last chance playoff. Find schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
Day 2 is upon us. Welcome back. Thank you so much for tuning in. Of course, we had a bit of a rough day yesterday, but this is the Blast TV Paris Major Asia RMR. And Mac, I got to say, obviously, yesterday was a tough day. I think there's no getting past that.
Yeah.
We have to start off with a bit of a conversation about what happened yesterday, a few issues. Obviously, there's been a lot going on here in Mongolia, but from what I can tell, everything's ready to go today, and hopefully we'll be on track for the next 3 days and ready to go.
Yeah, hopefully, right? There's lots of Counter-Strike, a whole lot of Counter-Strike to get through, and today it's looking good. The players are up there, the players are ready. A little bit of news as well. I saw Kaze sitting down, so it looks
Sure.
like we might be getting some player swaps. But there's a lot to talk about.
Yeah, so look, for those of you at home that are wondering what has been going on, there was issues with the server yesterday. A couple of players were feeling a bit sick. Obviously, all that sort of came together, and yeah, we had to cancel yesterday. But we are now, as I'm told, ready to go, pretty much underway today. So let's update you as to how the schedule is looking for today, and obviously we'll sort of then just start to crack on into the rest of the games. At the moment, we're looking forward to Rare Atom and VERTEX, which is currently paused at the 3-1 scoreline. So that'll be kicking off in about 10 minutes or so, all things going to plan. And then following that, obviously, we'll finish off the rest of those initial round BO1 games. We'll move into the upper bracket semi-finals, which will be, you know, based on which of these teams end up winning those first 3 games. And that'll be day 2 done. So basically, day 1 more or less got cancelled. Day 2 is now what day 1 was going to be. And tomorrow, we're kind of pushing day 2 and day 3 together. So we're going to have 4 best of 3s tomorrow, which is going to be a pretty big day. But
a long day.
Yeah, we're certainly looking forward to jumping into some Counter-Strike. I felt like we were on the edge for a very long time yesterday, waiting and getting ready. And unfortunately, it never really happened. But yeah, today seems like everything's going full steam ahead. So let's take a look at the bracket here as well, ladies and gents, to just update you as to where that is sitting. The only game we got through was the Mongols up against Twisted Minds. You know, fairly comfortable win for the Mongols there. I thought they did manage to get it over the line pretty easily. It was a 16-10. You could make the argument that maybe they could have done it a little bit cleaner, but end of the day, I think a win's a win in a BO1, so you'll take it.
And look, looking on the bright side as well, all of the teams except for Twisted Minds managed to stay in the upper bracket yesterday, so that's a positive, right? Everyone's going to be very happy with that. Of course, we will get to those upper bracket semis at some point today, but the first round games, they are still all looking so damn tasty, and I cannot wait to finally see a good bit of Counter-Strike.
All right, let's take a look at Rare Atom to remind you guys who is there for Rare Atom. And again, we need to sort of reiterate the fact that obviously yesterday there was some confusion as to whether or not Kaze would be playing or Cammy would be playing. Cammy, obviously the coach of this roster, we thought was going to be coming in for a little bit, but looks like Kaze's ready to go today. He's apparently feeling better. I did hear some rumors that maybe a couple of the other members were sort of feeling under the weather as well.
Yeah.
So just sort of bear that in mind. Obviously, I think Rare Atom does come in as a very, very big favorite into this matchup. If everything was, you know, as it should be, right? If they didn't have any issues coming here and feeling sick and da-da-da, whatever. But if you kind of keep in mind that maybe there are some external circumstances going on here for Rare Atom, I think VERTEX definitely is the kind of team that could find themselves with a win in this series. I mean, I say series, it's a BO1. But, you know, they started well yesterday, Mac. They got those pistol rounds under their belt. They looked pretty hot on the T side already of Ancient. So when we're thinking about the way this matchup could play out, I got to be honest, I don't think I'm as sold on the result as what I was going into it. We'll just give you guys a look at the VERTEX lineup here as well while we're having a bit of a chat. But if you're looking at this matchup now, Mac, with all of the, you know, extra stuff in mind, what do you think? Do you think actually VERTEX can get a win here?
I think definitely. Like, you saw how good they looked coming out of the gates yesterday. They were very happy, with Rare Atom allowing them to start on the T side. Of course, higher seed gets to choose sides here in these best of ones. So it is interesting that they've opted to go for that CT side. But that being said, look, I want to see who's carrying the momentum across from yesterday. Of course, they'll have that slight advantage with a couple of rounds still on the board. We are going to be kicking off from where we left off, which I think is, you know, competitively...
Round 5.
Round 5?
We finished round 4. It was 3-1, so we're jumping into round 5.
Round 5. Well, 4 rounds deep, you know what I mean?
Yep.
4 rounds being completed, 1 round was half completed, and then that's when, you know, that's when everything happened. But we're past that now. We're past that. We're here. We got players in chairs. We got players in the game, and they're all just warming up, getting it bloody ready. So I cannot wait to see what they're going to be able to do.
Yep.
But yeah, I was talking to them yesterday as well, saying, were you guys expecting Ancient? They said that they weren't, but they were happy that they
Who said that? VERTEX?
VERTEX, yeah. They weren't expecting it. They thought it could be a possibility, but they thought Rare Atom were going to go a different way with the veto. So, you know, that's a good thing about these little breaks, right?
Wasn't it VERTEX, though, that chose between Inferno and Ancient?
Yes.
For the final map?
But so they know that Rare Atom have won 9 times in a row or whatever on Inferno going into this game, and they're like, we are not going to flip a coin on that. We play Ancient, you know, we'll go to Ancient.
100%. No, I think that makes a lot of sense. Now, let's just update you guys as to what our predictions do look like. Haven't changed them from yesterday. We actually all got the first one right, so congratulations, everybody.
Woo.
Happy with that one. Now, you know, there was, I think, the option for us to change today going into it, but look, at least for me, as far as Grayhound versus TYLOO and Invictus Eruption is concerned, I don't think that there was like any news necessarily that would make us change our prediction for that one.
Yeah.
You could debate as to whether or not maybe you would want to flip over to VERTEX, for example, off of Rare Atom, or maybe in your case you want to go over to Rare Atom. But I think there was more of an argument to be made for maybe swapping from Rare Atom to VERTEX here. But for me personally, I obviously got the news that Kaze is coming back in today anyway. He's feeling a little bit better. So I still sort of see VERTEX as the underdog in this matchup. That's why I've kind of kept the Rare Atom prediction. But what I will say is, compared to yesterday, I do feel as though VERTEX have more of a chance of getting this upset. They have more of a chance of getting the win in this BO1 today than what I thought they did going into yesterday, just because of all that external sort of factors going on. And, we saw that they got the start with the pistol, and they're up 3-1 right now on the T side of Ancient, which, they still have a bit more work to do on that T side to really put together a respectable T side. But, I mean, they're off to a pretty good start. Like, there's no question about that. Yeah,
and arguably as well, like, this you don't see it very often where a game is paused halfway through and then there's like almost 24 hours between one game and the other. Like, are we going to see different prep come through? Are we going to see changes in decisions? There's so many different things, so many different factors that are now coming into play with a game like this, and it's big stakes as well. Like, you could be going to the lower bracket really, really early.
What do you think of the keys then here today for VERTEX? We had a bit of a chat about this yesterday, and I was saying I thought PZ needs to play really well, and obviously with the news again that Kaze is coming back in, or matchup is going to be a bit of a thing. Addict, in my opinion, as well, is always going to be a bit of an X factor for this VERTEX roster. So to me, those are the two players that I want to be seeing do pretty well.
I feel like it's one of these things where, PZ was looking pretty good coming out of the gates. Addict was, like, everyone on VERTEX felt like they were playing their role, right? Other than that team flash that we saw in the dying moments of that game up against Brace, who went down. But then, look, trades looked good, spacing looked good, reads on what Rare Atom were doing looked good. I really, really enjoyed what we saw from VERTEX. We didn't get to see a lot from Rare Atom for one reason or another. Indeed,
indeed. All right, well, ladies and gents, that's our pre-match done. And Dust, do thank you for joining us again here for day 2 of the Blast TV Paris Major Asia RMR. We'll take a short break and be right back.
So I just immediately like...
That was the biggest relief when...
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place. It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
It's now time for Dupree to show us how much grit he's got. Will he bring vitality to this challenge? Will his movement be good enough? Or will the new map take the spring right out of his step? It's time to start the gauntlet.
Ooh, interesting. All right, let's get this show on the road. Ah! So this is another long jump thing. Oh, I jumped too. Oh, that's very nice. Oh, surf. Oi, no. Oh, yeah, I made it. Oh. Easy, Katka. Hello? Hello! It's bugged. Hello! I swear, you need to take at least 3 seconds off the time on that one. Ah! Ah! Oh my God, what did I just do? I'm literally too slow. Oh, that was close. No! Ah! Ah! I made it, don't worry about it. Oh! Oh! No! Yes! Woo! Can we call S-Attack and get him in here, please? Movement King, A-Core, maybe Alexi B, something like that. I'm pretty old, so movement is not my key thing, but I excelled in the shooting part, so I think that's fine. I think that was okay.
Dupree, everyone. Well done. I was watching from the sidelines. Let me shake your hand again. First one, the bravest to set a time on the Gauntlet Challenge. How did you feel about your tries?
Started out decent, turned into horrendous, ended up fairly fair.
Like any good career, right?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much, yes.
All right, let's make it official. Let's pull in the leaderboard. Assistant? Beautiful. Let's go ahead and reveal your time as the first official contestant of the Gauntlet. That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch The Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with simple as the first guess. Let's try.
Okay, let's type MongolZ, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like. Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
And I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. MongolZ, alright? I just have to go for MongolZ here, I think.
But MongolZ is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done. What?
Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
Round 2. Let's go for a rifle, I guess.
So we got 1 from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type Bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Cold Zero. But is Cold Zero old enough?
I'll go for Shocks. Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, get right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy, maybe. And he's very old. Maybe it's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
That's the first guess. I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
All right, now I'm going leash.
Let's try. He's older than 31. Another European player.
He's been at more than 10 majors.
Cold Sarah, let's go Cold Sarah, we got this one. Nope.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain. See what happens.
Has Cold Sarah only been at 9 majors?
Kerrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiberg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case. Okay, let's try Pasha beats. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it, I don't know. I had a feeling.
That's so clever.
Pasha Biceps was on point. Lost us.
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mr. CS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's old? Okay, simple.
Come on, Cold Sarah. No, it cannot be Cold Sarah because he only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25 and Cold Sarah was, I didn't check.
It's open. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device.
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian. JDM. I think. Now it's showing orange box. United States, the same continent. Fallen. Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. One. Oh. Fallen.
That was very easy. South America, older than 27 or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
And round 5, what do we get now?
Okay, so we got Elise, we're going Elise again.
I'll just try Carrigan, because I think Carrigan is gonna give me a lot of hints.
GKS, Justin Savage, Justin Kill Savage.
He's older than 24.
AK-47, more than 5 majors.
And it seems like he is not European.
It could be Nitro, but at the same time, I think he's been... I'm gonna try Nitro, actually. That's exactly the same result.
Not so familiar with all the NA players, so it's maybe a bit tougher on me, this one. Okay, let's try... Nico. The team is not Liquid, so no one from Liquid could be it. Maybe Rush? We can try for Rush.
Twist is Canadian, so not that guy. Naf. But then again, it could be Naf, but at the same time, but maybe Canadian, I'm gonna try Naf.
Huxi. Wait, it's not Europe. Electronic. More than 8 majors, and it's not even close to the Russia or Europe.
Rush is not it, but I have the age, range pretty clear now. American teams, it's Liquid. Liquid? Only Liquid.
It's not OC. Stop thinking Liquid. I'm only thinking Liquid. Who else is playing in North America?
And he's played a lot of majors, it seems like, so it seems to be like an obvious name, to be honest.
Stewie 2K. He's from America, he's retired already, and he's younger than 27, imagine. Maybe he's playing Valorant.
Which was the roster that Cloud9 won the Boston major? Was Stewie, Automatic, Rush, Skadoodle maybe? No, it's because the weapon is AK, so that wouldn't fit. Could it be Tarek? Let's try Tarek.
Let's go!
Why was that one? That one was really hot.
Yes, it's Tarek.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in Warrior Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Australia just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day. When the French team stopped at some point and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Extase we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's the Asia RMR, and I have some fantastic news for you. We're ready. We're jumping into game, and it is Ancient, it is VERTEX, it is Rare Adam. The scoreline 3-1, and well, look, Mac, we just have to wait and see how this plays out. Obviously, VERTEX, they kicked things off nicely yesterday. Can they follow up today?
That's a good question. I'm just glad we got Counter-Strike coming through here, but at the same time, let's see what VERTEX are doing. This is completely different to what was going on yesterday. We saw VERTEX getting aggressive, faster approach towards the B side, but Rare Adam, they are starting to rotate back in. VERTEX finding the site for free at least, but in the 4v4 it will be a little awkward on the retake. Rare Adam losing Mercury there on short side. We'll see if they can work their way back.
Indeed, this is looking very similar to what VERTEX was doing yesterday, but one little change up. Malta on the lurk on the flank might actually come into play. Advent's been able to find a nice little double there, but they have absolutely no idea where Malta is. This should be a round wrapped up for VERTEX. 2-on-2, defuse tapped. Go having a look down ramp, but Malta chooses time to strike, picks up Advent cleanly, and with that, the round should be done and dusted. Jamyoung, I love him. He's a great player, but I don't think he's got this one. 4-1 the scoreline now for VERTEX.
All right, into the 6th. Let's see what Rare Adam have to work with here. Mazaya, 7k in the bank, can probably drop across to Kaze there, so they should be good for some kind of buy, unless they're saving. Looks like we are going to go straight into a timeout of the tactical, it seems.
Well, that's the better than the alternative, I'll say, Mac.
Of course, of course.
Gives us a bit of time to think here as well. Obviously, you know, straight back in there. Look, I want to say, obviously, for those of you who are sticking around, who are still here watching, we do really appreciate the support, of course, for the Asian scene. I know it's been tough. You know, there are many fans that are really looking at this event and hoping it's going to be a success, and we are here as well, also still hoping that will be the case. Everyone's working really hard, so we very much appreciate you guys sticking around and you know, hanging on every moment. Obviously, one round down here, and PZ looking happy. Looking ready to go.
Is he?
Yeah, I think he's looking pretty relaxed.
He's looking in the zone, I'd say. They were all feeling pretty relaxed. I was having a quick chat to them, you know, while they were waiting out in the lobby before Rare Adam came downstairs. But look, they are here. They are playing. We've got a buy. Tactical's over. It was a tactical.
Yep.
And let's see what's going to be going down. VERTEX, full util for pretty much everyone, except for Brace there. Money's not looking too good, so arguably this could be one of those swing rounds you like to talk about.
Well, could definitely be. Potentially already taken off a Mosey. Mid control though established for Rare Adam, and that's always nice to see on the CT side. Do have a bit of lane control there as well, so VERTEX have really been bullied out of the map already by all that util that's been tossed by Rare Adam. Haven't got a whole lot left in the back pocket though, and even you can see Advent down to the 5-7. So weaponry a bit disadvantageous for Rare Adam, and I kind of like what VERTEX have done in this round, to be honest, Mac. They've just stepped back, waited for all that util to get tossed by Rare Adam, and now they know, well, there's not a whole lot left in the back pocket here for the CT side, so we are now free to start taking some map control.
Okay, 1 minute. Going to be throwing that defensive smoke at Donut. Looking to slow down the mid-pressure from VERTEX, who are happy just to sit there, move their way back into lane. House has been holding on to this bit of map control. And Advent playing a very dangerous game here, jiggling close with a little flash. Try to slow things down. Pushing forward, close range. That flash is effective. Hazard going to be able to deal with the swing. Advent couldn't connect. But Mercury nice and close at the top of the ramp for a trade. So we're still even at this point. Execute starting to come through towards the B site again.
Yep. But again, what you have to remember, lots of util available here for VERTEX to lock the CTs out of the bomb site. And Mercury, isolated, can't really do too much against the forces of VERTEX. Will go down. Brace, lucky to be alive, but can still get that bomb on the floor.
Very important. Kaze now looking like he might want to save, but Jamyoung is going to be able to pick up one more on Malta. So having a sniff here, going to start to make their way back in. Easy, I think he's heard a footstep. Brace falls there over towards default, and now Jamyoung is pushing his way forward. Time's ticking away, and PZ, awkward position, loses that fight.
Still winnable.
The 2v4 might be achieved here. The spam, it's no good. It's going to be the full defuse, and Rare Adam pulled that one in with a awkward strategy, but it's worked out. VERTEX looking a little bit loose.
4-2 the scoreline. Rare Atom get their first round in, well, how long has it been since they started this match, Mac? 24 hours almost, probably. First round in 24 hours, it'll be a good feeling. Get the ball rolling. Bit of money in the back pocket flowing back in the direction of Rare Atom, but Addict still has an AK in hand. Not really much of an investment from VERTEX in this round. So I think a lot of this is going to come down to what Addict can do, and that is a great start. Mercury, head gets banged off. Cheetah open. Have a bit of a look here into Cave, see what we can do for VERTEX. But you're going to need a little bit more. Can't just be relying on Addict to win this round. PC, though, has now got an M4 in hand, so that's a really big win for VERTEX.
Advent playing a dangerous game. Looking like he was trying to pick that kid up, but he didn't manage to snag it, so we'll just fall away. Showing a bit more respect to that smoke over towards the vent. We are going to see Hazza nice and patient here, just boosted up, hoping he can find Zaya, who is going to start to go for a rotation. I don't know if we spotted Hazza there or not, boosted up, but they aren't going to get too ahead of themselves. Ooh, sharp one coming through from Jam Young there.
Yeah, very good stuff from Jam Young. There's a reason that he's such a celebrated player within this Rare Atom roster. Able to bring the numbers back to equal for Rare Atom, who really aren't committing too hard to this defense on the B bomb site. Just got a couple of members there waiting. Mosaic and Advent. Advent's over toward the A bomb site, but regardless, Jam Young and Mosaic able to strike. It is still at the cost of a bomb plan, so VERTEX will probably take that win in a round like this, but they still need to strike. Brace has done a good job of that. He's got the AK in hand, needs to go one better, can't, and Hazza has been deleted by Jam Young. What an excellent round that was from Jam Young. 4 kills in it, all of them crucial, impactful frags. And again, I mean, there's a reason he's so many people's favorite player, and rounds like that are exactly why.
The young superstar shredding it up nice and early here on Ancient. We'll see if this trend continues, but look, Brace thought he was feeling it, stood out in the open, the off angle, didn't work. Jam Young, too sharp right now. Now going into the 8th is where things get a bit more difficult. VERTEX, they've lost a few in a row now, have money to buy up again.
Right.
Let's see what Rare Atom decide to do.
Yeah, see, this is a little bit my concern with VERTEX when they're playing against a team like Rare Atom. Obviously, they can get off to a good start. There's no question about that. VERTEX is a good team. When the momentum is flowing in their direction, they're going to be able to bang some heads off. But when the going gets tough, I mean, Rare Atom, we've all talked about it, probably the best team in the Asian region. So if you let them back up, you know, if you let them build up an economy here on the CT side, you let them start feeling a bit more confident. Kaze starts forgetting about how he's feeling a bit sick and, you know, unwell and whatever. He just starts focusing on the game a bit more. I think that's when problems are going to start to arise a little bit here for VERTEX. And well, you can already see the pedigree of the Rare Atom side that they're bringing to the table today. Jam Young looked great in that last round. So I do think that if VERTEX is going to win this best of one, they're going to need to be doing it from the front. I don't want to be seeing them, you know, trying to claw their way back in. I think they're in a great position here. They've got the 4-3 lead. They've already started well on the T side. It's a recipe for success, but they can't let that slip and have this end up being something like a 10-5 or 11-4 half for Rare Atom, because I think at that point I'll just say, yeah, VERTEX might be out of it.
Well, that's going to be the tactical finishing. You can see Kingfisher as well having a quick chat as to what VERTEX should do here. And it looks like we are going to see them start to make their way towards mid. A bit of pressure towards A main instead. And it looks like Rare Atom are really defending that B site. So A, open right now.
Yeah, not only that, but Rare Atom also putting a lot of presence into mid. They've a couple of times really thrown a lot of their util early on into mid, and they've had a couple of members looking in that direction, and it's obviously a very important part of the map. VERTEX have not been able to take too much control of on this T side, so VERTEX going to try to change things up, go for an A take, usually relatively undefended, and the fact that they've taken down Jam Young as well, massive bonus here for VERTEX. You have Malta doing what he does best, which is just hanging around, being a bit of an annoying pest on the lurk, and he's managed to find himself a pick there in mid. Nice little nade on the head of Advent. And you'd have to say this round is probably a save call for Rare Atom straight off the bat. You wouldn't want to be retaking A like this.
No, certainly not. Although they have won from 2 men down already a couple of times on those retakes. So they're definitely feeling it. They're definitely feeling a little bit more like themselves. But VERTEX, a very clean round out of them. If 5 survive, that's going to be spectacular for the economy moving forward. But yeah, going into the 9th, I don't know what's going to be going down. Rare Atom should be able to drop across and have another full fire. But 2 kills, and that's it.
Yep, love to see it for VERTEX. perfect timing to do it in, but job not yet done. Obviously, the money isn't quite going to break. He'll have Kaze 4.4k. He can drop a gun or two over to Jamyoung and Advent, and they'll be able to put together a serviceable enough buy. I mean, I wouldn't even be really surprised to see Advent maybe just copping a 5.7 or something like that here. And obviously a good rifle going over to Jamyoung. Yeah. And then Advent will just sort of fill things out with a bit of util here and there. So yeah, there's just a deagle for Advent. Doesn't have any head armor. I mean, look, things are pretty tight when it comes to the money for Rare Adam, so can't blame him. But this is about as good as you're going to get for Rare Adam, right? I think, you know, again, you're looking at all the other members of this roster, bar Advent, to really be fragging. So does it matter if he's only got a deagle? Maybe not.
I think Vertex are trying to adapt. They went to B a couple of times, didn't really work out as intended, so looks like they're going to refocus back towards the A side. This time, however, Rare Adam a little more ready. Jamyoung will make his way through the default, has that headshot line to play, takes Hazard out, but with the flashes raining and that molly coming, it could be dangerous territory, but he's got the cover of the smoke for the moment. As Kaze is trying to do whatever he bloody can. Molly over towards Donut side makes it very difficult as well, but it is going to be a solid crossfire, stopping the push on the front side of side.
Yeah, that trick is not going to work more than once against a team like Rare Adam. They're just a little bit too prepared for it this time around. That said, PZ in the 1-on-2, Bomb not really in a great position for him, and he doesn't have any util to work with. The one benefit, at least, Mac, is that he's got time. So 50 seconds here for PZ to figure things out. And remember what we were saying in that pre-show. Who needs to activate here for Vertex if they're going to have a good day? PZ and Addict. So far, it's really been Malta and Hazard doing the damage for Vertex, which is nice to see. But an opportunity here for PZ to come up with the goods for his team.
Ooh, he's managed to snag that bomb away. Rare Adam, a little respect, giving that kind of space, but they're happy to play for the retake here. That tap, shoulder to shoulder. PZ can line it up. He's been ripped off with that leg.
Yeah.
But Rare Adam fans are going to be letting out a breath of relief, I'd say.
That was a little bit too close for comfort. I think once you give PZ an opportunity like that, he's the kind of player that can definitely win that 1v2, because it's going to be really hard to trade him coming from Donut like that. But obviously doesn't land the killing blow on the first player. And Kaze comes through, grabs that kill in the end anyway. I think even if that was a kill onto Mercury, Kaze probably wraps that one up. But yeah, you can definitely see the potential, the possibility was there. And those are maybe the kinds of rounds that Vertex needs to get over the line if they want to win this map. But, you know, I keep saying things like that, and I'm watching this game, and it's 5-4, so Vertex are still kind of keeping their noses in front. And we're obviously, you know, talking about the map changes and such like that. Maybe they need to get more rounds on the T side, but I think obviously Vertex doing a pretty good job at the moment.
Hold that thought, Mosey. Big Mosey are playing a dangerous game. It should be able to find his third damage coming through.
Yep.
And he fades that smoke out nicely.
Well, this will be the equalizing round for Rare Atom. So that's going to heap a bit more pressure back onto Vertex. I know we had this discussion yesterday about the map and which way it's leaning as far as T or CT side is concerned, but I guess we have to really wait and see, right? When it comes to Asian events and the way that teams from this region play, it can be very different to what you do traditionally get at the higher tier events in the global Counter-Strike calendar. So, you know, maybe 5 rounds on the T side is really good. We'll just have to wait and see what the CT side is going to look like. But general thinking at the moment would say you probably need to be pushing for 7 or 8, which is definitely still in the ballpark for Vertex.
Oh, 100%. The money is terrible for Rare Adam. If they lose too many members here, then things could get a little bit more difficult if they keep 4 alive. It will stay healthy, but we'll see what PZ can do in the 1v4 angle.
Damage would be nice. I mean, money still hasn't blossomed yet for Rare Adam, but you're never expecting a player there. And Jamyoung has honestly been quite on point so far in this game. Just hitting everything. Lots of money in the bank now for Rare Atom, and not a whole lot to really get excited about for Vertex. See if they can scrounge something together.
Well, mid control has been very solid so far for Rare Adam. We'll see if there is a buy coming through in just a second. Looks like there's just going to be a couple of upgraded pistols there. Deagle for Malta. Deagle for Hazard, and Brace is doing something with this molly.
What is it? That's the question.
Probably going to be flushing out either Temple, or we'll see it as my default today.
Yeah, he's just, I think he's tossed it there into
he has
Cheetah. He's just trying to sort of sell something over toward the B bomb site, keep a couple of those members there, but Rare Adam are Yeah, well, they're a little bit too aware in this case. Kaze posted on the perfect line. You got Jamyoung, Mercury there to help out as well. So,
hello.
All said and done, it comes down to Addict with the Deagle.
The beast from New Zealand. What's he going to be able to do here? It is going to be getting rid of the AWP, a bit more financial damage, playing with his brain. But we see MongolZ straight on the line of the bomb here, so it's going to be pretty difficult to do any more from this point. Peeking close to the corner is never going to go well for Addict there, and MongolZ pops up. So Rare Adam taking the lead, 6-5.
That's a off angle from MongolZ. Addict just not expecting him there at all. So, need to open that strat book back up again for VERTEX. They came out with a bit of a blistering start, but it seems as though some semblance of normalcy has kind of returned to this game. Rare Adam are finding their feet. They're not getting caught off quite so much by some of the shenanigans that VERTEX are throwing down. So I'd like to see VERTEX, you know, they haven't really been able to take too much control of mid so far on this T side. It's been a real focal point for Rare Atom.
Yeah.
Maybe something that VERTEX can look to exploit. They've tried A, they've tried B. They've had success on both, but you know, in the first instance, the first attempt that they've gone in that direction, once Rare Atom have kind of seen it and are now able to adapt to it, it doesn't seem like it's going to be quite as easy for VERTEX. So, bit of a attack timeout coming out here for VERTEX, which is obviously a good time to call one. Still a few rounds left in this half. And those few rounds could be a big difference maker in this best of one. But what is in that big brain right there? Brace, the IGL of VERTEX. Not saying too much during this timeout. So I wonder who's making those calls.
The big fish, mate. It's when he's allowed to talk, remember? That's the major rules.
It's true. Fair enough.
Coaches
So
only allowed to have a chin wag on
Kingfisher
those timeouts.
Is who you're referring to.
Yeah.
The new coach of VERTEX has only just recently joined this roster. I mean, obviously failing that, potentially Malta as well. I know Malta's quite vocal in this team too. So let's see what VERTEX have come up with there in that 30 seconds or so that they've had to think.
What is the plan of attack? Decent util. Early smoke straight out of spawn.
No for PZ.
Pretty decent with that rifle. We'll see what he can do against the likes of Rare Adam though. A couple of flashes coming in. It looks like mid-control is going to be called to order. Hazard beating that molly forward, but Jamyoung very aware of that swing.
Yeah, Jamyoung's able to get into Donut really quickly and for free here so often. And he can just control mid from there. Zaya as well, looking like he's poised to strike, but Malta, yeah, not quite going to get his timing right there, just looks away. And it's another freebie for Rare Atom. VERTEX are just kind of getting picked apart one by one. It's a bit of an individualistic round, isn't it? You saw individual peaks come through and it's started to degrade. Rare Atom kind of just set up, wait for the peaks to come through and deal with them. And VERTEX, unfortunately, this round is not going to go the way they would have liked it to. And we're starting to see that money really balloon out for Rare Atom now. We're in territory where they can just buy the half out.
Yeah.
Not that there's that many rounds, but money's not really a factor anymore for Rare Atom. So it's not going to be a case necessarily of VERTEX saying, yeah, look, we can just break their economy and get a couple of rounds that way. They're going to be fighting hard at the end of this half.
Dink across the top there as Addict goes for the jump peak. Draws attention though, and PZ will be able to crack open the A site, but it's a 2v5 angle. And there's 4 remaining to get past. Flash across the top, and it's good for 1, but Addict on 12 points of health isn't going to last long. 1 body shot from MongolZ will do it, and that is going to be 2-round lead.
Indeed. Yeah, good efforts being shown by VERTEX early on in this map, but it definitely does feel like it's slipping in the other direction.
I think they're definitely suffering at the moment. They might be getting in their own little heads about everything that was going on yesterday, right? They came in with a lot of momentum. Everything was going really well, and now is where things get difficult.
Yeah.
They need to get past that.
I mean, even with that said, though, I think they started today with a bit of momentum as well, right? They won that first round. They did a pretty good job of it. But Rare Atom is a pretty grindy team. I mean, I've called them chokers in the past. I don't think they tend to choke against teams that they would consider weaker than them. So, you know, if this was a matchup where they were losing that hard to say, like Grayhound or MongolZ, I think you could definitely see Rare Atom crumbling. But in this matchup, they'll definitely consider themselves the favorites. And they'll be able to recapture that mental game a little bit. And I think that's exactly what Rare Atom have done. I will be a little bit more concerned for Rare Atom a bit later on in this bracket when they face some of the better teams.
Interesting what's going on here with that door smoke. Mercury has not been seen by the boost, but will be able to get in behind enemy lines. The aggression, it's worked for 2, and that's going to be the B site in the hands of VERTEX, but there's not a lot of space to play.
Are they even going to plant down here? Yes, it looks like they will, which they're lucky to do. I don't see this map going really anywhere though. And PZ is the last remainder. He's only got a Glock as well, so not much to do but fall at the hands of Jamyoung.
Bit of money in the bank. But a very healthy round at the end of things for Rare Atom as well. So now this half is starting to get a little out of control. Hopefully 5 will be enough for VERTEX because it's not getting any easier.
I mean, what a phenomenal map so far from Jamyoung. He's just been controlling everything. 19 kills, 8 deaths, 150 plus ADR. He is having a ball of a time, and I mean, MongolZ chiming in nicely as well. It's going exactly how you'd want it to for Rare Atom. You've got Jamyoung, MongolZ, Mercury, Kaze all having positive games.
Yeah.
And then Advent, I mean, he's 3-11, but like when the other 4 are fragging, it's kind of like, whatever, who cares? That's how the game is supposed to go for Rare Atom.
A lot of aggression coming through from Rare Atom here, going straight in through Cheetah. Advent going to snag away 2.
He heard
Mercury falling.
Heard me talking about the frags. Advent's going to go for another one as well.
Okay.
Just to, you know, put the cherry on top. Maybe add insult to injury for VERTEX. Hey, can't even get past Advent. Then you're not going to have much luck on this T side. This should be 9 for Rare Atom. But look, let's be real. 3v2, it's definitely winnable for Brace and Addict. The only issue, Mac, is going to be getting past Kaze. If they can find a timing, maybe, while he's checking mid, bang his head off, get straight into B. That's the way into this round, but...
Arguably, I'm just worried because Jamyoung's still living. He is having a scorcher so far this map. And Kaze, timing's no good for him. Gets the wall bank, but it's only 59 points of damage.
Yeah, see, that's not quite as perfect as it could have gone for VERTEX, but it's not too bad. It lets them at least into the site. Gonna struggle to get the bomb plant down, and Kaze, wall bang onto Addict. Oh, I thought that was Kaze. I got baited for a second there. Jamyoung, of course, going to come through for that final kill. But, yeah, look, in the end, 3v2, really comfortable for Rare Atom.
I can't handle any more debating. Stop doing
I know,
it to
dude.
me.
We've been baited on the edge of our seats for the last 24 hours, guys. So
there you go. Advent very
give
happy
us that one
with his performance.
Yeah, as you would be.
Yeah, interesting round. Now VERTEX money. Oh, it's a bit all over the place. Looks like it will be a full buy coming through. Util maybe a little thin. Rare Atom, on the other hand, look, we got 5 figures in the bank of a couple of the members. So final round of the half is going to be a very interesting gun round. We'll see if Rare Atom get aggressive again. That push through Cheetah was not expected at all by VERTEX there.
Yeah, look, you would really be hoping, if you're a VERTEX fan, that they'll be able to get this last round of the half, because if they don't, I mean, a lot of momentum for Rare Atom, obviously. You got Jamyoung fragging really well at the moment as well. So it just sort of feels as though, you know, VERTEX have had their peak, but they had it really early on in the game, and unfortunately everything else has been kind of going the way of Rare Atom. So it'll be a tough feeling to go into the second half knowing that Rare Atom is on top. But if you can just eke out that last round, you know, there's some silver lining to the half. 9-6, not too bad.
Like what we were talking about yesterday as well is how historically Aussie teams can be very slow starters. And VERTEX went against the grain with their start yesterday, but the change in pace, the big 24-hour pause has definitely shifted that momentum. And Rare Atom are thanking their lucky stars that they are doing such a good job right now. Let's see what's going to be going down in the final round of the half. A bit of mid-aggression from Rare Atom and a faster approach from VERTEX.
Yeah, straight up B-rush by the looks of it. VERTEX have just gone back to basics. They're going to try to trade out Hazza. Does manage to get that exchange. 1-for-1, MongolZ, a bit of a messy spray. Opens the door up here for VERTEX, but Mercury is making moves. Hazza and Addict both go down. They just weren't expecting that extra player. PZ spamming through the wall, can't land the shots. And that was a round that was hanging on the knife's edge, but Mercury, 12 HP, the hero for Rare Atom, has brought it back to the 2v1. And PZ, with it all to do, wasn't able to clutch out a 2-on-1 earlier on. But here's another chance.
Looks like he's going to squeeze out every second here. One molly. Maybe some util to pick up off the corpses, but Mercury posted on this line, tucked in the cutout, is looking like he should be able to play this perfectly. PZ snaps to him.
It's an expensive kill, though. He's down to 15 HP. He's just going to have to catch Kaze off. But I don't see how he's going to be able to do that. He's got to cross to get the bomb. And where else is Kaze going to be watching at this point? Kaze would have to make a big mistake to lose this one and will not. 10-5 is the scoreline at the end of the half. Rare Atom looking dominant. Welcome back to the second half. Rare Atom 10-5 the scoreline. Mac, you got to say that's not too shabby considering how things were looking yesterday.
Look, I was a little worried going into the half, but after that break, mate, I'm feeling zen. The ambience of Ancient, you got to love it. Now,
Very
look,
peaceful.
Let's see what's going down in the pistol here. A couple of Julies in the hands of PZ, one set of util on Brace, and it looks like Vertex are going to only be sending 2 members towards the B site, and that's where the bomb's going for Rare Atom right now.
You do have Advent and MongolZ with a little bit of util. Molly's going to get tossed over the top. And, well, MongolZ still hanging on to the smoke. Rare Atom not quite using their util there to actually hit the bomb site and taking the duels instead. PZ will go down. Mercury and Jamyoung could have find one apiece, and they've rerouted their way over toward the A bomb site, leaving a lot of the attention on Addict, who is caught between 2 pincer strikes. Perfect timing from Rare Atom. Bomb plant down. Didn't look too bad to start off with for Vertex, but now looks unwinnable.
Brace playing a dangerous game with the smoke here. Has found a nice headshot, but look at Mercury's position. This is never going to be expected. Brace, the fadeaway, not going to be able to find that headshot. Hazard as well, starting to make his way in through Temple.
Yeah, he took a long time to get here, didn't he? So it's not that much time left for Vertex to play with. They're hitting some good shots, but I'm just wondering if the time is even going to be there for them. They don't have a defuse kit right now. They're going to have to go on. They're going to have to sit that bomb. Brace might be able to get it done if Hazard keeps hitting his shots. Jamyoung just about clutches it out for Rare Atom. Hazard needed only one more bullet there, but could not get it through. And Jamyoung will win the pistol round for Rare Atom.
Insane scenes, huh? Look, if he didn't have enough impact in the first half, he's just won them that second half pistol as well. But, you know, Vertex, we'll see what they're going to do here. You know, a little buy may not be off the cards. I think it's a dangerous prospect, but they're going to go for it.
What a superstar Jamyoung is. He is really making the difference in this matchup. As you say, force buy through for Vertex. They're going to try to contest mid, and they have just been demolished by a nade. Jamyoung follows up as well. Has caught unawares. Flashbang good from Kaze. This round not coming together the way Vertex would have liked it to.
See if there's maybe an opportunity here. Brace is going to try and find the timing. He will find Kaze mid-air, but unable to quite connect. Malta as well, going to go for that early rotation across to bolster the defenses on the B side. And PZ trying to play a short-range angle. Play to his strengths. Brace, however, not going to be able to do too much against this MAC-10 Mercury farming up a storm.
Yeah, Mercury makes it look easy, doesn't he? And once again, it's PZ left alone, but not for long. 12 on the board for Rare Atom. And it's starting to feel like maybe 5 is all Vertex is going to get. They haven't had a round in a while.
Yeah.
They'll have 1 or 2 gun rounds in this half if they just continue to lose, but the chances are starting to diminish. Kaze looking much better today as well. Just seems
pretty
to be
much asleep in the chair yesterday.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. He was definitely lights out yesterday, but looking good. Looking happy today. So that's good to see. Good signs for Rare Atom.
Ooh, Vertex very ready for a fast B approach. Rare Atom sending a lot of numbers towards lane. So we'll see if Vertex with this big read, I was going to say, is it going to be successful? But they've already left the B side.
Vertex are just running all over the map trying to find anyone, aren't they? Gone from B to mid. Still can't see anything.
They're going on an adventure.
Yeah, Rare Atom doing a great job of just playing around quite slowly. They've set themselves up. Mercury's looking real sharp at the moment too with that Mac 10.
Well, it's easy to look sharp with a Mac 10 when you're up against unarmored CT.
Oh, well.
So he's done a good job.
I don't know if you've seen me play Mac, but I don't know if that's necessarily true.
I have, mate. I have. I won't tell anyone about what I've seen. But look, Malta, 7 HP is something I do see on my screen, and he's making a lot of noise as well. We're going to go down before the end of the round. And Jamyoung going to be putting another one on the tally. What's that now? Bloody 20, 30, 40 kills, huh?
Oh, he's probably getting close to 30 because he was 20, close to the end of the half. He's, I think, 25, 26 at the moment. Still at above 150 ADR as well, by the way. So he is definitely having his contributions.
Well, what are we expecting here? CT's max round loss bonus now. Going to be going straight into a gun round. PZ, big green online. Where are they going to be heading? So 3B set up. PZ solo with the off at A for the moment. No donut control. And they're going to be smoked off at mid. So it's a 1-4 split right now. Fair
bit of early damage onto Jamyoung is a good sign. MongolZ definitely keeping an eye on middle as well. The push comes in onto that B bomb site. Hasn't gone so well for Rare Atom just yet. 4 on 4. Going to change things up a little bit. Malta versus Jamyoung in middle is going to be a really important duel. It'll go the way of Jamyoung, which leaves PZ solo, isolated on A. He's got the AWP in hand. Having a bit of a look to see what's happening. Maybe starting to hear some footsteps, starting to hear that bomb plane go down on A. VERTEX will know that their time is starting to tick away. Not only in this round, but this game as well.
Rare Atom not putting the foot wrong right now. Still happy to go for that lurk at mid. Jamyoung looking to lock it down if things go wrong. But VERTEX taking the safe approach, just dropping that smoke and going for the save instead.
Yeah, I think you have to at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, 14 up for Rare Atom. I mean, you make the argument, of course, that you could still come back from that. If the economy's healthy for VERTEX, they get another gun round through. Game's not over yet, but maybe I'm grasping at straws at this point.
We shall see.
I don't think there's any question about Rare Atom potentially being the ones to walk away with this map. Jamyoung not able to succeed on his hunt there, so VERTEX keep their guns alive.
Just a very interesting scenario. This game, probably one of the more controversial games we'll see in a long time.
Hopefully, because if there was another one,
I don't want any more of that. You know, let's just get through these BO1s. Let's get through the upper bracket, get into the best of threes.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, look, I still think these BO1s have a lot to offer us.
Oh,
Grayhound versus
100%.
TYLOO coming up next too. Ooh, that is one of the El Clasicos of Asian Counter-Strike of the last 5 years. So I think that's going to be a really exciting match as well. I know, having spoken to Grayhound, they're pretty keen to get stuck in, and I'm sure TYLOO is as well.
Yeah, everyone that hasn't got a chance to play yet have just been sitting back and trying to relax, you know, getting ready to get into the server and play. Of course, the nerves not quite getting to the players just yet. I just want to get their hands on some mice and keyboards and show what they're made of here.
So I dare say this is a tack timeout for VERTEX. I saw Kingfisher having a bit of a chat there. 14-5. It is a late time to be bringing out a tack timeout, I'd say. But I guess if you've got one in the back pocket, you might as well throw it in here. And hopefully you can make some magic. What is the change-up? Can we get PZ involved a little earlier on, maybe with that AWP?
Let's see if he can get into a position to have some kind of impact. Of course, he was out on an island on A. This time he's poking his head into Ooh, that's Hazard.
Mercury's lucky to be alive.
Donut control, lots of mollies invested, but the swing from Mercury so damn sharp. Man on the rifle is looking to crack open.
I mean, he's on 5 HP, Mac, and he's doing that. So what are you going to do at this point? Addict! Absolutely deleted by Jamyoung. Rare Atom are just feeling it at the moment. They are looking way too good. And VERTEX forced again to save, and this is a really painful save. If the last one wasn't, this one is driving that nail even deeper.
It's got to hurt. It's got to hurt. Look, you put PZ in a good position twice, and then it just doesn't work out because Rare Atom go a completely different route. So, Ancient, it was a interesting selection of map. Rare Atom, of course, you know, doing really well on this one up against Big previously. VERTEX, they've had an okay Ancient, but I feel like right now Rare Atom are just looking like they've brought a completely different team in today to yesterday. Looking like they've done a whole lot of homework overnight, and VERTEX are suffering tremendously from that.
Yeah, most definitely.
Also, like, how do you shoot back against Jamyoung? He's not missing anything.
100% Jamyoung and Mercury that round. It's just like, I don't even think VERTEX really felt like they got to play the game.
There might have also been a kill at the end. I'm not sure if there's going to be 2 guns carried across or if it was 3. We'll figure that one out in a second.
Keep an eye on the scoreboard. But Jamyoung, couple of kills away from the 30. Yeah, Jamyoung killed Grace at the end of that round. So one extra reinvestment from VERTEX here on the CT side. I guess not that it matters because they would have invested everything they possibly could anyway. Addict able to win the duel in mid against Jamyoung. He'll be stuck on 29 frags if the round ends in the favor of Rare Atom. Malta has other ideas though, Mac. 2 kills in mid, finally. VERTEX finding some success on this CT side.
Turning it up. Let's see if they can close. VERTEX already losing a couple of rounds from this position. Kaze dinked, but not finished off just yet, and Hazard's going to be caught in the open.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
A little bit of util getting tossed there by Brace, who's fallen back into cave, looking to control anything but Mercury. They're doing it again, Jordan.
Yeah, Mercury really stepping up here in the absence of Jamyoung, being the one to open this round up for Rare Atom. Bomb plant goes down, now it's a 2v2. AWP rifle versus AWP rifle. PZ strikes and catches Kaze, which leaves it on to Mercury. He's already found 2 huge frags, and now he's hiding inside that smoke, waiting patiently. He senses the blood in the water. He knows this is an opportunity for Rare Atom to go into that upper bracket against the Mongols, and he's onto him. Defuse, though, gets the better of him. And VERTEX will find 6, delaying what some might say is the inevitable, but at the very least, VERTEX don't believe it yet.
And they've got a round in the second half. That's something. That's a good start for VERTEX, you know? If they can get a few more rounds, get some confidence up before a best of 3 in the lower bracket, if they can't make the comeback happen. Surely that'll give them a little bit of confidence moving into tomorrow. But for now, of course, whoever wins this still has to play one more best of 1 today, later on.
Yep.
Aggression straight towards mid. VERTEX looking for the control, and Rare Atom thinking with where they're standing at the moment, if they get this lane control and mid, they should be able to push into B.
Yeah, double smoke into mid though there from VERTEX. You can still sort of see these nerves are starting to come through for the CT side. Either way though, it's the offensive toward B that seems to be the name of the game here for Rare Atom. Again, default plan. Hazard unable to deny it. You got a couple of low HP members here though for Rare Atom, so definitely very winnable for VERTEX. Only a couple of flashes to play with.
Kaze just waiting for a swing outside of cave. Looks like that's exactly where VERTEX are going to try to make the retake happen from. They've only got PZ pushing in, looking for the lane control, and he's going to lose to the timing. Mosea swinging from the doors just in time, and the flood from the cave, it looks okay until Mercury strikes, and this might just be all over Red Rover.
Time is a problem here for Hazard. He's not going to be able to get it done. He just has to sit the bomb. There's just no chance. The game is over. Hazard, he attempts to do it, but of course, as we know, that is 16 for Rare Atom, and they win their opening round here at the Asia RMR.
What a game, huh? It's good to see VERTEX at least getting around on the board, having a good crack up against Rare Atom. But I think more people are going to be extremely happy to see Rare Atom coming in with fine form and staying in that upper bracket nice and early, which means we've got a pretty banger upper bracket semi.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. Look, what can you say for VERTEX? I think they came in looking pretty strong. They felt pretty good about themselves overnight, obviously, and even starting this game off, they were looking okay. They won a couple of early rounds, but it just completely dried up from there, and it was, I don't even know how many in a row for the Rare Atom guys, 10 plus, something like that. And
yeah,
I mean, there was one little speed bump at the end there, but that was very much Rare Atom on display. Just going to show exactly why they come in as one of the favorites for this event. And I don't know, Mac, have they convinced you? You want to see more, or do you reckon that's enough to say, yeah, Rare Atom's going to the major?
I don't know if they're going to the major. Look, I enjoyed seeing what they could do today. I enjoyed Jamyoung popping off. Did he end up dropping 30?
I'm not so sure he did.
I think he just barely
I think he got
missed
29, yeah.
Yep. Mercury and Mosea managed to start to farm up a little bit towards the end. And Advert as well. Look, always good to see an Advert multi-kill coming through, leading by example. Always puts a little smile on our face. But look, of course, I don't know if you could hear it, but I was a little bit sad. My prediction for VERTEX.
Yeah.
In the bin, I'm not clean. I was feeling really good about my VERTEX prediction yesterday, but today not so much.
I mean, I was feeling a little bit awkward about my Rare Atom prediction. Even coming into today, I kind of considered, you know, like obviously there's some external factors going on here for Rare Atom. I've heard a few of them are not feeling 100%. I thought about swapping over to VERTEX, but I'm obviously very glad I didn't do it. And, you know, keep that faith in Rare Atom and you will be rewarded sometimes. I mean, I kept faith for like a whole year when they were losing to TYLOO over and over and over and over again, and then they won 2 events in a row over TYLOO eventually. So yeah, maybe you just have to keep the faith, and eventually they'll get it done. I've been a big fan of Rare Atom for a long time, and I predicted them at the last RMR to go out in first.
Yeah.
I predicted them for this RMR to be the first seed as well. So, you know, I wasn't quite rewarded for that prediction last time around, but we'll see if maybe this time around they can make amends for that, and I think that very much is going to have to be the storyline here for Rare Atom. They need to do something that you know they can be proud of, because it's been a long time since they've attended a major, and it's almost criminal that players like Jam Young haven't got stickers in the game.
Well, he could. This is his chance, and this is what we want to see. But look, that being said, it's still going to be another best of one up against Mongols for them now. That's going to be a very, very interesting game. Do you think that that's going to be another Inferno, or are we going to get something crazy in that veto when we get to it?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think you could see Inferno or Nuke. Both those teams like to play that map. I think we're probably headed towards Inferno if I had to take a guess. The only thing is, like, it makes sense in my head for teams to be going towards Inferno, but you have to bear in mind that I would assume and I would guess that most teams are probably pretty scared of Rare Atom on Inferno. Like, Rare Atom did enough on that map internationally in Malta that was able to sort of scare some of those international teams. Like, when they played that first game against Team Liquid, they won pretty comfortably on Inferno. Teams looked at that and said, okay, that was a bit of a problem. They then won against Na'Vi as well on Inferno. It was in OT, but it obviously showed enough. And I think since then, they were not even given Inferno by any of the teams. Inferno was the first veto. So if you're doing enough to scare teams like, I think it was like ENCE and they versed Team Liquid again, obviously, you know, if you're scaring those teams, you're probably going to be scaring the teams here at the Asia Minor as well. So, you know, there may be a world where actually it's like a perma veto from teams against Rare Atom, and especially in BO1s. Like, maybe you're not going to get away with it as much necessarily in the BO3s, because a lot of the Asian teams, their map pools aren't quite so deep as what we see overseas. But yeah, definitely here in the BO1s, I think they might actually struggle to get Inferno. Well,
that's the best of ones. Little discussion there. But on the other side of the coin, we got Twisted Minds up against VERTEX down in that lower bracket. That's going to be a best of 3, and they got a good 24 hours or so. I think that's going to be the first elimination match tomorrow.
Yeah, should be.
Which will be very interesting. I feel like Twisted Minds, they had individuals that looked much better. But what we saw macro-wise, macro gameplay-wise, from VERTEX is something that definitely impressed me a little more. They had a good plan. Unfortunately, it just wasn't executed well today. You could see what they were trying to do, and then there was a few times when Rare Atom sort of knew what was coming, was able to run disruption. And I don't know, Twisted Minds, like you saw the interviews on HLTV, you saw him playing yesterday. Yeah. They're playing very puggy. They're not really practicing while they're here. They're just bringing their A game, playing there as best as they can. But it feels like they're just a bit more disjointed. So what do you think the dynamic between the Twisted Minds up against VERTEX is going to be? Yeah,
I mean, look, for me, I think obviously I wouldn't have come into this event saying, oh, I want to see VERTEX, you know, making top 4 or winning this event or getting the better of Rare Atom, for example. But I do think that this is kind of the bar that you want to be hitting if you're VERTEX. You want to be able to get a win over Twisted Minds at the very least. So as far as that is concerned, I have backed VERTEX in that one in some of my earlier discussions around this event. I do think, you know, there is an element of, obviously, you can't 100% be too sure what Twisted Minds is going to be able to bring to the table here. Obviously, they've got some really talented players on that roster, and if they show up and, you know, have a pretty good day, then it could be very tough for VERTEX. But I would like to think that the experience that VERTEX has as a team and obviously that structure is going to be able to get them over the line, at least in that matchup. For any of the other matchups, I'm calling VERTEX probably going to be the underdog, but at least against Twisted Minds, I'd say I think they're probably the favorite for that matchup, in my opinion at least. But yeah, I mean, Dark Horse, obviously, wild card maybe is a better word for Twisted Minds. So I think it's really hard to sort of make an accurate prediction for that matchup or for any of their matchups, to be quite honest with you, because it's just, yeah, I mean, anything could happen, right?
Yeah, I'm keen to hear what went wrong, like, with VERTEX, because obviously they had plenty of time to plan for that. Maybe Rare Atom just had a better read on exactly what was going down, knowing that they were on the CT side, could start to run some kind of counter strats starting to come through. And I feel like Advent as well, you could tell he just had a very, very good read on Ancient. So a bit unfortunate for the Australians, for the New Zealanders there, but we'll see.
What do you think about Grayhound TYLOO? I know you're not going to be casting that game, so might get your thoughts before we go into it.
Look, I think bias says Grayhound every day. They look so relaxed.
Look, okay, so the
and it's also Alistair's birthday, which I will take the moment to say happy birthday to the big man Ali for everyone out there. So he's going to get that birthday luck.
Look, I don't think it's biased to say Grayhound should win this game against TYLOO, but that's a discussion that we can get into in just a minute. Obviously, game 1 for the day is done and dusted. We've got a bunch more coming up for you. We'll take a short break and then we'll get stuck into Grayhound and TYLOO here at the Asia RMR. We'll see you in a sec.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in Warrior Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Na'Vi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Australia just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day. When the French team stopped at some point and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Extase we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory though.
Thank you, boys. I've got Kaze with me right after he's come out victorious. But Kaze, you know, coming out victorious is nice and all, but how are you feeling? Yesterday was obviously a rough day for you. You look good on the server right now, though.
Yesterday I feel like shit, and today I'm feeling much better, I would say.
I mean, you look better on the server as well, but obviously also have to go ahead and ask you guys. Ancient was a bit of a strange one for us. We didn't expect you guys to let it through in a best of one. You used to veto it as well. Can you talk me through about what sort of went on over there?
We wouldn't expect them to pick Ancient, so it's quite a surprise pick from them. But we do also play Ancient, so it wouldn't be much problem for us.
I mean, you guys look good on it, obviously, but I also wanted to ask you about some of the other teams in the tournament. MongolZ is going to be your next opponent as well. What are you feeling about them now that Score's out, Hastika's in? What are your thoughts on MongolZ?
MongolZ, without Score, I feel they are still strong. They are number one in Asia, I would say that. So, yeah, they are still better than everyone of us here.
That's last question. That's your next match coming up, though. Are you going to beat them? What's going on over there?
Not sure. Hopefully you win. Yeah.
Well, hopefully. Thank you guys so much. Back over to you.
Here from both of you guys. Yumi here with me now as well, so a little bit of a change up as far as the casting desk is concerned, and well, Max off to have a break, lucky him. Now, Grayhound. I know you're a big Grayhound fan, right?
Yeah. Grayhound is the team I would have been talking about the most of. Yeah, I mean, a team that have definitely excited me. I've always loved the fact that the Oceanic region has had representation in different mediums, you know, different eras of Australian players, and usually it is the same guys that make it to the major.
Yep.
I mean, definitely one of the favorites coming to this tournament. I think it's fair.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, this game though against against TYLOO, going to be an interesting one. It's always been a matchup. I think that for fans of Asian Counter-Strike and of ANZ Counter-Strike, we would have seen this a lot, right? This is a matchup that comes back time and time and time again. We've seen plenty of those at the RMRs, so super keen to see it once again. We'll take a quick look though at the bracket before we get into that discussion and just update you guys exactly where things are sitting here in the Asia RMR. MongolZ, Rare Atom, both through to the upper bracket final, or the upper bracket semi-final, I should say. No surprises there, I'd say, from your perspective?
No, about as scary as it's supposed to be, really. So it's the two heavy hitters as far as where the I guess the Asia representatives have come from in the RMR system. You know, that's I think the thing that I think even Mac was saying earlier is that you know it's kind of criminal, or maybe it was even used as criminal that Rare Atom haven't actually had the chance to go to a major. So yeah, that upper bracket is definitely looking scary.
Yeah, indeed, and obviously, you know, we talked about that being maybe the more difficult side of the bracket as well. So it'd be interesting to see sort of how that does end up playing out and how that impacts the lower bracket as well. But yeah, I think you have to be taking every possible advantage of these BO1s if you're one of those top teams. Can't be affording to drop down into the lower bracket because that is just, yeah, pain. But yeah, look, Grayhound, TYLOO, I mean, this is a matchup where, look, I would go in and I would say I think Grayhound is the favorites for this one. Obviously, they're a team from ANZ that I especially know and love. As you've said, we've seen them a lot over at the majors, you know, and these RMRs as well. So let's have a quick look at Grayhound before we chat TYLOO, and you know, we can get into the thicker things about how this matchup will end up playing out. But you know, no real big changes, nothing really of note to sort of discuss. Was there anyone that's kind of caught your eye, maybe?
I mean, the thing is, a lot of discussion has usually been around Vexite and his sort of prospect as a player, and I won't pretend like I definitely see that there's the potential there, but I have yet to see the next caliber, the next step up in terms of like what kind of performance is available. Because if I want this Grayhound roster to succeed and get upset wins or beat some of the European competition, I need them to have Vexite, I need them to have Ins and Lias. I need all three of them, really, in my mind.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, obviously, you look at Siko and Alistair as well, and you'd have to say that those two do need to perform too. I think having an AWPer that's especially being able to perform well is always going to be an important factor. And I know Alistair, he sort of came under a little bit of fire at the last international event that Grayhound attended, but he tends to have a little bit more of a better time when he's playing against the domestic competition or the Asian competition. I think he just gets a bit more room, you know, he can kind of do what he wants, and so I'd be kind of keeping a bit of a spotlight on Alistair at this event as well. And I think you know, he's actually going to have to go through a bit of a trial by fire in this first matchup that Grayhound is playing, because when we look at AWPers and we sort of go down the list and think about the matchup, I mean, Danking's probably going to be the toughest of the lot, so be interesting to see how that ends up sort of having an impact on this game. I think we've got the veto ready to have a discussion about here as well, so you got anything maybe that you want to throw out first before we see it?
I mean, I feel like it's just going to be hard to avoid maps like Inferno, to be quite honest. I feel like that's a good staple for the scene. I'd like to see it go elsewhere, because I think if you do allow Inferno through, that's where you will probably see that sort of proficient AWPing style from players like Danking. It's a map where you can be very assertive on.
Yeah, so Nuke, Vertigo taken out straight away. Two maps that we do like to see from Grayhound. Makes a lot of sense. Grayhound doesn't like playing much overpass, so pretty much straight out of the pool for them. Anubis is still a bit of a wild card as well. I know Grayhound has been playing a little bit of that.
TYLOO as well, I think.
It's not like solidified in either of their map pools just yet, so not surprised to see that taken away. And well, choice between Mirage or Inferno for TYLOO. They've opted to go toward Inferno, which, look, quite frankly, at least from my perspective, is quite a bold choice. If I was ranking the maps, I would probably put Inferno as #1 for Grayhound. So TYLOO looking to maybe play toward their own strengths, even if it is their opponent's strength as well.
I think the cool thing about TYLOO is that they're always one of these teams that, you know, I don't expect they do a lot of anti-stratting, but they do also limit test your defaults and like limit test your site holds quite well because of the looser style that they play. I think that's always been something that we've noted about TYLOO. They're a more aggressive squad in terms of, you know, the brand of Asian Counter-Strike. They were always the, I guess, the embodiment of, I guess, the chaotic style that they've had. And that's because these guys are really, really cracked individuals. So
yeah, one more thing that we do need to check in on here as well before we get into game, of course, the Unicorn odds. And, you know, this might be something that can inform you guys as to which way you think this matchup will play out. We've got Grayhound favored, TYLOO still kind of in there, and I think that's fairly representative of this matchup.
I think it's fair. I don't think there's, if this was like a 1-4, then I would have been a little bit confused, really.
Yeah. Yeah, indeed. All right, look, it's been fantastic having you here, Yumi. We've got some good insight from you, but I think we do need to take a short break before we jump into games. So don't go too far away, guys. We'll be back in just a sec with Grayhound and TYLOO.
our first time Royal Arena, playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning, going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I was like, why did I do that? Why didn't I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map.
Easy.
And somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never ever in my life.
Hello guys, welcome back. It's the Blast TV Paris and Major Asia RMR, and we are super pumped to welcome Tea Time to the desk once again. You were here yesterday. You had a good time there, I thought.
I mean, yeah, I got to actually cover some CS, so that's better than you did.
Well, hey, I got 4 rounds. I'm pretty happy with that. But look, we had a good game to start things off. First of all, were you surprised by what you saw? Did you expect VERTEX to get a bit more?
Man, to be honest, I'm not going to lie. I was mostly surprised that Kaze is able to step up the way that he was, despite all of the conditions and whatnot. And I did kind of start rooting for VERTEX in the beginning as well, just because there was so many interviews that I tried to do with Bryce, and you just couldn't hear him, and I felt bad, right?
Yeah.
So I was hoping we could hear them on the server, but they fell silent.
Yeah, they did indeed. All right, so a little bit unfortunate for VERTEX, but now we have to turn our attention toward our next matchup. And I think this one's going to be an absolute banger. I'm super pumped that we're going to get the opportunity to cast this one. TYLOO, Grayhound, 2 massive storied names within the Asian Counter-Strike scene, and 2 teams that have represented this region
at majors of yesteryear. So the question is going to be, can one or both maybe potentially make their way through to the major again?
I'm not going to lie, I actually think that TYLOO's got a very solid chance of being the second team to make it to the major, even potentially the first, depending on how the sort of first 2 best-of-1s go, because I've become increasingly confident in how they've sort of been molding and stepping up on the rifling department. Attack has been looking incredibly good, and I'm really happy with what I've seen from him. Not to mention, look, man, Adam, obviously, Kaze is still sick. Mongols don't have score anymore. I don't rate them as highly. And Grayhound, I think they could be and probably should be one of the 2 teams going in, but I think TYLOO's got space for the second.
What would you say then about some of the, I guess, more up and down results that TYLOO's been having over the last 6 months?
I mean, listen, 6 months is a long period of time, right? They haven't played that many officials. The last official we saw them playing was the Challenger Melbourne qualifiers about a month ago. They've been boot camping a month and a half out of the last 3 months in Europe as well. So there's obviously been a lot of progress. Their map pool's been expanded. Individually, they're looking on point. They're looking sharp. Inconsistencies are going to be there, though, when you've got players who like to sort of razzle-dazzle after ecos and then lose 2v4s, which is, you know,
happens a little bit with TYLOO. Yeah. I mean, look, obviously, I think for me, when I see TYLOO coming into any event, I'm always, regardless of the results that they've been posting previously, a little bit wary. I think they're one of those kinds of teams that's a bit of a wild card. If they pop off, you know, you've got so much talent there. As you mentioned, Attacker, Summer, they've been around for a very long time. Danking is just an incredible player as well. When he gets firing, I know he does some interesting things sometimes as the AWPer, but you know, that's kind of some of that pizzazz that you need in a team. So I think they've got the pieces of the puzzle to potentially go the distance in this event. As far as my prediction is concerned, I don't know that I would say I think that they'll get through to the major, but I definitely think they can definitely do some damage. So especially in a best-of-1, I really am a little bit wary about them as a team. Grayhound, I think, is a little bit more of a consistent force, and look, I've heard over the last 4 opinions on this roster, but you know, now here's your opportunity to say it on the broadcast. I think Grayhound is not a shoo-in, definitely, for this event, but I definitely think they're one of the top contenders. And you know, I will say it's obviously a best-of-1, so they do have to be very careful up against TYLOO. But I think they should be winning this matchup.
Well, look, I'm going to have to keep myself honest here as well. I did predict Grayhound and Rare Adam to be the teams going through. So that's sort of my money's on them. But that being said, I do think Grayhound are absolute frauds. And I'm going to be sticking to my guns on that one. Because, listen, I cannot stand any of this shenanigans going on where Inns is just sort of walking over to a bomb site. You're 4v5. It's 45 seconds left on the round. You've got barely any utility on the T side. And Inns will just get 3 kills. This guy's insane, right? He really is. He's absolutely stellar. Liaz is also incredibly good. But I just don't see how it keeps happening again and again. And I refuse to believe that this team should be able to come through and be the top of the scene, if not for the fact that their players are just not individually better. There's some kick-ass players, but yeah, their strats might need some work sometimes.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's always been one of the conversation points around Grayhound. Ever since Dexter left, it's always sort of been a question of, all right, well, they don't really have like a bona fide in-game leader. I mean, obviously, they've tossed it around a little bit. Inns has been doing it. Sicko's been doing it here and there as well. I think even Malta, when he was still back in Renegades, had picked up that role at some point. So they were tossing it around, and it never really felt like anyone was like the natural fit for the roster. And even to this day, every time there's a roster change, right, when Vexite came in, everyone was thinking, oh, you know, what if we got Azza in? Like, what, you know, minus Hats plus Azza. That was sort of a conversation at that time. But then Vexite was the guy that sort of came in, and it was like, all right, well, Vexite's definitely not going to fill that role, right? It's not going to fix that issue. But even that aside, they're still, you know, by far and away the best team in the country. And it's one of those things that, like, every time we're casting domestic Counter-Strike, some of the Grayhound games are like the most boring games to watch, because you just walk in, you guys, you know they're going to win. Either it's going to be a 16-2, they're going to absolutely smash a team because they're just that much better individually, and the other team can't compete, or it's going to be kind of a drawn-out game against, you know, maybe someone like a Vertex or a Rooster, or maybe, dare I say, an Encore, although they've been suffering some issues themselves, and they're not really going to go into it with a whole lot. You know, they don't want to show too much. Grayhound just kind of pugs it out a little bit, plays slowly, and able to sort of win by virtue of being the better team, by being the better players, but they're not necessarily throwing everything at that game, and it ends up being quite a boring game because there's just not really a whole lot on the line for Grayhound or for the team that they're playing against.
Well, listen, it's definitely not going to be a boring game over here because, you know, Jordan, I'm actually very interested about this particular matchup because I genuinely think Grayhound against Rare Adam, against MongolZ, against most teams, I might even lean in to say they're favorites, to be honest, but I think particularly against TYLOO, it is a uniquely bad matchup because those things that Inns and Lias like to do in the late round and mid-round situations where they have all all the freedom, they've used all of the utility. I think that those things don't work up against TYLOO for two reasons. Number one, they've got the rifling firepower. Number two, they've got Dan King. And one of the big problems that they're facing is the fact that Alistair as an op is incredibly limited, either in his role or his gameplay. I don't know. I can't comment on that. That's inner workings of the team. But you're going to see Alistair on a lot of extremities on the T side, where he's covering off an angle just to see if someone's going to rotate, rather than trying to play a proactive op. You put that guy against Dan King, that's a bad matchup. That's a terrible matchup.
Okay, so I mean, look, I know you've sort of said Grayhound here is your pick, but everything that's coming out of your mouth makes me question whether or not that's the case. So I kind of want to get a grasp of like actually where you're seeing this matchup. Like, what if we had to put a weighting on? You know, I don't want to say, oh, it's 50-50 or whatever, but like how confident are you with your prediction? Let's go with that. How confident do you think?
I think TYLOO's going to win. But
Okay.
I think Grayhound's going to make it through the lower bracket. That's my
Right.
prediction coming in. Because I think in a best
That's
of
your hot
one
take.
on Inferno, TYLOO's going to come through and sort of kick some teeth open is how I would put it.
I've heard that opinion before, and I definitely think there's some value in it, to be honest. I mean, look, Grayhound are also slow starters. We've talked about that a couple of times at events that they've attended. They tend to take a little bit to get rolling. We kind of saw that even against Rare Adam at the last minor that they played at the last RMR. It took them a little while really to get into that game, and then inevitably, obviously, they did get that one over the line, and they were able to get over the line against GG Howe, and things kind of went to plan. But the fact that that game went for so long, it took them a long time to really get into it. Obviously, you know, we're kind of hoping, at least if you're talking from the perspective of an ANZ team or an ANZ fan, that they do start strong here, because I think a slow start really against a team like TYLOO is potentially fraught with danger. And one thing that I wouldn't really describe TYLOO is slow starters. I think they usually come in pretty hot. So
It's either they come in hot or they're frozen throughout the game. It's really one or the other for TYLOO. They are very much a coin flip team in a lot of the ways they play out, in a lot of the things that they're sort of doing as well. But Jordan, this is also where, you know, to sort of bring it back towards a Grayhound situation, I will say that TYLOO as a team loses so many 2v4s, or rather 4v2s, so many 4v3s. You saw that up against Rare Adam as well. That's actually how they lost Inferno to Rare Adam a month ago at the Challenge in Melbourne. Mercury comes through, pulls off, I think he got 4 retake 2v4s on their CT side. That's ridiculous. And I have to say that Grayhound does have the players to do that as well. So it's all about the discipline that they've managed to sort of accrue in themselves across this month-and-a-half bootcamp. And one thing I will never make the mistake of associating with TYLOO, that's discipline. So, yeah, I'm not saying Grayhound don't have a solid chance. So to go back to sort of the odds conversation, in my head, it's a 40-60. I think TYLOO should take this via 1, but Grayhound's got some goddamn good players.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, I think, to me, this is just one of those matches that you can talk and talk and talk about the matchup, but the reality is once we get into the server, no one really knows what's going to happen until these players start having a crack at one another. You know, you can break down the intricacies, the nitty-gritty, you can talk about each player, this and that and whatever, but end of the day, yeah, this is a matchup that really could go either way. Like, if I'm being 100% honest with you, and I think, you know, speaking frankly, I have no faith that I've got my prediction correct for this one. The previous, yeah, look, Rare Adam, I back them every day of the week over VERTEX. I back the MongolZ definitely every day of the week over Twisted Minds. But to me, actually, this is probably the hardest match of the first round to call. So we'll have to sort of wait and see how both teams kind of come into the server.
Absolutely. But you know, sort of to add a bit more conversation to the TYLOO aspect as well, Jordan, because obviously I wanted to bring in a bit of a spotlight over on some of the players who aren't doing as well as either, because this is where you have to sort of look over towards the idea that Aristo is just not performing that effectively. And Aristo's not the IGL, someone's IGLing. So Aristo as a player clearly needs a bit more time to develop. He needs a bit more time to sort of come into his own. So now you've got an IGL who's not supposed to be fragging, and then you've got a player who is just not fragging, and on top of that, you've got Freeman, who, you know what, Freeman's a supportive element. I really like Freeman. Freeman looks like the kind of guy who gets on a server, watches demos, makes the right plays, but he's not going to make the flashy plays. So now you're looking at potentially 2.5 liabilities. You cannot have that happen to you up against a team with great firepower unless Attacker and Dan King are having the game of their lives. So I'm going to be looking and focusing very much on what the development from Aristo has been, because for me, that's going to be what sort of brings in the money home.
Yeah. What do you think about, obviously, Aristo coming in? Like, I think you got to give him a bit of benefit of the doubt, right? He's still quite fresh at this level of play.
Yeah.
Haven't seen him in TYLOO for very long. So even if he's kind of getting a bit of a slow start in this roster, I'm kind of prepared to see what he's going to be able to bring to the table. Guys, looks like we're ready to go. Grayhound and TYLOO straight into the swing of things here on Inferno. Interesting matchup, interesting map as well. I'm super pumped. Let's see how it plays out.
to Grayhound starting off on that CT side. Got a double set of util out on TYLOO. They do like the second mid push, and Alistair's recognizing that. He's right into it. DanKing's gone. Down by the wayside. And that's back to B they go.
Well, I tell you what, at the very least, Greyhound's had a lot of time to do homework. So if there's some tendencies for TYLOO, you'd hope they get exploited.
Absolutely. Layaz staring down middle, waiting for them to give up more information. And as he's backing off, you have to remember there's still an aggressive player. Layaz so sharp on that USB. Covers off one more. It's already 5v3. TYLOO's falling apart.
Yeah, Ali's still got control of apps here as well, so that's going to make life very difficult for TYLOO. Working their way into this site. Layaz can't find any heads, and Aristo and Attacker, the AA battery of TYLOO, are able to strike when it's needed most.
AA batteries run out pretty quick.
That's true, so we'll see how the rest of this round goes. But with that said, I do think that's been a little bit of a more difficult round for Grayhound than they would have hoped it to be, given the start. Flash in here from Ins is the only piece of util. They've got no defuse kit, so they're going to have to be quick. Sicko finds Attacker initially. Crossfire setup was established by TYLOO, but it's getting broken apart. Aristo loses his head, and as you've so eloquently put it in the past, Ins, very good player, clutches it out for Grayhound. A good start for the Aussies, but maybe a little too close for comfort.
Definitely going to be something to keep an eye out for, obviously, the rotation timings as well, just because if you're going to be having such slow rotations, pushing down mid and whatnot, pistol rounds are different, they will always be different, but I do think that Greyhound's rotations will be what make or break this game. They do clearly look like they've come in getting ready to get aggressive and take the fight to TYLOO, though, so maybe that slow start is, you know.
I will say, look, they've been raring to go. They've been ready to jump into the server. I've spoken to them a couple of times over the past day or so. You know, they've even been sort of mind gaming it a little bit because they are expecting maybe today to go a little bit late. They've been staying up late, so they've been staying up until 2, 3 in the morning.
Is that the excuse they gave you? Oh yeah, we're staying up till 3 in the morning.
I think it's actually a legitimate strat
no,
because you know, some of these days could go late, especially tomorrow, right? We've got 4 best of 3s. There's no question 4 BO3s. If they all go to 3, if you get a couple of OTs in there, we could be here pretty late. And I think it's something that, you know, you're not really thinking about necessarily normally, but it's probably a pretty important factor to be aware of. And hey, we don't have to be up early in the morning, right? We don't start until 4 o'clock today. We don't start until like midday tomorrow. So there's no need to be waking up at 8 o'clock unless you want breakfast, which unfortunately I do. So I tend to wake up pretty early. But yeah, I think they're kind of thinking about these sorts of things, and I think that's actually quite important.
There's been some good breakfast. I'll give you that.
I like DanKing's hair as well. Interesting new style.
Listen, DanKing has understood that to win this RMR, he has to go Super Saiyan. He just got the color wrong.
That's right. Well, guys, it looks like there is a little bit of a pause going on here. I'm fairly sure this is not a tactical pause, so no one's having a chat. We're just waiting to get back underway with the game. Sicko looking relaxed. In's looking relaxed. I mean, Grayhound are probably pretty happy with the proceedings thus far. But I'm sure they'd want to kind of get stuck in, right? You win the pistol round, you know you've got that momentum. You don't want to pause straight away to bring that back. And obviously TYLOO, they're kind of one of those explosive teams that if you give them the pause, they come right back out of it, 4 spice straight back in here, bang a couple of heads off, and well, it feels like your momentum's gone straight away there. So maybe this is not super ideal for Grayhound.
I will sort of comment on the fact that I think it's really surprising the fact that TYLOO sends so many players going straight up on the walk through second mid. That's very similar to some of the pistol rounds I actually run recently. And by recently, I do mean literally a month ago, Jordan. So maybe not that recent. But yeah, they don't have that many officials actually. So it's not that hard to just go through all of the Inferno matches that they've played. So you'd expect it to be a bit different. Obviously, there's only so many things you can do on the pistol round. There is that to consider.
Yeah, I mean, look, I will counter that by saying I think 1 month is actually not that long when it comes to Asian Counter-Strike, because how many games are really getting played?
I mean, they didn't play any officials. They were in Europe.
Yeah, that's true.
I actually managed to get a very quick chat in with Letney, who was on a flight with me. So I just got to ask him about why they weren't playing any tournaments, even though they were, you know, even though they were holed up in Europe going for the boot camp. And he said that they're actually saving strats for the major, and that's literally the first time I've ever heard of that not being a meme. So, hey, there you go.
Yeah, look, I don't know. We'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. Definitely some conversations to be had about TYLOO. I mean, they're such a storied brand and such a storied organization that whenever they miss out on a big opportunity, a little bit of me, you know, is sad. Like, I'm not a massive, like, TYLOO fan necessarily. Like, I'm not a fanboy of TYLOO. I'm definitely leaning a little bit more toward the Rare Atom side in that department. But I think just because of the impact that this team has had on Asian Counter-Strike, it's always a little bit sad to see them not getting overseas or not getting those opportunities.
I mean, listen, Jordan, you say that, but I've been listening to Geographically Challenged for 4 years, where you and Blair just sit down and get sad about the fact that Vici had lost to TYLOO in another grand finals.
That's
okay,
true.
so I feel like you've been waiting for TYLOO to get hit back, but just not by the Aussies.
So see, here's the thing for me. It's like at a certain level, obviously I have my favorite teams, and when they play against one another, I'm going to lean for Rare Adam. But ultimately, whichever team goes overseas from the Asian region is going to be the team that I support. I don't care if it's the Mongols. I don't care if it's TYLOO. I don't care if it's Twisted Minds. Like if Twisted Minds were to win this event, which would be very surprising, and go to the major, I will support Twisted Minds. That's just how my mind works. So the unfortunate reality for me is that there are so many teams here that I think have great storylines and do deserve to play overseas if they were to get given the opportunity, but we can only send 2. So at a certain point, I have to pick my 2 favorites. And in this case, today and for this event, it's Rare Adam and Grayhound. But what if we could send 4? I mean, I've had TYLOO in my top 4, so maybe in that world, yeah, I think they do get the benefit of the doubt. But it's one of those things, isn't it, where there is just that challenge and you have to take it.
One of the other things that I think we haven't really had the chance to talk about as much is the fact that the seedings are slightly changed now. So the first seed actually has a pretty big advantage. But maybe we can save that chat for later on, because we are getting back into the game. Hey, it's past the game.
We were, hopefully. We'll see. A little bit of a pause coming back on through here, so...
Well, back to what I was saying then.
Go back
to what I was saying. So, yeah, so the first seed from Asia is actually, I believe, ranked 4th or 5th in the seedings for the 8 teams that play in the top 24 stage. I think it's called the Challenger stage now. So in the Challenger stage, when those 8 teams are playing, you get a much better chance of actually qualifying through the top 16.
Yep.
So for people like Grayhound or MongolZ or Rare Adam, right, that's actually a really big deal, because these guys have already demonstrated that they've taken series off of top European teams, some really good North American and South American teams as well. So they could genuinely be a chance if the right team goes through. So for Grayhound, this is going to matter a lot. For Rare Adam, it's going to matter a lot. I think maybe for TYLOO, they don't care right now. They haven't made it to the major in so goddamn long. Right?
They'd just be happy to make it.
Yeah.
I mean, every team would be happy to make it. You can make that argument, I think, for all of them. Like, for all these teams, there's a little bit of a question mark coming in as well, right? Obviously, Rare Adam, they've kind of failed at this stage of the ecosystem multiple times. I mean, TYLOO haven't been there for a long time. You've seen the change up from the Mongols, which kind of arguments can make you think they're coming in a little bit weaker to this event. And for Grayhound as well, I mean, they really scraped by at the last event. They only just got that win over Rare Adam in the upper bracket. They did manage to dispatch of GG Hao relatively comfortably, but they still only took that 2nd spot, and that's actually been a spot that they've occupied for a long time now. They haven't actually taken 1st seed out of an Asian RMR. So I think even for Grayhound, right, if they were to take 2nd here, they'd be like, well, yep, we're pretty happy. We've got those stickers. We're going to the major. We'll take that.
I mean, look, they'll take it, absolutely, but you do also have to think, I mean, maybe they're not thinking about this right now, but in the grand scheme of things, from the Asian perspective, the damage-dealing teams that can actually make it through in #1, that's what you're sort of relying on and hoping for as well. I know you are just as romantic about this as I am. I've sobbed into many a pillow at night.
Yeah.
And not just because of Asian Counter-Strike. Hey.
I mean, it's one of those things where, we won't go down that little rabbit hole. It is one of those things where, like, I just kind of hope for the best for the region. Like, I want to see the region succeeding. So, it's always a little bit painful when the teams go overseas and don't really quite perform. And, I think it's very important to have events like this. And other events domestically within the region. I think it really is important to have ANZ teams playing against Asian teams, and Asian teams being able to have the opportunity to play on land before they go overseas, and sort of things like that, because it does kind of elevate everyone. It gets people interested. I mean, I haven't felt that many people have been interested in Asian Counter-Strike until this event again, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like they kind of ebbs and flows. There's always a little conversation whenever one of the RMRs pops up, or like obviously the Counter-Strike news as well, Counter-Strike 2 news. Everyone's like, oh yeah, what about Asian CS in Counter-Strike 2? But anyway, all of that can wait for a podcast. We've got a game on our hands, and it is 1-0 currently for Grayhound. As expected, TYLOO for Sport.
I feel like that's a constant that you can rely on for sure.
Yep.
Much slower approach this time as well from TYLOO. They don't want to try and accelerate in the slightest, and that actually leads into Grayhound and how defensive they'd like to play. You can see even their rotator player is playing nowhere close to the mouth of brackets. He's just going all the way back to the arches. B side do not want to contest. They want to save their utility for the late round.
And if TYLOO's not going to do anything about it, then this might end up being an apartment spot play. But with a double pit lineup, this will be difficult. Brackets control given up for free. No one's had a contest. Greyhound's no utility either.
Yeah, Vexite just on Arch side, waiting for the push to come through that smoke. Nothing as of yet headed in his direction. A bit of util getting tossed back and forth. But TYLOO are playing this quite reservedly. Tanking still watching top of Nana. But it's going to happen shortly, and it looks like it's really going to be on the shoulders of Vexite here. MP9 in hand.
Liaz does have a flashbang, so Vexite could peek through with that, with his double peek over. Flash has been dodged. No flash from Liaz. Vexite doesn't need it. He's got two, but the trades on the other side are still taking place. B side only occupied by a single man, but Greyhound will have to be careful. There's a wrap coming through.
Yeah, Sicko. I mean, he's got an MP9 and he's at the back of sight, so what can you really expect from him here? If he gets one, I'm going to be pleased with that. Freeman, Summer, and Danking making their way into the bomb site. Only 15 seconds, though, and Sicko maybe can buy some time. The flash comes through. It's not so great, but it catches Freeman as well, and Sicko's found the double. Danking, he won't be able to win the round anymore. Might be able to catch Alistair on the way out, but alas, not the case. And 2-0 for Greyhound. I think they'll be breathing a sigh of relief at that round. Sicko does a great job anchoring B.
That's fantastic, and the fact that Liaz actually doesn't need to use the flashbang for Vexite is what makes that retake even possible. Well, it's not really a retake, but whatever. It's what makes that side defense possible in the first place. Vexite getting the double kill with the MP9 is actually insane. The fact that he's going up against Tech-9s and Galils, he should just be ripped apart when he's speaking with a flashbang. TYLOO was maybe expecting him to be flashed, because he took a slightly shallower angle, he completely dodged that one out and was able to go for that late peek there.
Yeah, 4 kills with the MP9 in that round for Greyhound. They'll be stoked with it.
Money, money, money.
Lots of damage there onto Attacker. 54 off the nade. So a bit of chip damage across the rest of the board as well. Aristo's trying to accelerate up Nana. Has not worked out at all. TYLOO won't be pleased with the proceedings thus far in this round. Ooh, that's scary.
I can't believe he repeats that. Oh my god, Alistair's gone for it again.
I'm just going to tell you, you better start believing, because that is Alistair in a nutshell. He loves a good repeat. You'll see it with the AWP as well.
Does he love a bad repeat, though, is the
Absolutely, absolutely. He loves a good repeat. He loves a bad repeat. You call it a repeat, Ali's going to go for it. He's a very confident player, so he's going to back himself in situations like that.
I mean, with a stash like that, why wouldn't he be?
Yeah, for better or worse. Sometimes it works out fantastically, right? We've seen some insane highlights from Alistair. I think in terms of highlight plays, he's probably the... I want to choose my words carefully here. I think the most impressive AWPer from the ANZ region in that respect. He just pulls off some crazy, crazy stuff, whereas other AWPers are a little bit more reserved. But yeah, Ali might have a big event here, and that could be a really big component to Greyhound's success. We'll have to watch with bated breath.
Double aggression over towards the apartments is interesting. Oh no, it's a shelter player. Never mind. I lied. Many maps can be deceptive.
I think when you're casting Australian Counter-Strike, you have to call that diggity.
Yeah. No.
Well, maybe we'll drum it into you over the rest of this event.
More like, no diggity. Anyway, sorry, I had to.
That one's gone way over my head, I'm being honest.
Guys don't listen to good music.
That's true. Inns has been left solo over toward the B site right now. Has got a molly and a smoke still to play with, though. But Greyhound definitely expecting something on A.
They'd be right to expect that one. It's been completely read into. Late apartment peek is going to be too late at this rate. And Sicko's gone for the peek. He needed information going out dry. But now, how is it going to be played out for Alistair? He's forced to back off, and the rotation's been staved as well. The B bomb site is the destination of attack for TYLOO, and no one's inside it. Ins, the only man, and he is the one you want, but needs to use the smoke as well.
Yeah, he's already used one smoke. He's gone and picked another one back up, so they've kept that little bundle next to the B bomb side, and Inns, oh, double through the flashes as well. Everything going the way of Greyhound at the moment. Inns just steps up in a massive way, and Alistair will close the round out. That has got to be a painful one for TYLOO.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Inns does just bail them out.
Yeah, I mean, you should not get 4 there, right?
Absolutely. And look, there's bad spacing from TYLOO coming through. I don't know what that flashbang is. There's no reason to bounce a flash off the wall when you're going to be going for delayed peaks over 4 seconds anyway. One of your players can go back and throw a God Flash instead. That's definitely highly questionable. I get it. You're trying to go for a timing, but you know exactly where the player is as well. So, yeah, TYLOO's sort of up to some shenanigans that you can't say I'm too happy with.
Yeah, definitely not. I will say, I think a couple of I don't want to say luck. It's not luck necessarily, but Grayhound have been getting a couple of favourable 50-50s go their way to be here at a 4-0. You know, you don't expect CSGO to get a double with the MP9 on B to hold. You don't expect INS to get 4 there. But they're coming up with the goods individually, and that's a very positive sign for Grayhound.
Backside's in trouble.
Yeah, a bit of a sneak here through from Danking. Backside's making a lot of noise, but now aware. Pulls the gun out in time, so read that little play very nicely.
You just know for a fact Alistair is calling out, he could have gone arches. I'm telling you, he could have gone arches on timing.
It's not my fault, man. But yeah, again, I mean, just another round. It's going pretty much perfectly to plan for Grayhound. 5-0 the scoreline now. CT economy blooming. Grayhound feeling confident, looking great individually. I mean, this could be disastrous for TYLOO in this matchup.
It started off that way for sure. And one of the things you have to keep in mind, obviously, Jordan, is that TYLOO has a coach who I think is incredible, right? Lightning is fantastic, but he's not able to speak in their language, so tactical timeouts will be a little bit less impactful in the same way. Because he's going to be speaking to them, there's going to be translation time, all of that good stuff, and it's rough. So they are very much relying on their own heads to sort of figure this one out. Deep follows, Sicko's getting aggro, wants to go for the flash peek, straight into the second middle, but can he find it? No, they've ducked out, ducked away. It's Lias who gets the frag in the meanwhile. INS is going to re-aggress. Lias has found another in the meanwhile. Just keeps it going.
Yeah, I really like that from Grayhound. You know, they're just dictating how this game gets played out, keeping something in the back of the minds now for TYLOO in the coming rounds. They know TYLOO have been playing passive in a lot of these early rounds. They haven't seen much in Banana, for example. They haven't seen any early utility. So they're going to just try and go for a bit of a gamble round here. And, well, you would think it would pay off here. Danking, 1v4 angle. Look, I'm not going to count him out. I did say Danking is one of the more impressive prospects at this event. So let's see whether or not he can live up to that title.
It'll be a tough time. He just wants to save the op, realistically speaking, right?
Yeah.
They've got full loss bonus. They don't have a chance to take the round away. But yeah, you're right. It's interesting to see TYLOO playing this defensively and looking like they're ready for pushes, but when they do see them coming in, not able to intercept them. I thought that initially when INS didn't find that many frags and he pushed through, I didn't think they'd get anything. The fact that Leah is out from balcony, is re-peeked back out over 2, he's given so much space from the distraction that he's able to get 2 kills. That's kind of insane to me.
I just think that's a great time to sort of throw in a bit of a change up on the CT side, right? You've had 5, relatively straightforward sort of standard rounds, and now Grayhound decides to throw a curveball at TYLOO that for the rest of this half now is going to keep them wondering, are we going to see that kind of aggression again? You only really need to do that like once or twice a half maybe, and it's always going to have to be something that TYLOO will be aware of and prepared for. So get it done nice and early in the half. You're off to a great start. You throw in that round, 6-0. TYLOO's going to start getting in their own heads, and well, Grayhound are really starting to stamp the boot in.
Yeah.
Throw the gauntlet down. This is really, I think, a bit of a statement coming out from Grayhound, because even us on the desk earlier, we were saying, "Oh, this matchup could go either way. This is going to be a really close one."
I predicted TYLOO,
but
I'm looking like a fool here.
This is anything but, right? I mean, Grayhound is just absolutely obliterating them, barely losing members doing it. So,
and I do want to point out that TYLOO so far, whenever they've been going for these side hits, a lot of the time they've been getting mowed down by individual plays, and they have to recognize that now, because those individual plays are coming off the back of, the MP9 double kill, the Galil quad kill that I think INS was able to get as well. Those are happening partially because you're going for these peaks when you're already throwing utility, which shows the fact that you might be going for it. It's not even like a creep through, so there's no element of surprise. You're going in a disadvantaged position against players who do have really good aim, right? I've never doubted that about Grayhound for a second. So you're giving them every single advantage, including the advantage of knowing you're coming.
Yeah, indeed. Well, look, there was one of those timeouts you were talking about for TYLOO. How much can they really achieve in that short amount of time, with the coach obviously having to get translated in that meanwhile? I do wonder. But we'll see what the fruits of their labor are going to be here in round number 7 as we jump back into the server. Full buy across the board for the CT side, of course.
Half fight for TYLOO and 3 of their players, but 2 are still obviously down to almost nothing. This is interesting. They're relying on a bomb on overhand. If they don't get one, it's going to be tough times ahead for them.
Yeah, a little bit of earlier Nana control attempt maybe from TYLOO there. Nothing major to speak about, but at least it's not fully in control for Grayhound. And once again, it looks like it's just going to be an attempt toward the A side of the map for TYLOO. Maybe look to take brackets control early. Is Liaz ready to go for an adventure into apartments? Doesn't look like it. Dry contact play from TYLOO maybe. Danking with the AWP.
I would quite like that. That would change at least the element of surprise portion that I was talking about. The kind of peaks that Vexite and company have been trying to go for can be countered out by hard scoping off pretty easily. It's not like they're going for these, 5,000 shoulder jiggle peaks that you do sometimes see players try and go for. So maybe something to be done there, but instead it's back to the B-bomb side, and utilities very dry.
Yeah, I mean, I can 100% see this working for TYLOO. You got 2 Tech 9s, a Mac-10, you're going into the B-bomb site, close range angles, lots of util. But it ends up looking like it'll be more of a contact play than anything else from TYLOO. The molly comes down a little bit late to cause issues for Sicko, and he gets 3 before he drops. He's done well enough to keep this round favorable for Grayhound. Attacker drops 2 through the smoke. Alistair picks up a big one. Bomb plan attempt here from Danking, and Alistair straight through the smoke. This position should surely be unexpected. He spotted him, and Vexite finishes it off. Nicely done. Grayhound 7-0.
I can't believe Sicko finds 3 over there, because it looked like Grayhound had committed a massive mistake there by actually using the smoke on the mouth of Banana rather than just popping it down to try and enable the boost to fight for longer. Instead, Sicko just comes through with the triple kill, and he's been so good on this B-bomb side. But again, goes back to the same point. How are they getting out of so many disadvantaged positions with just multi-kills? The util for TYLOO, is that what's going wrong? Is the spacing what's going wrong? Is it all of the above?
I think it's just not coming together for them at all. I mean, sometimes it's just not your day. And today might be that day for TYLOO. Once again, back into the Buyers Club. This time they've got the full set of rifles. So last round, I think you can make the argument. Obviously, it wasn't all there for TYLOO. This is going to have to be a round to win. Like, you can't be allowing this streak to continue for Grayhound if you want to be competitive in this map.
Nanking's got the bomb and he's inside of smoke in middle. This is going to be surely this is the flashbang through contact into brackets play that we've sort of been hoping for. Just go for some contacts rather than some late round executes that you keep trying to go for.
Got a double AWP out here for Grayhound as well. Didn't quite notice that, but Sicko on the AWP. He was previously an AWPer as well, even for this roster at times. So can definitely expect him to be able to put up the numbers with that weapon. TYLOO have worked their way, though, into Archside, and they're going to try and continue forward. Sicko, unfortunately, might have been a bit caster's curse there. Spam through the smoke, does go down. Still leaves a couple of members on that bomb site from Grayhound. And, well, Vexite's been having a pretty good map so far. Liaz, unfortunately, gets banged out of the pit. And so that actually gives TYLOO their best chance in a long time of winning a round.
There is a Molotov on Alistair, though, which makes it very difficult. Inns as well is going to be getting ready. There's flashes that's been transferred to Inns. What? Does Alistair want to be the player going in after the Molotov? You've got to be kidding me. No. All right, he's just going to be covering them off. Inns is flashing for himself. Summer, in the meanwhile, shouldn't be the one taking contact. Danking has to treat it like a 1v2. And with the Molotov down, it might as well be. Inns is gone. Summer, yet to reveal, did have to make quite a bit of noise, but could have jigged and jagged over. In the meanwhile, Alistair wants to commit to it. Money's there. Does spot out Summer initially. He's being forced away. TYLOO will at the very least be able to get the round, but can Alistair take away the last gun? Don't think so.
You would think not. You would think not, unless that bomb was planted somewhere very weird. Didn't think it even exploded in the end there. But 7-1, the scoreline. TYLOO have their first round, so something that they can build upon. And, well, they're going to have a bit of a job ahead of them. Lots of money in the back pocket there for Grayhound. I don't know if I mistook it, but I thought I saw 15k on Alistair going into it. So you've still got 5k there for Vexite, 4.6 for Alistair. I mean, there's a lot of cash for Grayhound. It's an uphill battle for TYLOO to salvage this half, but at least they're on the board.
Yeah, the double op did kind of come back to bite them in the previous one. Sicko had an M4A1. He's just spamming through that smoke rather than trying to get a nade or 2 out. Might still get spam, but... Flashbang play, set up, they're fully blind, but there's no info. Info given up, might want to get aggressive. Smoke deep, and nade is going to be funning Freeman, dragging him down just a little bit. TYLOO's, again, just not going to lurk anywhere. They don't have really much map presence on the B-bomb side, or rather on the apartment side of the map. And with Inns getting this aggressive, they've got no way of punishing him. It's not even like you've got a player back in P-spawn ready to flash and re-peek into the smoke or something.
Yeah, I mean, the re-smoke comes through for the CT side there in Banana, which sends TYLOO packing. They toss a bit of util in towards sandbags, but I mean, Greyhound's not getting fooled by that at all. And you're going to see the rotations start to come across to A, I thought. But they've still kept 3 on B. So Greyhound, their spider senses are tingling, but maybe they're tingling in the wrong direction. We'll now see Liaz and Vexite tested, both setting themselves up in pit, and Vexite drops early. Liaz can only get 1. That should be the round over.
I think TYLOO's just got some reads that they've got going on over here, because it's very interesting the fact that they commit all 5 players to the B bomb, so they've got no one to gather information at A. So for all they know, this could still be 3 players or so. Obviously, with utility used like that, you could be assuming that a player rotates over to drop some more or something like it. But yeah, it's got to be a read over towards that A bomb site. Also, great timing catching Liaz with a grenade in his hand as well.
Definitely not the end of the world, though, for Greyhound, right? They can save 3 guns. They've still got a lot of money, so they're going to be able to rebuy straight back into this. You just write that round off. You say, look, we're up 7-2. We've had a phenomenal start here. We're still in a pretty good position to fight for this half. Let's just forget about that one and see what we can do in the next round. So I don't think that's going to affect Greyhound all that much. But these are a nice couple of confidence-building rounds for TYLOO. So it's less about maybe what's happening for Greyhound in those couple of rounds and more about what that means actually for TYLOO. This will be an important swing round, though. Money's starting to get low for Greyhound. Reinvestment has to come through. Ali's going to drop some guns. If you drop this one here, Greyhound, they're going to be starting to teeter on that precipice. It'll be 3 rounds loss bonus, though.
Interesting. Alistair's going B early on with a very bad spawn. Is he just going to be throwing utility for them? That seems like the plan should be that, but going very far back, playing for the deep flashbang, or rather the deep nade. Not sure where he's positioned exactly, but either way, nade's doing some great damage. Flash forward, Inns is in, good for 1, make it 2 and 3 around the corner. Is going to come and fight back. Aristo takes him down, Alistair to trade, and they keep the advantage, a 4 on 2.
Well, I think that solves the conundrum as to why Alistair was there. Greyhound obviously want to go for a little bit more banana aggression this round than what we've seen from them previously. And having that 3rd member over toward B, you see Alistair get 1 on the way out. Gives them a very favorable trade. Has left Freeman a little bit more room to work in apartments, but Liaz ready and waiting for that. And not really a favorable aim duel at all there for Freeman. So Liaz makes short work of it. Attacker has been struggling to activate in this map so far. 2 and 9. Now 3 and 9, but you know, normally he's the guy kind of getting the job done on the T side for TYLOO. He wants to be the man in, leading from the front.
Yeah.
And well, that's obviously not working out. So
I generally attribute some really good, you know, lurking entries over towards Banana to attacker pretty much every time you see him play. You're right, this time very much not his day. He's been having a rough time getting onto bomb sites, or hell, even onto the scoreboard.
Yep. Seems like a pretty good across-the-board performance, though, from Greyhound. Obviously, we saw a couple of nice rounds from Inns. Alice is 12 and 2 at the moment. Sicko and Vexite also chiming in. And honestly, Liaz, as that pit anchor, hasn't really had much to do. TYLOO have come in his direction a couple of rounds, but even by and large, most of the rounds have been won elsewhere. Early flashes over the top of Nana here from TYLOO, just have a bit of a peek in, but Vexite again is getting aggressive, and Alice are doing the same, but gets picked off by Danking. First time in a long time, it feels like TYLOO have had a serious advantage at the start of a round. So what are they going to do with it?
Look at these rotations from Greyhound, my god.
Yeah, they're like ants, aren't they? They just scurry all over the place.
Very quick to rotate, I have to say. And look, it might end up working out for them. The question is, how do they actually want to get aggressive over here?
I mean, they've got a lot of control of Banana. They've got a smoke at the bottom of Banana there as well. Sicko's pretty safe and comfortable just jump spotting, so they'll gamble stack 3 over toward A. I don't think that's a bad shout from Greyhound, but I like what TYLOO's doing as well, right? They just slow things down. They know they've got the advantage. They know, inevitably, Greyhound is going to want to look for some info, or they're going to start to toss some of their util down. So the later we leave this, the more advantageous it's going to get.
There are only 3 flashes and a few smokes available for TYLOO. They need to get this kill. It's absolutely necessary, but Vexite has backed off.
Yep.
They want to contact through Freeman. The man to take charge, and with the advantageous angle, he finds and takes down Vexite. 35 seconds. They've split the B-bomb side. There's only 1 player here. Sicko's had some good holds, but this one might not be one of them.
You'd have to think this one's going to be a really tough hold for Sicko, but maybe he can make something happen here. Get 1 or 2. Danking shows his face. -42 for him. Sicko now gets smoked off. and smashed in the face by Freeman. Really nice 2 kills in this round for Freeman. Both big impact frags, and, well, Grayhound, the remainders of, will save. So the tables are starting to turn. We're seeing a lot more rounds going the way of TYLOO now in the last 4.
And I really love that play from Freeman because he's just punishing Vex out so hard for his tendencies. The fact that Vex out wants to withdraw into a left eye angle over there as well. Freeman just slow walks forward, perfect knowledge of the angles, takes him down there and then. And this is something that I mentioned, that TYLOO, so far, the peaks that they're taking, the aggression that they're going for, is something that seems expected because of the util that they're deploying, the flashes that they're deploying. So as long as you're able to dodge those, you feel like you've got a better chance of fighting back. This time wasn't the case. Obviously, first kill was great, but then taking advantage of the swarming play, this dry peaks, the holding pretty unfavorable angles at times as well, and just relying on yourself to win out, that's a great round from TYLOO.
So what's the money looking like right now for Grayhound? I think they'll still be able to afford a buy. I mean, they saved 2 guns, so they should be able to scrounge something together behind that. But yeah, we're really starting to scrape the bottom of the barrel now. And maybe there's something nice at the bottom of the barrel. A bottle? A bottle, perhaps. But just a single AWP in this round. So we saw the double AWP earlier from Grayhound. Hasn't really been replicated. Didn't have too much success, to be fair.
Nothing. The double nade finds nothing there. It was way too deep. No ants this time. Very much soldiers.
Nothing happening just yet. So no cause for concern for Grayhound. Bit of util getting tossed back and forth, and that is a much better nade. Finds Aristo and Summer.
TYLOO has a million flashes right now, and I think they're lining up for the Zywoo flash to try and take in and over Alistair's position. The problem is going to be Inns. He doesn't get blinded by that, I believe. He's ducked behind the sandbags. Oh, what? Double sandbags with an op. This might not be the plan. Alistair, though, wants to go in. This is his angle. Good for 1. Looks for 2. Can't find it. Summer, will he expect a second? No, he doesn't. Ends set up for greatness, and it's the Flames that'll take him, but not before he finds 2.
And Vexite fast on the rotate, so TYLOO can't exactly accelerate into the B-bomb site anyway. That was a bit of a cheeky bait and switch from Grayhound, and it works out nicely. Meanwhile, though, Freeman has been exploring brackets, and he's got a bit of space.
30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to get through here, isn't it? Sicko obviously watching that line. Just a little pixel gap from him. Catches Freeman off guard quite nicely, and you've still got to get past Liaz in pit. You know there's still going to be 1 member over here. And unfortunately for DanKing, I don't think there's really much more to write about in this round. So that is about as unceremonious as it gets as well to finish it off. 9-3. Good round to win from Grayhound. Pressure put upon Alistair and Inns, and they answer very nicely.
That was kind of a insanity play from Alistair. The fact that he doubles up behind sandbags with an AWP. Love the commitment, right? I love the fact that he's setting up Inns like that. It's really good. Inns is that guy who you want to be seeing in the positions to get multi-kills and the like, but it is kind of insane that an AWP puts himself behind sandbags.
Well, I mean, like I said, I think Alistair's just the kind of guy that's going to back himself. You know, he knows he's sharp enough and quick enough with those flicks that he's probably going to get at least 1, and if he gets 1, his job there is more or less done, even by dying, because that frees Inns up to get the timing. I thought it was going to get a little bit awkward when that extra molly came through onto sandbags, and Inns copped, I think, 1 tick before he jumped up.
Yeah.
And they might have thought, oh, okay, Inns, you know, or someone's behind the sandbags here, but he just about got that timing right. Obviously, unfortunate for him to go down to the final tick of the molly at the end there as well. But look, it worked out really nicely for Grayhound, and this half is going phenomenally as well. 9-3. Another timeout there from TYLOO, but so far, this has been dominated by the ANZ roster, which is a complete flip from the last game. We've had China dominating ANZ, and now we're getting ANZ dominating China. So everyone's happy, except maybe VERTEX and TYLOO.
So like half the people aren't happy.
I'm happy. That's all that matters.
Okay.
This is something different from TYLOO, but a great response from Vexite. He gets that incendiary down at a nice timing, but can't quite get out, and is punished for it indeed. I can hear the pain in your voice.
That's so greedy.
Yeah. It's just starting to fall apart a little bit. Now the question is, do they see Alistair? Yes, by the looks of it. They're well aware there's another member in the apps, and well, quick crosses past his line mean that he can't get too much done, but Inns has grabbed one, Freeman's low, Summer's low, Aristo's low. There's definitely still a world where Grayhound can make this one work, and I think they're going for it.
They don't have enough money to be able to buy properly in the next round. This might be a little bit dangerous. Inns will trade. Players are low, sure, but Freeman's got a great angle to find another one. Inns is gone, and now Sicko all alone, trapped inside mini pit, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and, well, lots of places to hide for Freeman. At this point, I think he's just trying to do damage and make sure they go down with the bomb, but Freeman peeks out early on, recognizing that he's dead either way if he waits, so they're even able to keep 3 players alive. Nice stuff from TYLOO.
Yeah, definitely one of those rounds which Grayhound would be able to get away with domestically. They just roll into that bomb site and win the 3-on-4 very easily. But up against a little bit of a better opponent like TYLOO, they do get punished for that. And as you say, money is a little bit of a factor. We're quite late in the half. Maybe Grayhound say, yeah, look, we got 9. We're happy with that. Let's see what we can do to put more pressure on. But it's kind of backfired in their face now. I'm having a quick squiz at the money. 3.4k for Inns, 3.5k for Sicko, 3.2 for Alistair, and about half that for Liaz and Vexite. So this is going to have to be a half buy and lean into a full buy for the final round of the half and maybe play for a 10-4. Timeout, though, called by Grayhound. Now, they don't have a coach anymore.
Right.
So all that conversation is going to be coming from Inns, you'd think.
Lots of players with experience in this lineup, who knows?
Definitely. And, well, it's actually a full buy. It's a full investment. I say full buy. It's a force buy, more like it. Full investment, though, from Grayhound. As much as they could get, they've gone for 3 MP9s, a 5.7 and a CZ, and a bit of util behind it. So what kind of cheeky shenanigans are they going to get up to here?
I think this is a boost up on A short as well. Sure, we're going to find out soon, but the flashbang just gives them information about the lack of deep presence in Banana. They want to maintain that and fight for it. There's no other way for them to actually run away with it. Now, contact play might be deadly.
I like it.
Contact play might be deadly.
Yeah, Liaz boosted up on the flower pots. CZ in hand, probably good for one. The shots do go a bit awry. Alistair ends up helping out. Inns has gone down over toward B, though, which is a big problem for Grayhound. Again, it leaves Sicko to just anchor that bomb site solo, and all he's got is an MP9. He doesn't have any util left. We're starting to really look a little bit worrisome here on the CT side as far as strength of these bomb sites is concerned.
Every single time, TYLOO just starts to think, well, maybe we go B instead. They've been very good about catching Grayhound in a single-man position. The problem is that single man just sometimes kills them all.
Well, it's not going to be a single man this time if they go B.
That's why they've decided against it, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, Alistair's not even up on the balcony, so if Dankin kind of lurks his way out, it's not as if he's going to get a freebie with that MP9. This is going to have to be a very hard-fought round from Alistair. You talk about the one-man army. Let's see if Alistair can be that man. He's commed it across to the team, but they're not quite going to get here in time, and no chance there at all. Danking got behind him, executed him, and that'll be 5 on the board for TYLOO.
And honestly, what are you even saving here, right? It's an MP9s and it's a 5.7, and yes, it's better than nothing, but it's really a disastrous situation. Fortunately, Alistair's got 600 courtesy of the MP9 kill he got earlier on, but even so, man, this is just one of those spots where you start to think, I would have really liked to see them fight for 10 rather than 11, and some hindsight coming into it, but the fact that TYLOO's playing these slightly more contacty ways as well, they've really adjusted their play style to a point where Grayhound, it seems like, cannot rely on individual play and really hyper-fast rotations anymore.
Summer's on the hunt, which may actually end up backfiring for TYLOO. That is an AK. I think Summer, yeah, he had an AK, so I don't know if they're going to be able to retrieve it. Obviously can't see at the moment, but surely Grayhound's going to go and give that a crack. They'd love to pick up an AK here. I guess we'll see in a moment.
I think Attacker also actually died in middle, so if they didn't chuck his AK in the bin, they could have had to. But yeah, so there's an AK, there's a Farmers, but you're still on a 5.7 for backside. Still a couple of MP9s. And what's the play going to be? We haven't seen any apartments aggression so far to come through, but that seems telegraphed at this point, so maybe they decide against it. Just early nades damage, and it's good. Summer and Aristo are put into a position where those MP9s are looking pretty goddamn deadly.
That's true. Well, slow walk out into brackets. Doesn't cost a lot of util. Ins almost finds the timing and does actually get dropped back down to 20 HP. He's got info, and he's done a little bit of chip damage once again. So, look, pieces of the puzzle are debatably falling into place for Grayhound in this round. You can see they're still trying to play those close range angles as much as possible. But I want to see Sicko activated. And unfortunately, he's not really in a position to get activated, is he? He's over there toward B. He's going to be the B anchor.
Risky business going to A though, even now. Look at the utility coming out. Lias has got a grenade. That grenade could be devastating. You've got 3 players around that 50 mark. All comes down to timing. And Lias has got the comfort to use it as well. Remember, there's a smoke down next to him. He's got another one in his pocket, so that's going to be deployed right now. That smoke's going to be there up until that, what, 18-second mark. The grenade should be perfect unless he just wants to stick to the farmers. And look at that. Players are so low. They're trying to head in. It's going to be a bloodbath. But Freeman's the one who started to actually break blood. Good for one, but they're holding. They're stalling.
There's still 2 on the site right now. This could go horribly wrong for TYLOO if they get things, well, not quite right. It's gone exactly as expected. The 5-7 eventually gets the kill there for Vexite, and he does finish off the final round. TYLOO, they back themselves into a corner a little bit there, and Grayhound get it over the line in the end. A 10-5, another 10-5 here today, favoring Grayhound this time. Hello guys, welcome back to the second half. It's 10-5 scoreline right now for Grayhound. The ANZ fans, I'm sure, quite happy with how things are going along, but TYLOO managed to claw a few back in there. T-Time, what's your take?
Listen, they've definitely got the ability to bring it back from this point onwards, but Greyhound's been looking spectacular individually. They've been setting up for some great players. Util damage has been very good. That's actually what helped them win out the round in the previous as well, because TYLOO just froze. They had no idea what to do when 3 of their players are on 10 HP and they've got no info on the map as well. So it'll be interesting to see how that switches over now that util damage isn't necessarily going to be the largest priority on the T side, but slow crawl through.
Yeah, no one really set up at the moment from TYLOO to deal with that, but they're going for a bit of an info play themselves. And having all peeked into mid, they will spot Alistair at the bottom of mid there and just change things up accordingly.
Backside's going for a lurking play, and he's been found out. Aristo to take him down, that's huge. He's used a smoke, though. That means he can't get info. Alistair has to fight back, but Attacker finds Liaz as well. Attacker goes falling, though, and Alistair's just locked out. He's waiting for the 2 players to push in, and they will have an advantage at the very least.
This is good, though, from Inns. He's been able to get himself just out in front of the rotation from Aristo. Doolies in hand. And Inns, well, it doesn't matter if you need 1 gun or 2. Inns is going to pop your head off. Sicko out in absolutely no man's land on top of Graveyard right here. Surely can't get this one done, but the bullets, well, they connect on the first player, not quite the second. He was definitely in with a chance for a moment there. But TYLOO come up trumps with a pistol, and it's an important pistol to win.
Good prioritization going for Alistair over there. They let the bomb be planted. They're not too worried about that. They would rather play with Aristo coming in as well. And fantastic from Aristo, right? He's been struggling a bit on the T side because he was denigrated to being the banana lurk at times, where he was just found out and taken down. But great stuff for him to start off the CT side. Greyhound did get control of the bomb side. It looked like Sicko might have been able to get away with that one.
Yeah.
Converted to 2 1v1s, but you still have to win them.
Absolutely. And, you know, I think it's difficult to ask that of him with a Glock at that range. You know, you pop the head off the first player, and sometimes those, you know, next few bullets don't quite hit their mark. It's always a little bit tough, but force buy in from Greyhound. They did get the bomb down, so you're able to get a Galil in there for Alistair, AK for Sicko. And a fair bit of util across the rest of the pack. It's the HE nade over the top to disrupt the players jumping into apps. Doesn't do a huge amount of damage, but a little bit.
This is like the longest range setup you're going to see on the A-side defense.
Yeah, I mean, full rifles as well from TYLOO. They definitely didn't go down the route of getting extra util. Freeman, not quite caught in transition. Greyhound not popping quickly enough for that. Dan King able to get the 1-for-1 on the bomb site, but Attacker is also chiming in as well. Dan King stands tall until his head got chopped off by Alistair's Galil. And that'll be a bomb plant for Greyhound in another 2-on-2. Ali's picked up the AK.
Aristo's coming from apartments. He's so far away, and it seems like him and Summer won't be able to pair up. He's going to be prioritizing apartments through, so this is going to be 2 consecutive one-on-one picks for Liaz. The problem is going to be the first one coming from apartments. He can't get the flick, and Alistair's all alone. They can be coming in through short. Slow peek forward. Noise has been made. Summer's going to be rounding the corner. Alistair didn't want to wait, but he's going to be forced to be put down. But the bomb, it's a little bit close. They don't have a kit. We got to see it. I think they should have it, though.
Judging by the reactions, I think they've got it.
Right.
There you go. Easy. Yeah, I mean, just a little bit of an awkward angle for Liaz, isn't it, right? He's watching short. He's obviously keeping an eye on apartments, but the fact that you have to flick and he's also only got a FAMAS, your flick really needs to be on point there. If he's got an AK, maybe he's got the punching power to get through, but just not quite in this instance.
To be honest, that was actually really good timing from Greyhound that they were able to find. Dan King should not have found those 2 kills. He just completely outskills them in that position. They had Freeman isolated in pit where he couldn't actually do anything. He didn't have any support coming over because, like you mentioned, they prioritized rifles, not utility. But now, deep smoke. Aristo's got a molly out, but Sicko's nade will still find him. Takes him down, double nade. Proves that Greyhound loves utility even on the T side.
They do indeed. Do they love Tech 9s and Deagles? The P250s, that's the real question now. You've got the numbers advantage, but what are you going to be able to do with it? Smoke at the bottom of Banana does give TYLOO a lot of freedom to explore that area of the map, but they're going to have to do it quickly because Greyhound are going through brackets at lightning pace, and you've got 3 members on B. This has gone awfully for TYLOO. Greyhound is in the site, 5 members alive. Sure, they haven't picked up many guns. They've got an MP9, which is now lost from Liaz, but you've still got to get through 4 members, and they're all tucked in. Nice post-plant positions. Pit, Graveyard 2 on site. TYLOO. What do they think about this? Molly in onto the position of Vexite. He's going to force another peek, but he gets out to safety. And now he'll be a bit of a problem for Vexite, for Danking rather, if he wants to drop down. There's the save from TYLOO. So, well, Vexite on the hunt. Can't quite get that gun off of Danking. But Inns might be able to. Never mind.
Well, look, they're getting kills right now, but you just have to prioritize your rifles. I do want to comment the fact that Freeman over there, I think he was waiting for his flank to come through from TYLOO, but he actually almost made the perfect play. When you're seeing archers be penetrated like that, you have to just either huddle up in pit and hope you get a multi-kill, or try and push through from short, make sure that short is at the very least secured. Instead, he's frozen in the middle of short. Inns is given just a free kill, circling around from behind with a pistol. That's literally just a dead man walking. Freeman, unfortunately, was just scared of the boiler player, and he doesn't commit to it. So instead of being the anchor who can get a kill, who can delay a little bit, it's just not working out at all.
Paris kicks off in 2023 with a new and improved format.
Indeed it does.
Indeed, indeed. Well, timeout here from TYLOO. They don't have too many left. No one's looking really too concerned just yet. Scoreline is workable enough for both teams, but this also kind of gives a bit of time for Grayhound to have a chat as well, and you know, they've just won a bit of a cheeky round, so they'll be feeling pretty good about things on this T side. Right back into the swing of things. You've got Alistair on an AWP straight away. Bai's not looking fantastic for TYLOO in this round either. Just one single smoke for Freeman, nothing for Attacker. And Summer and Aristo don't really have much to write home about as far as utility is concerned. So if Grayhound just slowed this round down a little bit, they can put themselves in a good position.
They are going to be meeting a TYLOO stack, though. TYLOO's very, very willing to leave that solo B-bomb side player open. Remember, Danking does have 2 flashes and Aristo with just the 1. So either you're trying to go out for some counter plays or you're trying to go for aggression, because these flashes late round are going to be very limited use if you don't get something done over here.
One of the very slim amounts of util utilized there by TYLOO to no success at all. The nade does no damage in mid. Good setup though on this site.
Freeman waiting for the amp swap to come through, and in the meanwhile they're getting aggressive. Freeman dodges out the first flashbang. The push is coming right down in front of the Haycourt. He's staying alive, but for how long? Summer already dead and down. Attacker backing up with the grenade is what finishes off Freeman. So many utility deaths. Attacker held down, can't find more than the 1, and he's able to get absolutely nothing in that situation.
Really heads up play from Grayhound, isn't it? The fact that they're prepared for 4 members on that bomb site. You could quite easily see maybe the last guy sitting on the site just get a cheeky 1 or 2 kill if someone's not quite paying attention, hasn't got the gun out, maybe he's pulled the bomb out a little bit too early. But Grayhound get that one over the line without too much trouble. 3 guns alive as well, so they'll be feeling confident. Aristo is saving a FAMAS and a flash.
And one thing to keep in mind is that I've got the numbers here for me. Freeman is actually the best CT side rated player across the last 6 months for TYLOO. He plays such a crucial position in pit every single time over. He's a 1.22 rated player on the CT side, but this time over, he doesn't seem like he's getting that impact. Greyhound's been doing a fantastic job of just nading him down, countering him out perfectly. Even though Freeman dodged out all the flashes, it's actually the nade inside the smoke that does him in, and because they've already found the short player, it's not like they could be pressured from anywhere. Playing from inside the bomb site, you can't help your pit players, he's just getting naded.
Yep. Look, everything's going really nicely for Grayhound. You talked about that 3-pronged attack of Inns, Liaz, and Vexite. It's actually Inns, Alistair, and Sicko, but I think it's a moot point when you've got 3 members that are fragging and doing well. The game's quite clearly going to be doing very much the same thing. So it's working out to plan for Grayhound. And this time, TYLOO, with not too much in the back pocket, are going to try change things up a little bit. Danking has managed to cross second mid unspotted. The players at the bottom of Nana don't really seem aware of it, nor does Vexite. So that is a big loss early on in the piece. Danking can't quite hold on for a second. If he gets 2 there, that round becomes very scary for Grayhound, but Inns able to salvage, keep it still pretty comfortable for Grayhound. 4 on 4 now.
Oh, flashbang almost scratches out Aristo, but Inns can't get the frag.
He's stuck there though. He can't get out at all. You've got so much util for Grayhound to dig him out, and eventually, yeah, Aristo gets taken down trying to exit.
Someone's just standing there to pick up the gun and run away.
Yeah, I think that very much was the intention, because he would have known Aristo was up the creek without a paddle, so to speak. And this is now the position where, as TYLOO, you have to make a bit of a call and say, look, we're going to have to stack one of these bomb sites and pray, really, that something miraculous does happen. 2 USPs. You really couldn't imagine a more difficult round to get through for TYLOO. But look, Inns, he's low on HP. If he gets timed there a little bit, does go down. That's an AK in hand for Attacker.
He's backing off. He's so afraid because he has the bomb and he's low. Freeman, given space, he gets another one. There's no one on the B-bomb side, but they don't know it. They don't know it. Sicko's stuck. He's going to be found out as well. He needs to fight his way out. The smoke will do at least the bare minimum of distracting them.
But now the question is, where does Attacker go? Does he gamble on that B-bomb site correctly? They don't know he's here, but Alistair peeks it correctly and averts the crisis for Grayhound.
He just swings out and digs him to the head. That's what I mean about Grayhound. They have these players who bail them out of bad situations, but right there, I mean, the spacing between Sicko and Inns, I have to say, that's not even on Sicko for me. Inns is just a little bit too far forward, not aware of the fact that there's a player in the copy. Sicko with the bomb was feeling a little bit worried. He didn't want to go for the refrag, didn't want to go for the re-peek. He doesn't care if the rifle goes over, but then the flood movement. He just gets the kill though. Gets out of it.
Yeah, they get it over the line in the end anyway. Grayhound now starting to storm toward a victory. TYLOO are under economic pressure. They're under scoreboard pressure. And this game is slowly dwindling away from them. Grayhound reinforcing the fact that they are one of the favorite teams at this event, and Inns has got a bit of a freebie there onto Aristo, spamming through the smoke, spamming through the wood wall, catches the head. And TYLOO down a member now as well, so if it wasn't all that pressure that we spoke about before, it's now also numbers that favor Grayhound here.
Completely frozen. Just waiting for TYLOO to make a counterplay to 4v5, but it feels like TYLOO hasn't been trying to go for too many flash peaks or aggressive peaks. It does feel like they are slightly contained into their cages of the sites that they hold.
It's given Grayhound brackets control for free.
DanKing is holding off Archers with the AWP though. That's going to be tough. If they want to keep contacting in, this is going to be tough. Not the easiest position to fight in from as the AWPer, but he does have space for one re-peek. And with Lias down, there's no more lurk. Sicko's gone. He re-peeks, but it's a shallow re-peek. Vexite is there.
That's such a sharp shot from Vexite, and one that they desperately needed to bail them out of trouble. Now they can go for that 3-on-1 against Summer on the B bomb site. He's going to get the info. 14 seconds here. Grayhound have to pick the pace up. It's a good molly. Forces Summer back. Alistair planting inside the smoke. Does get it down. Another 3-on-3 post plant ensues. Alistair will drop. The opportunity there was his, but taken by Freeman. Inns also falls, and now it's on to Vexite, the young gun, the new superstar of ANZ. But not today.
I mean, I don't know how Alistair stays alive in that bomb over there. Summer just flubs his lines when he's going for the spray. It looked like he was right on the money, but then immediately after, Alistair tries to isolate out the banana peak, gets taken down, and that's all she wrote. But I do want to comment. These dry peaks coming out, they're going to be punished. If TYLOO keep playing this defensive style and DanKing can hold on to the off, they're going to be able to punish Grayhound's dry peaks like that.
I mean, with that said, obviously Grayhound do have the time to adapt. So if they're going to be recognizing that as well, same as what you have, you got 4 or 5 rounds here to play with and really start to get it right. So we might start to see a bit more util getting tossed in, a few more AWP lines getting flashed. Certainly in this round, they've got enough to play with Grayhound. And those flashes going over the top into the banana to push TYLOO away from that area of the map. Again, it will be Inns leading from the front to try to take control of that area of the map.
But, okay, DanKing's not re-peeking that over. Flashbang would have been perfect if he had gone for it. Now, though, he knows the flash has been used. DanKing, he wants to go for it, but he's holding himself back. He's put a limiter on.
That's funny, isn't it? Because normally the Dan King of old, I think you see he would be keen for it. He'd be raring to go, but maybe this is a new brand from him.
Summer's position is excellent.
Yep. Very good. Flash over the top, not going to cause any issues at all. Attacker stuck behind the smoke anyway.
They just wanted to make sure there's no one standing in front of the smoke. Dan King is still in a great position though. Flashes are all used. Liaz is the only one with one of them. And the counter flash is perfect. Freeman. What a beautiful delivery. Summer's just able to take Sicko down. But now where do they go?
Yeah.
They've got no options.
I mean, again, though, you're going to see TYLOO head back over toward the B bomb side, and it's only 2 members here on A. If Dan King doesn't hit this first opening frag, it could fall apart for TYLOO. Grayhound do not have much time left to play with. Molotov does go down. Dan King gets out nicely. They'll be able to play that pit side crossfire. You've got Attacker starting to rotate his way back across as well. Vexite there to cut him off. And that goes perfectly for Grayhound. Util gets tossed out by TYLOO, but Vexite is that pincer strike and finds the double. Freeman up inside carpets, hiding in that smoke, could still be the linchpin here for TYLOO.
And Freeman had pushed through. They're not entirely sure where he is. He's waiting to set up, but they've got no utility on either side. It's the op that has to reign. Alistair's covering off apartments. He seems to know what's going on here. And TYLOO, they have to save. They've got no choice to do about it at all. And Dan King in that position when he's backing off, that actually ends up working out against him. Vexite is the one who gets the crucial kill. Don't get me wrong. But if Dan King is able to hold down that line, it actually gives them a chance in the round. Unfortunately, they're so reliant on Attacker finding the frag that when Vexite takes him down, there's nothing that bomb site player can do.
Yeah, well, it's just another one of those little things that has gone the way of Grayhound, and I think you probably could come up with 4 or 5 instances of little things, 50-50s, that have gone the way of Grayhound that have really made a big difference on this map, and it's going to end up looking like, assuming things continue the way that they are, quite a convincing win from Grayhound. But TYLOO was definitely not without their opportunities. That's the one takeaway for me here is that they've had their chances and they've squandered them.
Even in that round, they just overthought it, right? They rotate away what was a perfect stack, and they're thinking, oh no, they're going to expect that it's going to be a B-side player because Summer's the one who got the kill, right? Freeman throws the flash, Summer gets the kill, and they're assuming that Grayhound knows it's a player on B, but Grayhound, they read into it. They read into the rotation. And they've been doing a great job of that. The Grayhound has had the number of TYLOO so far. Got to commend them for that one. The research has been impeccable.
Well, I know they've been working hard in the lead up to this. These are the events that mean the most to Grayhound. It's nice to win the domestic events. It's nice to go, you know, over to some of the other international events. But obviously the major is where they really want to show their best foot forward. Get some more stickers in the game.
Oh my.
Okay. The flashes turned Dan King around. I thought we were going to get some vintage Dan King for a moment there.
And they're going for an accelerated play, but they don't realize it's a double apartment setup. Freeman doesn't normally play this. They're not expecting this at all. They're thinking it's going to be a man ins. Oh, even the one-way smoke is perfect. Alistair's gone. Freeman still alive, but it's ins. Who's the next to fall? They can't scale, but Liaz finds some space coming in. There's a man on the bomb side, but it's Dan King who's right around the corner, hidden away. Sicko to take him down.
Yeah, there's a lot of time to play with here for Grayhound, so they're just holding strong and waiting for those pieces to come through from TYLOO, and they've been given them. Liaz has the double, Sicko has 1. The issue here is going to be collecting the bomb. It's on top of the hay cart, or just below it, actually. They don't have much util at all. No smokes, definitely. No Molotovs either to sort of clear out dig. So 1 flash to work with. How do you get the bomb safely? Or do you just wait? Does Liaz wait again for a peek to come through? He's spotted the head of Summer. He also sees Attacker. Now they've got the info. And maybe Sicko can just go and run at that bomb.
Flash is good. Flash is real good.
Yeah, great stuff. Look at that.
Someone's been given some space. He's not got HP and he knows the bomb's being planted. Would have loved to isolate the duel, but he's not feeling risky.
Great decision.
Waiting about it around.
Yeah, he's in the perfect spot to clutch this one out with the AK, even if Sicko goes down, but Summer on 21 HP. Looks like fodder for the MAC-10. Won't be required. Liaz seals the deal, and Grayhound very nearly able to do the same. 15 on the board now for the ANZ squad.
Man, these rounds for TYLOO are like sand in their hands. They have it, but it just sifts through slowly. Grain after grain, kill after kill. TYLOO are losing 1 rounds.
Yep, it's a perfect analogy. It's good to see Alistair in fine form today as well. Very pleased. He's the vocal heart of the team, that's for sure.
Been a lot of the fragging heart as well, right?
At the moment, that's true. So 1 round away for Grayhound, and they will knock TYLOO down into the lower bracket. Move on in the upper bracket themselves. As of yet, unsure who they'll face. Could be Eruption, could be Invictus, and
wow.
Well, with a frag like that, I think maybe we'll get a bit of an anti-climax to this game. Inns has cleared the B site, and this will have to be a 4-on-5 retake from TYLOO. No second chances, they cannot save.
Can't really go back onto the bomb side either with how slow things have been. They're even clearing out for any potential lurkers. They're so worried. They're so scared. Grayhound, look at the util they have. They still have a smoke and a Molotov. How do you scale back onto the bomb side? Half the bomb's already gone. You don't have a kit.
You've got to go. They've got to go. They've just got to run. There are no other options right now. Dan King down to 22. He's been spammed through the smoke. Sicko gets another one onto Summer through the smoke. And that is about all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. Inferno done and dusted. And Grayhound will win their opener here at the Asia RMR. A very convincing victory for them over TYLOO, whom they've now knocked down to the lower bracket.
And TYLOO, I mean, look, you definitely saw them having a lot of those chances coming into it, but so many squandered, and I have to give Grayhound so much respect right here. The amount of research that they've clearly done on this team is unbelievable. I've really been loving the fact that, you know, starting off in the very first pistol round, Alistair's got the perfect counter out to the second mid plays that TYLOO likes to go for in pretty much every T-side pistol that they play. You've got some great reads on the rotations. You've got some good stacks. Vexside's going for some nice little plays as well. And yeah, TYLOO had adjustments, but man, I mean, Grayhound had ins.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, yeah, okay, you say ins, and he did really well on that map, but Sicko was 22 and 12.
True.
Alistair's 19 and 11. Liaz 15 and 15, so he's doing his job as the side anchor. And Vexside's there 14 and 13 as well. So none of the players on Grayhound really lagged behind. It wasn't as if it was a one-horse race or anything like that. That's an effort by committee. On the other side of the coin, though, and I know you mentioned this, and this is why I'm bringing it up, Aristo didn't have a great game there, 9 and 18. You sort of spoke about that at the start of the pre-match, I suppose.
I mean, listen, sure, Aristo didn't, but you look at the roles he was playing, he wasn't necessarily the reason why they were losing. Even on the CT side, I wasn't getting enough from Freeman. You saw Dan King restraining himself, and that could have been good, but when you couple that up with some misreads and everything, restraint is just going to come back and bite you even harder. On top of it all, I mean, I do want to give a bit more love out of Sicko. He won 2 rounds for them just on his own. True. And 2 really important early rounds where he just holds down that B-bomb site, gets a multi-kill where he should never have had a chance.
Yeah, that was
great
beast.
stuff coming out from him, yeah.
That was Sicko move. Although I think he does have another level that he can hit. I'm sure we'll get to see that a little bit later on in the tournament. But yeah, look, I mean, very happy with what we've got there from Grayhound. Feeling really good about them. I was feeling quite good about Grayhound going into this event, and obviously having seen them now kind of dismantle TYLOO as comfortably as they have, that's really reinforced my opinion that they're on the up and up. You know, they had a good boot camp over there in Malta. They, you know, did reasonably well, I guess, in Malta as well, and they've come into this feeling pretty comfortable as well. Even though they didn't get great scrims or great preparation back in ANZ, that's a whole different discussion. But
I mean, just to pick up on that though, Jordan, honestly, in a strange way, I think that might have helped them, because clearly they've got the firepower, right? You know, you've got the aim figured out as well. The extra week or so that they probably didn't have the best scrims, they've clearly spent that into demo research and knowing what's coming out of each one of these teams. So I'm severely excited about what I'm going to be coming out and seeing from them in the next few games, because if this is this well read into consistently, one thing for sure, they're going to have a great Inferno against everyone. And I think when you look at the utility in particular, mate, the utility is insane. They got multiple utility kills on their T side. It felt like every time Freeman's hiding, he's dead to nades. It felt like every time you're trying to go for a cheeky fallen play on Banana, you're being naded down as well. CT side, their utility damage was so high as well. They've come into this prepped in a way where I don't know if they would have if they'd been given those scrims.
Definitely does get me a little bit excited about a potential Rare Atom versus Grayhound on Inferno. I think that's going to be a good one, although we're going to have to wait a long time for that because they're on the other sides of the brackets. But, you know, maybe that's going to be the first qualifier game. I think that's very much a possibility. We've obviously been a little bit skeptical still about the MongolZ. I don't think we can really read too much into that first matchup that they played either, you know, against a team that has come into this in some different circumstances compared to the rest of the field in Twisted Minds. So yeah, look, with that said, obviously if we go back and quickly recap the first 3 games that we've watched, 3 expected victors, the top 3 teams from literally everyone's predictions have gone through the upper bracket no problem. So now the biggest question, I guess, is going to have to be how do things look down in the final opening game. Eruption versus Invictus is kind of the wild card, right? We all called MongolZ, Rare Atom, Grayhound, but Eruption Invictus kind of feels like jury's out a little bit more.
Absolutely, and I think for Grayhound in particular, this is going to be interesting because there's, in terms of research, it is a little bit harder to actually research Invictus as well. Yep. Obviously, it's a different style of team. They're not playing against domestic opposition to the same extent, so you're not necessarily seeing how much of their firepower is actually going to be coming into play. Because obviously, as much as we think Asia has elevated, European firepower at the end of the day is probably higher. So it's going to be interesting to see how that matchup comes through if it's ING, but obviously Eruption's on the up and up as well. Who knows what's going to be coming up on that side of things, but regardless, Grayhound better keep their eyes peeled.
All right, well, I guess that's something that we'll have to think about when we get a little bit deeper into this bracket. For now, though, that's the end of our 3rd game of the bracket, 2nd of the day. We've got one more coming up for you in just a second, so don't go too far away. We'll be right back after this.
Hello? Are we good? We're good. Hey, welcome back to welcome back to Blast TV. We're having a great time here, me and Ali. The birthday boy, he didn't tell me it was his birthday, but look, mate, you don't look a day over 18. How's a win taste on your birthday?
Yeah, look, very good. I mean, 2 will taste better, but we'll take 1 for now.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see. Now, look, you had 24 hours knowing that the veto was there. Did that change how you guys prepped going into this game? Of course, you knew it was Inferno. You had a lot of time. It was different to normal, right?
Yeah, no, with this current 5, they don't really have too much. I haven't played Inferno too many times, I think. So, I mean, I feel like it favoured them more than us probably because they've got a lot more to look out for us, but we just kept it calm and just knew we'd have to play our game tomorrow.
All right, cool. Now, you've also got a bigger game coming up tonight. You haven't figured out who you're playing yet. Of course, that's going to be the final best of 1. That's between Eruption and IG. Who do you think takes that win?
I think we have to give it to Eruption. Yeah, it looks like they're better than them right now. So,
have you prepped for that game? Overnight, just expecting both teams, like maybe an upset for IG in this game.
No, we're just taking 1 game at a time at the moment. Not looking too far ahead. Can't get cocky or anything. So just have 1 game at a time.
Okay, awesome. Any words for the fans before we throw it back to the desk?
Thank you, everyone who's tuning in at home. Sorry for the delays. Hopefully get back on top of it now.
Thank you very much. And back to the desk.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess. Let's try.
Okay, let's type MongolZ, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like. Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
Well, I guess I can go for Saivu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. MongolZ, alright? I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Manesi is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What? Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Blast TV Paris Major. Asia RMR, we're about to jump on into the pre-match, talking about Eruption, talking about IG. You heard it from Ali as well. He thinks that Eruption are almost shoo-ins for this map, but I guess we shall see. T-Time's with me. We're changing it up. We're giving... T-Time? Sorry. Yumi's with me. T-Time and Elfish Guy are having a break, and look, it's chaos. You know, everything's going crazy right now. Hopefully the game's going to be going crazy too.
Yeah, I mean, that's the expectation that we have set for ourselves, at least. I know that when we've looked at the bracket, we looked at these opening games, this was probably the tightest game to call in terms of, like, what our expectations are for either of the squads, you know?
Yeah.
At the moment, Eruption kind of in a bit of weird, poor form, and Invictus have not always been with this organization, you know, kind of were for a little while. I think at the last RMR, they were under GG How, and then now back with Invictus again. So it's a bit of a tumultuous relationship at the very least.
Yeah, it's going all over the place. They came in with one org, and then all of a sudden they're another org. Nobody knows what's going on. But they are here as IG, of course, and look, it's going to be an interesting affair. I've spoken to the individuals as well. They've had a decent couple of days to prep, all feeling pretty good with what they have brought to the tournament, and I'm keen to see there as well. So let's talk about IG first. Let's have a look at the lineup and see what they're bringing into the game. Of course, there's been that one sub recently for them. You've got Davkost, you've got Facecrack, you've got Mini, who is the newer face, Mori and Mestel as well. So these 5 individuals are happy to be here. And I know that they are happy to finally be playing a little bit of Counter-Strike. Played some table tennis with them yesterday and got to you know, have a quick little conversation. Got to meet Mini for the first time, and yeah, they're all just having a good time. So hopefully they can have a good time in the server today.
Yeah, no, and I've certainly got high expectations. You know, Facecrack definitely a name that people will recognize from the older days of Fours. You know, taking in-game leading responsibilities for this squad hasn't really worked out in some of the previous events, but it does feel like he's garnering more and more, you know, experience as he's done it for a longer period of time as well. So he's someone that I really want to fixate it on in this game as well, because he's a fragging in-game leader as well. Like, he's an important piece if IG want to come out ahead here.
Yeah, there's so many pieces as well. Mestel definitely impressed me last time I saw him as well. And look, I have word that we also have an interview ready. So let's see who we're going to be chatting to. No, we're not. We're looking at Eruption lineups, guys, so don't worry about that. But we will have an interview at some point, hopefully. Yeah, Eruption time. Let's see who they're bringing into the game today. Let's see how they look, and how they're going to compare up against IG.
Yeah, and also, I mean, another squad that people could be quite excited about because of the fact that we're on home soil. It's another Mongolian squad, and they have recently undergone some shifts. You know, the Eruption guys, of course, you know, a lot of the names will be somewhat endemic to what you're used to.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of conversation around Yami at the moment as a young prospective player. I think just about 18, and he's putting up some pretty solid numbers for someone so young. And I mean, what's not to like about Dobu and Kulas? You know, the same way I was talking about FaceCrack being a fragging in-game leader, Dobu's the same kind of character.
Yeah, he's very interesting. He's been around for a long time, you know, lots of experience, definitely one of the weathered individuals on the team, but I feel like he's still got so much firepower. You know, these Mongolians, when they're here at LAN, you know, on their good days, like anything can happen around.
Yeah, and I think the weird thing about Eruption is that, you know, in previous rosters before the in-game leader shift to Dobu, they actually were just a little bit more chaotic. You know, didn't feel like they had much of a... They maybe had a plan, but maybe a plan B was something that we wouldn't expect from this squad. Yeah. Now it feels like they have actually like a better baseline or baseline foundation, which is, I think, very important if we're going to see them compete against any of the top-level teams. Because I think coming into this event, you know, maybe a month ago, we would have said Eruption were on a rise within the domestic scene, but then have somewhat capitulated recently.
Yeah, it's sad to see him go downhill, but look, they still made it here, of course, to the Asian RMR, and I'm keen to see what they're going to be able to do up against the likes of IG. It's an interesting situation, and we may have an interview. Yeah. Let's see who it is. I think we're talking to Eruption.
And we're right here with Dobu from Eruption, right before he goes into a game with his IG. Dobu, before anything else, how you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling really good, and we practice really well as well, and we're pretty underdog here, so we don't have any pressure. So yeah, that's it.
I mean, you are going up against one of like the, you know, sort of European teams, right, in IG. They've got a lot of names behind them, some good heavy hitters. What do you think about them?
Actually, we didn't prepare anything special for them. We just trying to play for our game and see what's gonna happen.
Any ideas on the map, Vito? How do you think it's gonna go?
Actually, it's really funny. In HLTV arc, it's our nuke rating is 0%, and we decided to play nuke, and people were gonna I don't know, it's gonna be a fun game.
Well, I mean, and I hope so. But any messages for the fans out there before I send it off?
Thank you for cheering us. We will try our best to qualify, of course, and yeah, that's it.
Well, let's see if they can chain that 0 nuke or not, boys.
I'm moving forward. Hey, welcome back, ladies and gents. It's going to be interesting moving into this one. I hope the interview is good. I'm sure that Tea Time got a lot out of them there, but at the same time, it is time to start talking about what map we think this is going to.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping that we end up on different territories here. You know, we've already been able to see Ancient, we've been able to see Inferno so far. Okay. I'm hoping that it's going to likely be a nuke. I'd really like to see that come to play, really.
Okay, well, we'll see what is going to be taken out there by Eruption, a Vertigo, no Inferno, no Mirage, so nuke's definitely been floated. It's IG's pick, and you're on the money. Look at that, huh? So, talk to me. Have you seen much of Eruption's nuke in the past?
Well, I think this is where the biggest comparison point I have from old style Eruption to new style Eruption is nuke, where it felt like they were a little bit, you know, worse for wear in terms of, you know, executing outside and actually making use of the macro elements of what is a map that is all about how you rotate around the map. They have more structure now, and that's really where I want to put that emphasis back on Dobu and FaceCrack, both respectively. It's going to be hard for FaceCrack to, I think, be the sort of front man for this squad. At the same time, Dobu cannot afford to go missing. You know, these in-game leaders are both fraggers, and if either of them falters here, we're going to see them in the lower bracket.
Yeah, we certainly will. Now, something I want to see as well, of course, is the odds, thanks to Unicorn. Let's see who's looking good, who's looking not as... This is... I think this is pretty accurate, right? Yeah. A lot of people, you speak to them, you're saying, who is the favorite here? There is no real favorite. And Unicorn is saying that Invictus are the slight favorites as well. So I think that's an interesting take, but I think it's pretty accurate.
Yeah, maybe they're sort of jumping on the mini hype. You know, also another young prospective player coming up in a relatively unrepresented region as well. You know, those are always cool stories to track as we move further and further into their player careers. Mini has been pretty solid as well. I think mechanically a very obviously a player that is going to take initiative in rounds, even though, again, young guy.
I've heard as well that he gels really well with the Russian on the team, so hopefully, there is a little bit more chemistry than we last saw, GG How playing at the last RMR, and it's been a while. They've had a lot to work on. They've had that roster swap in there, but yeah, Nuke is going to be interesting to see how it goes, and I'm not 100% on who the highest seed is in this matchup either. Is it?
I would assume
IG?
it's Eruption. I would actually assume it's Eruption.
Because Eruption are second seed from Mongolia, so IG, I believe, is first seed from Middle East, so they probably have sides left.
Yeah, that is actually important, isn't it? Yeah, no, that's something that I wouldn't have really thought about. The seeding in my head is like based on where I place them in the world, I guess. But with the way that the qualifiers have worked out, yeah, that actually could be something that affects how this plays out. Because of course, these guys were expecting that they would play yesterday.
Yeah.
Now the expectation then changes. Maybe that changes the way that they would have approached this veto. Maybe even allowed them to get more practice in ahead of this game.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you would have been psyching yourself up for that game initially, only for it to be deferred, right? That can also change your mental coming into this game. I have to say as well, you have the good sides of this Invictus side, but you also have sides that probably you're wanting a little bit more out of. I feel like Davkos, when I see him on this squad, I always assume that he's going to be like a crazy pop-off, considering, he's got a deep tenured history in terms of like the Counter-Strike levels he's hit before.
Yeah.
This does feel like we're not getting the same level of Davkos, or even sometimes even the glimpses of what old Davkos could be on this roster.
Yeah, I definitely, last RMR when I saw him playing, they were thoroughly impressing me, but it just felt like there was like a cog loose in the system. I heard that maybe that is what has changed going into this game for IG. That being said, them up against the likes of Eruption, I just don't know how these two play styles are gonna gel, especially up like now we know it's Nuke as well, and that can get chaotic. Like you think the scenes around here are being chaotic at the moment, they're about to get even more chaotic. We just saw TYLOO, and now we're about to see a little bit of Middle Eastern CS with that little hint of Russian in there, up against the likes of the Mongols. And mate, the Mongolians can go absolutely crazy. I shouldn't say the Mongols because Mongols is actually a team now. It's not IMC anymore. But you know what I mean. Eruption. I just want to see what they're capable of. I know the IG boys were very, very excited to finally get into this round one game, and I could only say for Eruption that it's the same thought process.
I think for this game, I'm really looking at which squad is going to break mold first. They could play a very bog standard, very instrumental kind of CT side or a T side where it's all procedurally generated, and we're taking outside, we're going down. I want to see someone try and do something a little crazy, because I think the first player or the first team that actually breaks through with a round like that is going to suddenly have this massive edge. Because if you have the expectation that the game is going to be normal, only for that to then be subverted, I can imagine that's going to weigh pretty heavy in best of ones in particular.
Yeah, just like looking at the players here as well, there's a lot of smiles, a lot of laughs going on in the IG camp. Eruption, they look like they're here for serious business. So there's not a lot of smiles. They're all just trying to take it one step at a time. I know, in the previous map, they did do the vetoes yesterday, but for this series, for this best of one, I'm not sure if they did that today or yesterday. So I don't know if that's going to play a huge factor. They didn't say anything about the map to me when I was speaking to them. So this could be, one where we haven't seen a lot of prep for either side going in. Maybe it was, you said you expected Nuke, and at that point, you should expect the players to probably think they know where they're going as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the smartest, I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed.
Hey,
so
don't
really,
sell yourself short.
I mean, really, if I can predict it, they can usually predict it as well. And that's I think where you just have to look at common ground and expect that this is a map that both teams have good reps on. I think we're gonna be in for quite a show when it really comes down to Nuke, and of course Eruption starting CT side as well. So let's see whether or not Invictus can break bread with those T-side rounds.
We'll see how it all works out, but for the moment, it looks like we are going to see Invictus for a bit of outers control. Smoke over towards Mini there, and a flash towards yard side, so going for the full wrap to heaven.
Coolest already got his kills, and they've already got so much information. This wrap is going to be very, very dangerous to have to perform, but here's the problem. The Eruption have spread out so much on the CT side that they have basically eliminated all options aside from the lower side.
And that's where Invictus are starting to head. Looks like we are going to see contact made here. I think the bomb's down on the lower side, so this might draw the rotation. Space Crack making his way to site. Big entry. Mini going to be picking that one up.
Yeah, solid kills. And now suddenly Coolest has to be able to perform on this flank. The bomb making its way up through those vents, but being cut off. Yami, first kill there, and the second as well. But the bomb making it to the site, Yami with 3. And it's now just Mini, a 1-on-2, trapped in between both angles and getting shot from the high ground. Dobu giving him the fight. And so that bomb, it might just be attainable. Yami's so concerned.
An opportunity. And still with 40 on the clock, there's a whole bunch of time to play with. Yami showing some respect here, just playing around that Tetris all the way over towards Vent now. And just slowing things down. Mini walking on Idiot Wall, and it looks like it might be Yami's time to strike. But look at the timing. Mini going to be able to thread that needle, retrieve the objective. And with 20 on the clock, he has no read on Yami's position right now.
Neither does Mini. He expects that because he got all those kills from Mini earlier on, that Yami must have made some crazy rotate. He's trying to bait him out with the plant. Mini now just planting in for heaven. And does he suspect that Yami's creeping up? Mini checking the one side, but Yami going back to the exact same corner. But Mini, he's going to miss out on the timing. And Yami ending up with 4 kills in the pistol, puts Eruption up 1.
Well, what a retake, huh? Yami doing work there. Eruption going to be very happy taking the CT pistol. And from here, things are going to get a little bit more difficult for IG. Bomb plant though, so we should be seeing that second round bomb.
And the 2 young bucks going at it already and playing very patient on that 1v1. They knew the importance of that, setting a precedent nice and early, especially if you're on that T side. You know, a lot of maps have shifted to being more T side favored. You know, Nuke is definitely alongside them, but still, you'd have to favor the defensive end. You see how quickly those odds shift as well, just because of that pistol round pickup. In with the force.
Let's have a look here. Invictus again. Looks like they are going to put some high priority on this mid, outer's control rather. But Yami playing all the way over towards red. Looking to swing. Oh, Mini wasn't ready. He had his gun out of his hands. And that's going to be more coming through. Fury as well with that flash assist over the top. And Dobu just drawing attention, but Fury is tearing him a new one. And the trades are favoring Eruption right now.
Yeah, just super sweet and just very clean as well, the way that they're taking these fights. A little bit risky to play in close red like that, but that's what I wanted to see, you know, trying to set your foot down early. Invictus already thrown in for a bit of a loop, and Fury even capitalizing. Dafkos turned the wrong direction, and that was the rifle that they had hoped would allow for more picks to be found, but Meztal's now dropped. And Fury will sweep up the rest. So all the rifles that they came in with, they get that and a little bit more.
Interesting. Fury, you can see how low of a sense he's playing as well. He could barely move that crosshair, but it was always in the right place at the right time there. So able to clean that one up. Only 1 casualty as well, so they're going to be very happy with that for the moment. And look, finances should be stabilizing very, very quickly for Eruption.
I think this is a scary place to be, considering you have this. You have the sort of rifling comparisons we were making earlier between both Mini, Meztal, even Face Crack. You have the same amount of contributions really on this Eruption side, but the difference that could be is really in the AWPing department. That's why I was trying to fixate on Dafkos earlier on. And Yami's just getting a lot of confidence frags, you know, going up against the anti-eco now, 3 kills outside. He is loving life.
Mate, farming the stats. Pat him while you can, huh? Invictus, they're going to have guns soon again, and Dafkos. Look, he's down on the lower side, but we will see Yami at least falling, so it wasn't all for nothing. But look, 4 alive, 2 rounds back-to-back off the back of your pistol round. They're going to be very happy with their financial situation.
So what, that's the second 4K for Yami? So, you know, I think he's up to like 10 kills now, so about as good a way as you can start on one of your young stars. This will be the biggest test now, though. You know, that save is all in preparation for the buy of Invictus International. And I need to see production out of Mini almost immediately. Meztal, another one that is very much his sort of instigator, can sometimes even close rounds for you.
What's going on here? Fury again, just loving this aggression at red. But Mori doesn't seem to be aware here. He is going to go for the full clearance, but Fury a little more ready. Face Crack going to be able to trade from top of silo there, and Yami just trying to find any answer. But the 4v4, everything slows down.
They're going to be burdened by the idea that Yami could also be close by to red. Last time it was Yami baiting in for Fury to then take up his spot. So a little bit of hesitance, and those smokes on the cross have now faded, so having to make their journey down towards the lower side, but they're detached from what is a lurking presence as well, back lobby.
Where to from here? Invictus just cutting sounds, expecting there to be someone lurking through the halls. But if you have a look at the map there, Eruption still all stacked on the top side of the map. Expecting Invictus to maybe end here. But we do see that bomb starting to make its way out the top of Secret again, just clearing out Yard. I think Yami might be about to spot him there. Just keeping his eyes on that outside presence. But Eruption looked fully backing himself in the setup.
Yeah, I mean, having the Molotovs ready as well, so Coolest keeping it at bay. And a smoke as well down towards ramp. There's basically no way that they can actually link up with these B-side players, aside from trying to converge on the top side.
They'll just have to come in late at ramp when there's all this delay in utility, so it's not going to be the two-pronged approach to lowers. But it is still empty. Yeah, they think it's A. You know, a little bit of a bad read. Coolest, he's going to fall. Mestel, nice little flick there to pick up the entry, and that should be the site fully found. Now we are going to see the fast rotation from all three in through vent.
Gotta get this bomb down nice and quick. Dav crossed. Oh god, almost planning frontside decon, and that smoke that's down. No one's holding for it. Finally, Shinobi dealt with, but not gonna be exposed. That planter did go down, and so Dobu bringing the numbers back thinner, but it's only him left. A 1-on-3, and just surely too tall a task. Mini even putting it to rest. 3 kills for him, and the first round for Invictus.
A good one to get on the board, and relatively healthy with 3 alive at the end of it. They're going to be happy with that. Even though it was a little awkward, you know, try to entry and ramp, great util usage from Eruption to delay. But as we mentioned, the read just was a little bad. And unfortunately, retake the structure was a bit all over the place. Shinobi almost getting away with murder, but they did readjust where they were planting that bomb.
Yeah, and also, you know, just it felt like Eruption lost track of what the possibilities were there from Invictus. Never spotted someone crossing towards Secret, but because of those smokes down, you have to honor it. They never had someone lower, but they've been just doing so much damage outside. Just constantly making the cross either towards Red or now the Secret steps. Yami and Fury are just being an absolute nuisance.
This one way as well, so hard to deal with, and that's going to be a free, untraded kill again. Davkost, he's gone, face crack. Down earlier in the round at the top of Silo, and now things get difficult for Mestel, Mori, and Mini.
I'm a Yami lover, really. So, I mean, seeing him pop off so early in this game is certainly, it's tickling the taste buds.
I'm impressed. I'm very impressed right now. Doing a very good job on the CT side so far. Of course, Nuke still arguably CT-sided, depending on what you're talking about. This is the... this is what I wanted to see, though, right? Is, you know, different regions, slight different styles, like clashing, and that's kind of what we're seeing at the moment. Eruption, much more aggressive early, trying to get those picks at outers, and then really realizing exactly what Invictus are throwing at them. They've been spending a lot of time at outers in the early round before then, trying to figure out where to go towards the mid round, and that's exactly what we're seeing here.
Yeah, they're not giving a lot of time to default. 3-on-5, and Invictus are still trying to cling to literally anything that they can find. Dobu spotted at the far vent, but they're just not getting any of the kills. No trades available, didn't have the numbers to start off with, and it'll be a clean round. All 5 stay alive for Eruption. The good times keep rolling.
You love to see it if you are a Mongolian watching the game. They're doing very good work, nice and early here on Nuke. And there's less smiles now on the cameras of IG right now.
Understandably so as well. You know, you're saying they're getting aggressive, and you're certainly right, but they're making it so it's almost impossible to think about what's going on in the sort of early round segments on Invictus.
Yeah.
They're constantly fighting from deficits, and they're having to react to what Eruption are putting down. It's not a great place to be tactically. You want to be able to dictate the pace yourself, but Eruption are doing all that for them.
Again, this time it's only going to be face crack over towards outers, and he's not going to make anything happen, but he will draw the attention enough for the uppers hit to come through. Mini in an awkward position, but he hit that out of nowhere. Over towards Mini, we're going to see Fury able to pick up a few more, stop that push towards the A site, and with the bomb on the ground, Davkost can isolate these fights, but missed opportunity there with the Deagle. Fury, big defense from that Mini side. 4 kills as well. We're getting just back to back to back bloody quads.
If we're going to be ticking boxes on things that you can't have happen on your T side, is that you cannot deal with outside and you can't take over the A side. You know, these are 2 things that people rely on very heavily tactically, you know, just to open up options. You want to throw the A side into turmoil. You want to throw some chaos out towards outside, and they lose control of it every round so far. The only time that it's gone askew was when Eruption thought they'd handled all the outside pressure, and then suddenly, you know, there were 2 players on B.
Let's see if we have a shift in the early round for Invictus, but it looks like, again, they're just poking those heads at outers, just not instantly this time. Face crack, offline, just trying to stop any early cross in towards that secret area. But as we know, Fury, of course, just going to be tucking away at Warehouse instead.
Yeah, a position that, if he had an A1S, potentially could have had his gun barrel spotted, but just enough room that it shouldn't be an issue. AK in hand as well, so smokes are down. It's a leaning wall, something that should allow closer access towards garage or maybe even a flash through play, but face crack, not even jiggling the angle, just so anticipating someone to be in those secret stairs. Nice aggression though from Eruption.
They know that Fury's somewhere. Either way, it is just going to be the push into lobby. Bomb now on the ground. Very awkward position for Invictus. And that crunch was timed to perfection.
Molly down as well. Mestal was going to be the first correspondent, but they're just so split. Even in this 3-on-3, it's very difficult. Facecrack bring it down to a numbers advantage. Shinobi clutching one back, but in from heaven, Moray, even on low HP, could certainly flank them out if they're not too careful about it. Doesn't seem like they're considering it.
Let's see if he can make his way through rafters. That time is ticking down, and Yami might be able to get spotted if Mori can make it. It's all down to the timing, but Shinobi, he's got that one covered. So no flank for Yami this time. And they know that Facecrack has to be somewhere close. Creeping his way in through lobby here. Slow peek into the scope is never going to go well, and that's Eruption committing to a 6th round.
Yeah, just about what can you do? You know, the one way back into the round is already being accounted for on the slimmest of timings, like you're mentioning. So, yeah, it felt like that round was kind of hung in a thread, but a nice counter reaction from Eruption. Very much, you know, kind of the box standard when all this outside pressure, when you don't have control of it, you want to take over something, you know, whether that's control or lobby, but also not expecting them to commit to like a 4-man lobby crunch.
Yeah.
All in the mid round.
Is that Yami wearing the hat as well?
I think so.
I think so. Look, hat diff. That's all I'm saying right now. Apparently everyone, look, inside, it is pretty, I'd like to say it's bright up there, but you know, maybe he just wanted to zone in a little more. Either way, look, hopefully he doesn't get sunburnt, but going into the 8th round, let's see if Invictus change anything. They are going to go for a bit of a half buy. Mac 10's in play, lots of util going to get dumped early, a couple of deagles there as well. But counter util, Molly's just denying any aggression early. We're going to see him drop straight down vent and find B for free. Eruption, no one's here yet.
Yeah, they got 3 down, and I don't think they realized that they could have made it down those vents until it was far too late, and Yami is in a very compromising position. Should he fall here, that's an upgrade to an AWP as well. A very important retake angle here for Eruption. They have kits, they have utility, but Moray as well just running a little bit of interference, finally chased down by Shinobi. That's a crazy play to make considering that bomb is planted and ticking away.
That's a CT on the T roof, like 30 seconds after the bomb's down.
What?
Insane retake though, and Mini somehow, out of nowhere, is now in a 1v4 situation. Bomb going to be planted for him, I believe, and he's going to try to play it from the double door side, but his position is known, and he knows he's got absolutely no shot of making it out of those doors. So you can see Yami, he's grabbing at straws going for those wall bangs, but it's another round and a very damn clean retake.
Just a little confusing, though, I would say.
Yes,
you know,
definitely confusing.
Yeah, I mean, okay, first off, if there's a lurker inside of hut or lobby, usually you just account for it, you think about it later on, but Shinobi just chased after him.
He went up the ladder.
That's so mental.
This is something different. This is certainly something different, and I think it's a good time as well for IG to be taking this first tactical timeout to have a quick chat as to what's going down. You can see the coach let him know what he's noticed as well. Of course, slightly different rules here for the major. You know, coaches can't talk in freeze time. They have to wait until the tacticals are called. And it sounds like we're about to get back into the game.
Yeah, I don't even know what you kind of try and counteract with, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You know, they've tried a few different looks outside, and it's worked once, you know, but they came at a pretty heavy cost as well. They were constantly in turmoil. They didn't understand what time it was.
What I've noticed is they're getting down vent pretty easy, so maybe we can see them use that a little more. Haven't seen too much action at ramp unless it's towards the mid or late round. So we'll see if they end up moving back there. Eruption seems to be expecting that. They've sent 2 players to ramp.
May not matter. Yami's struck first with the AWP, and so once again, Invictus will have to fight from a deficit. Outside will be Peruse. Yami, revealing his hand over towards ramp, has called the rotate for outside, but there's no smokes down.
Oh, I love that reposition as well. Just trying to punish Invictus for trying to catch a timing. And this little blue and deep CT setup could be dangerous, but Invictus just chilling at red right now means they might be able to catch a timing. Fury will be stuck on that short side, but that's going to be the bomb on the ground again. How's this keep happening, Invictus? It's just going from bad to worse for them at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, these two players just feel like they're untouchable right now. Yami and Fury are coupling up together and just demolishing them on so many pushes outside in particular. And this time they even tried to change things up. You know, Yami had the AWP, a secondary at that. And that's what it felt like Invictus were trying to capitalize on. Like, oh, Yami's usually outside, right? So we should just go there instead.
Eruption are mind readers right now. They are just reading every play. And even the plays they're not reading, you know, retakes, absolutely insane. So looks like we are going to see the save called. Invictus putting high prior on keeping these weapons alive. A little bit of money in the bank there as well, so they should be able to drop. Bit of a slow start from Davkos. Look, everyone but Mini. It's Mini that's feeling really sharp in terms of the mechanics right now, but look, you're just feeling pretty bad for them. Eruption off to the races, looking like it will be 5 alive for them again, and they're going to be just
it felt like
bad economy again.
Yeah, it just felt like the one win condition that we would have is that, you know, the Invictus side haven't been known as like a crazy heavy tactical team.
Yeah.
They've got more firepower to a certain degree, but I think it's less proven in terms of the LAN environment, and also dealing with, you know, these top level teams or teams that are kind of on the cusp of breaking through. That might be the hurdle that's a little too hard. And if you're not even, you know, Fury is not supposed to be one of the sharpest guys on the server, but if he's out aiming you on so many of these duels, like, you're in trouble.
Yeah, it just feels like Invictus aren't getting the opportunity to shoot back. And that just means Eruption are just feeling it right now. You can see that little flame on the UI as well. It means they've got a big, hot streak around cranking. Faster approach though, change of pace. Facecrack going to be dropping with the Mach 10 straight through Mini. Lineup is there, and Eruption not going to be able to mop up. It's Mestel to try and save this in the 1v3. Bomb down on the ground for the moment, but no eyes on him.
May not have spotted it either. It all happened so fast. Jump peeking, that is so... I'd be infuriated.
That's so annoying. It's just annoying. An Eruption have the perfect read. Coolest as well, going for that double AWP setup, able just to get on a nice line at Trophy, which has worked for Eruption in a prior round. It's happening again. And everything that IG are trying to run is just getting countered.
Yeah, they're getting... they're honestly getting picked apart. And, you know, this was one of the games that I thought coming into it would be one of the closer we see.
Yeah.
But is ending up to be the complete opposite of that, actually. So it is a strange position to find yourself in. And Invictus would have expected that they put up a better fight as well. You know, you consider the pistol round hung by a complete balance of a 1v1. They could have had more rounds already accrued. This is not where you want to be.
But if you are here, have a Valentine's, huh? Why not? Well, 8 rounds the difference right now. Eruption are on a streak, on a tear, and Invictus have not found a round for like 5-6 rounds at the moment. It has been extremely rough for them. And it looks like we are going to see, of course, try to change it up. AWP going to be coming in play. Eruption just playing 3 towards A at the moment. They are going to send one lurking through the halls. Have a look at this rotation. We'll see if Fury can catch anyone, but the deep positions from Invictus, they are once again expecting this kind of aggression. There goes Fury. He's been found. Face crack. Nice little read.
Yeah, he's been holding up there for a while as well in previous rounds, so finally he's rewarded for his patience. Eruption not just going with the simple setups that they've been doing outside, but actually looking to retake it with Util.
Oh, good flash, Dobu. Going to be able to pick one up on Amori. And Shinobi onto face crack. Makes it a bit more difficult for Invictus. They finally had that numbers advantage, but it's been instantly brought back. Eruption staying proactive to keep in the pole position.
Yeah, I love that they're just constantly making these counter plays. So it's always very difficult for Invictus to even piece the next part of the puzzle together. They don't even know what they're building at the moment.
Davkos, probably the answer to this round. It needs to try and get this pick onto Shinobi to make the A-site defenses crumble, or at least make his way into secret, because we can see that there's a hole there. He's worried about Warehouse though, looking towards the back, but he's looking the wrong damn way. Shinobi on the offline, and that's going to be the bomb gone onto the ground at Outers. Another almost irretrievable position, but look at this Dobu, the cover, the spray down. It's all too good for Eruption, and that's going to be a 9-round lead.
They're probably thinking this is almost too easy. Like they're in good spirits. They're just enjoying all the timings that they're hitting, the plays that they're making. Everything is lining up. It feels like nothing is going wrong unless they forget to account for something. That's the only time we've seen a round fall into Invictus's favor. it's hard to sort of peel in for a silver lining here, because right now Invictus are getting smacked down.
The sun must have gone away because I think the hat's off now. So either way, hat wasn't the secret to the success. It was just hard work, as you'd expect. Shinobi, not quite aware of the position of Mestel, who's over the CT vent. Dobu hasn't seen him. There's bloody molly smoke in the way, denying him vision. But the MAC-10's are going to be a little bit awkward to fight at that range, and Dobu just mops them down before they get going.
Dude, just like a super reliable rifler and in-game leading alongside
doing
him.
everything, man.
Yeah, he's enjoying his time. All over Eruption are, and a 4-on-1 that is surely impossible. Davkos in a decon, the molly down. That will at least keep him contained, keep him in his spot, because now they've cleared the site. They should start to piece it together.
They heard that door as well. They know he's here. The lineup is happening. Tech9, a couple left, 5 in the mag, but he's not going to be able to find the line through that smoke on decon. And we've got a 10-round scoreline difference already. IG, momentum certainly not in their favor, and they're going to have to do so much work in that second half to make anything work.
Yeah, and another 4K as well for another one of the Eruption players. You know, Yami's had a couple, Fury's had one as well. Now Dobu adds to the tally. So
who wants one, huh? Put your hand up. Your turn.
Yeah,
Let's go.
You all get a 4K.
Ah, well, into the 13th we go. Invictus on a buy again. Got that bomb plant, so there is money. Money, money, money. And let's see where they head. Again, Outer's pressure exists for Eruption. Fury in behind enemy lines, but he hasn't found a good timing just yet. Hiding behind that smoke and playing a very dangerous game. You can see that there is going to be some supportive util starting to come across the top. But how's he get out of here? And who's going to go down first? Fury finally makes his way to the back of red now. Flash forward. Oh, Davkos lucky to be alive on 1 point of health. The nade will polish him off, and it is just chaos here at Outers.
Yeah, I mean, found the follow-up damage on the face crack as well, and Fury's just being an absolute nuisance. They had no idea he was so close for so long. He had all this information to work off of, and he's actually just sent them packing. Finally, Mori dealing with him, but outside off limits, very much so.
Okay, everything's slowing down. They got that trade. We're down to a 4v4. Mori, face crack, both worse for wear. But look at the timing on this molly over towards Trophy as well. Just really slowing down the push at the minute mark. And a nice deep offline. Coola's going to be able to find face crack and goes back for more. Nade might be able to polish, but he's not going to hold it just yet. Pulls the flash out and allows Shinobi to swing. Mestel coming through for the trade.
What? Oh my god, that nade almost hitting Mestel, Mini, on low HP. And all while inside of the smoke, that could have been crazy, but Coolest now just in a position where he's totally boxed in.
Who
finally
knows
dealt
what's
with
happening?
in towards ramp, and finally it's brought into this 2-on-2.
Crazy scenes. But Invictus have brought a round back where it looked like Eruption had their number. But that time it's ticking, and Dobu is in the position to succeed. Smoke over towards Decon. Oh, nice little trade, Mini. Feeling it, but can he finish the job?
Has to. They need this round. It's so important. It's so low HP, but onto pistols. Yami just swinging straight through the smoke. Didn't commit the first time, and Mini baited out by the steps. It's another clutch for Eruption. Invictus can get nothing to fall their way.
They knew he was low. They had every bit of knowledge that they needed, and they were very confident. Smashing their way out door, but it is another round. It's at 12-1 now. Insane scenes here, and Eruption are impressing everyone, I'd say.
And things could have gone so much worse. You know, they went into coolest AWP. At least face crack was dinked. You know, the first player to get hit by the AWP. But then he just bought so much time that allowed Dobu to get into the lower side and play positions. You know, the trading is exceptional from a numbers disadvantage.
It's interesting that they've opted to go for a double AWP nuke. It's not something you see super often, but it's working. Maybe they've identified that Invictus' flashes aren't super effective, but, you know, roll the dice there, Mestel. Crosshair going to be able to get an entry, and finally, Invictus can have a good crack at winning this fight.
Yeah, untraded, haven't lost territory for getting a kill. So, yeah, this is the best-looking opener for Invictus. We're 13 rounds in.
Where to from here? Going back to Outers is a dangerous prospect. You know that Fury's been doing so much work here. Can't find anything. Good timing on the swing from face crack, and that's going to be the 2-man advantage. Is this the second round?
You'd like to think so, but Yami's already committed towards the lower side with his secondary AWP and denying information, denying space. Coolest has radio covered, so all about falling back and finding kills safely here for Yami.
Oh, timing. Elbow. Is it spotted? I think he's seen something. He's waiting for the swing. He's got the info too. Molly down to 40 seconds, but Corey goes through. Mini's just running through with his knife out. No trade just yet, but Yami is hungry. Runs into a crossfire, gets one to the grave with him. Insane scenes, insane plays. An Eruption now in a 2v3 are in with a chance.
Oh, but they've read it right. They're committing towards that lower site. It was the wrong call in the end. Coolest started to peel back as well so he could get involved on this retake, but now at a deficit, Shinobi realizes he's on the wrong side of the map, but considering how well this half has been already, Eruption almost certainly going to contest this one, and Invictus can't let it slip. Coolest missing his shot, and surely that's the round done. Shinobi, a 1-on-3 to try and bring this one back. Surely a second round for Invictus.
It's ticking away, and he realizes that financial damage could be huge going into the final round of the half. There's one more. And there is still a little bit of time to get on the defuse here. Davkost offline. Will he be checked is the question. Shinobi won't. He's cut the wrong corner this time. And Invictus secure a second. 2 alive. Round win. There's some money. There's enough for him to get 3. But the big question is 12-3 a good enough half on Nuke at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, maybe 4 or 5 years ago we could have had that scoreline and been convinced. But yeah, not in today's game. And listen, they'll take everything that they can get. It could have come down to another 1v1, but they would have just been satisfied with getting more accrued. This half has not treated them well. And surely, if Eruption throw in a little bit more of that aggression that's been so good for them this entire half, what do you have to lose? You know, you've already got such a convincing half under your belt. You might be able to limit test a little.
Let's see if Fury's tested yet again. Happy just to chill at outers for now. Yami on the very aggressive line into Trophy, and Invictus have let him get here time after time at Pistol. Bit of damage in through the wallbang into Hut, and look how aggressive this setup is. Eruption, they're going for the slow crunch into lobby. Vestal's peeking that, but Mini ready, posted just on that little rafter there.
Oh, getting caught quick switching. Coolest found the timing, and the Molotov that's down segmented his teammates, so no trades available. 4-on-4 outside now being perused.
Fury, he'll go down. And now an opportunity. Invictus just need to figure out where to go. Lobby has been completely lost. Ramp's still there for Eruption. So the A site can be taken, but Eruption in very good positions to try and stop this cross from Mini side. It's awkward how it's all working. And Mestel, he's heard something. He knows something's coming above him, but he's looked away. He can't figure out where that sound is or where it's coming from, and the timing favors Coolest.
Oh no, about the worst thing that could have happened, and Dobu in from door as well. A double from Dobu is massive. Davkost all that's left, and a 1 versus 3 to try and secure a third round. But good news, he's got the bomb on his back at the very least.
Hey look, let's be an optimist here. Let's see what Davkost can do in this 1v3. He's only got 10 seconds. He's got plenty of time to make it happen, and he's gonna have to try and stick it. CT's a little bit too far away to stop it from happening. So there's a world, 2 flashes, isolated fights, no trades. It's starting to work out, and he's got a nice position in the post plant now. We'll be able to isolate off the Dobu, who's got the util, flash in, and just trying to figure out where that second man is on the retake. Okay, good timing on the flash, but now there's a smoke dividing him. He's got to have to try and find it with the spray. No defuse just yet. Another tap, Dobu looking for it, and Davkost makes it happen through the smoke bang. 12-3 is going to be the scoreline at the half. Ladies and gents, we'll be back in just a minute with that second half. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is time to sink our teeth into the second half of Nuke here. Eruption up against Invictus. We're still in the round one. It's the final round one game in the upper brackets for the Blast TV Paris Major Asia RMR. And we're going to see who's going on to play up against Grayhound and who's going down to play that elimination series tomorrow.
Yeah, some teams start hot, some teams start cold, and it's been very, very cold on the Invictus side so far. I'm really hoping that they can bring it closer, because we came into this game anticipating a bit of a scrappy affair, but it has been all one-sided, so this CT pistol, very critical.
Maximum importance. FaceCrack going to get some info at Outers, and that's exactly where Eruption are putting all of their pieces right now. Let's see what he can get done here. Timing on the peak. It looked good, but Eruption were all staring right at him. And it is going to be this rapid yard. Let's see if they're going to be able to do anything. Invictus, so far, it's been pretty difficult.
Yeah, firm expectation on how they would play out the CT pistol. It's very clear. Eruption already having options towards the lower side, and there is a counter reaction. At least Davcost is keeping tabs on whether or not they peruse through secret, but they're hunting for information because Eruption have pumped the brakes.
How long do they cut this down, though? Slowly and surely, sending two players up towards heaven, looking like it is just going to be this full A-site bust. But as you mentioned, Invictus with this lobby control are very much set up to play for the retake. They're not going to be able to stop that cross. They got over with the door a little late, and it might just be the full flood, but there is going to be two T's staring at him, and Fury, Yami, a little bit too much to deal with. Mess still going to be able to answer with one there. USP, headshots, one taps. You love to see it, but everything's slowing down again. And Invictus trying to figure out how to get back into the bomb site.
They've at least got a kit and a couple flashes, so they can use this to try and instigate some action. Flashes towards Mini, and Fury has to dodge his own, but they're not blinded up by it at all. And using that numbers advantage, the crossfire that's built up, that's the kit drop. Med's still down. Mini finding a trade, but they're both so low HP. There's just no way they can win any more follow-up gunfights, so they're actually opting to save the armor instead. They don't save their pride. They don't save their dignity here in this pistol, but at least they find some kills on the exit.
And Mini's got a skedaddle, 2 points of health. He's got to create some space between him and the bomb, but Dobu knocks him down before he can make his way into T-spawn. And that's going to be 13, so Eruption taking both pistols and almost every single bit of the cake right now.
And they were conceding, you know, they were like, okay, you can have this pistol round, we just want to run away, and they were hunted down without hesitation. There was milliseconds between them and the opponents right behind them, so...
No mercy.
Yeah, no, that seems to be how this game has gone. Eruption in their face, and that helmet is perfect for headbutting.
Let's see what Invictus do with the buy on the second on the CT side. Not something you see often, but it is dire straits right now. 3 rounds, definitely not enough. They need to get the motor turning, and it's just not happening. Mini, can he be the saving grace with an MP9 at the back of warehouse? That's going to be the bomb on the ground, and maybe an opportunity in the process of all this. Davcost has found one with the scout as well, but the AKs could definitely turn this one back around.
Yeah, doing well to at least recover some level of control here. That bomb that sits right at Mini's feet. Problem is he'll have no way for his teammates to try and link up. They can only try and hold his cross at distance. FaceCrack will be a pivotal man to keep alive. If Dobu's able to find him, suddenly Shinobi has more access to that package.
It's a tough place to be here, up on the top of Annex. You have to just make so much sound trying to get down from here. Eruption. Oh, they're going to be able to find an answer. FaceCrack, he'll fall. And now they can make their way off the top of Mini, look to try and find Mini at the back of warehouse there. But Davcost, going to be able to tag, but can the bag happen? Mini looking to try and catch a timing. Not going to be able to follow through, and Eruption bring that back. Was that a 2v4?
Yeah, I think that's just about where we're at.
That is so painful for IG, Yumi.
Yep. I think this is just a bad day at the office here for Invictus. A round that is so very close to being theirs. It's so attainable.
Oh, this is reminding me so much of the Rare Adam and VERTEX game I casted earlier. Just so many rounds where, like, you're up by 2 players and then all of a sudden, you know, Eruption, Rare Adam, whoever it may be, is just so damn sharp they bring him back. Individually, Eruption just in a different tier at the moment. Mini going to be able to change the odds, he hopes. Mess still finds one, but Yami is still cracking heads. He's looking for that 30.
Oh my god, this guy is just so clean at the moment. And, you know, trying to get to 30 on limited rounds, we have not seen the full breadth of gameplay on Nuke.
Yeah.
3-on-3, and Davkos needs to provide on some deliverables. Has had the scope weapon a couple of times over, and does land the tag at the very least. Yami's still alive and kicking, though, and he only needs a little bit of HP to make this work.
Oh, they're hunting for him as well. Fury, you're going to find that on the silver platter from heaven. The old timing game goes the way of Eruption. Seems to be a recurring trend. Mori now looking to find that bag with the Deagle. And Yami looks like he'll catch the timing. Fury, the savior from above. He's making it happen again. Everyone just getting so much work done for Eruption, and Mestel has not been in a more tough position.
I don't even know what you make, what kind of call you make here. Do you try and recover a rifle? Do you play for the overtime? I mean, a 1-on-3 is surely impossible. And now making sound cues, I think that he's almost made the decision for himself. Smoking down the bottom side of ladder, Fury knows exactly what's coming his way and knows exactly what to expect, but Mestel able to fight his way out of it. It does feel like this is really clutching at straws, but holding onto this rifle does feel like the sort of best play he can make at the moment.
Yeah. Should be able to survive here at ramp as well, but Eruption, they are hunting. They have, they don't actually have a lot of money in the bank, so it could be costly, but we shall see. Mestel, I think he might have seen a barrel now, knows this swing's coming, and there goes Coolest as well. Yeah, I mean, he'll fall to the bomb, so good damage. There is a chance, so let's be positive, right?
Sure.
Look at the money for Eruption. They can buy this round. If they lose with no one alive, they probably can't buy him the next. So there's an opening. There's a little crack in the door if you kick it hard enough. Maybe a comeback could be on the other side, but it's a very small crack.
Yeah. No, it's a very optimistic view.
Yeah,
on
I'm trying to be optimistic.
Yeah, they can close the gap a little, but
that's 12-round lead.
The fact is there is a ravine between them and Eruption at the moment.
Well, let's see if Invictus can swim. Face crack, just waiting for that drop over towards Outers. Shinobi. With Eruption's positioned, you're just expecting this upper bust to happen at any given moment. Yami with the flashes ready on T-Roof, as well as Miss Molly as well, and in comes the exit.
Vinny has to be the one to perform, has been so far for the Invictus side, and first kill's good. No one else even coming out from the hut, no one committing towards this A-side play, so all that util is down for nothing.
Everything's slowing down. Only a couple of flashes, that one molly for Fury. But in this mid-round, Eruption, they just always find these answers, so you can't write them off. Dobu probably going to get a bloody ace at this point. He's only on 6 HP.
Okay, this is a little concerning now, though. Fury crossing over towards Secret without being spotted. They have no information that he could even be down there.
What's he going to find on this exploratory mission? Coolest. There's been an answer, and the uppers stack has worked for Invictus for another, but the trade's not favoring them right now. Yami fighting the Hedamori, and things get a little more scary for Invictus. That L is knocking, and Yami, he's looking for a W real damn quick here.
This is a knockout punch. It surely is. I mean, a man deficit coming in, but that's bomb dropped, and that's Face Crack standing his ground on the site. There's a trade. Davkos in from the heavens. I thought this round was done. Invictus played it, to be quite honest, a little poorly. You know, outside was exposed. They also left ramp exposed, so there were 2 lurks on both extremities simultaneously. When you have a man advantage, it felt like they were just losing out too much information, and then all these kills come in for Eruption. Like, that's going to be a tilting way for the round to sort of end up in turmoil in the later stages. But a sigh of relief that they've been able to stabilize after that. Davkos coming with a very key trade.
And he's got the AK too, so keep your eye on him. Mestel, the M4 in hand, and then some lackluster weapons for the rest of the Invictus troops. They're gonna, push before that smoke blooms. Face Crack, he's gonna be taking that kill every day of the week. But look, the money now, not too good for Eruption. They're trying to force the point with some Tech 9s. Yami gonna be able to find at least one there. The 2v4 makes things very difficult for Eruption to try and convert the game this round.
Yeah, they're playing for themselves. They're playing for whatever they can get, really. Coolest has drawn a lot of attention to him towards the lower side, so at the very least, Yami can peruse how he so chooses.
Plant money, very good for Eruption here. A little far away, Coolest. How's the Tech 9? Obviously, With that many members in front of you, it gets a little difficult. We are going to see a little ring around the rosy for Mini before committing to the defuse. And Yami just looking to find himself an upgrade here. So that'll be the round. Invictus making that crack in the door a little bigger.
Yeah, not too bad. Almost a little surprised that they actually allowed the plant, given that they were so heavily clustered towards the lower side.
Yeah.
But it's not about the economy game for your opponents really anymore. It's just about gaining confidence and building round by round. Like you said, it's a bit of a long road, but there is a gap that can be closed, and at the moment they're building that bridge brick by brick. It's all about whether or not they can find stability is the problem. These gaps in that CT default are a little concerning for the prospects of them being able to close out or chain 12 more rounds, 12 rounds together to get us to an OT.
Oh, well, the smiles. Look, huh? Maury's having a good time. Look, they've won a couple of rounds. They're making it work.
It's the right
CT
attitude.
Side trying to get that ball rolling, right? Like, Eruption did it. Why can't Invictus, huh? Looking on the lighter side of things. But look, little tack pause, all done and dusted now. Let's see if Eruption are going to make this happen again. A little bit of an overbuy coming through from Coolest there, but we'll see how the round plays out. Just, they've got a lot of rounds to play with, so you can see them hedging their bets with these pistols. But there's a lot of damage coming through there from FaceCrack. He'll fall to the P250 of Shinobi. Didn't hear him coming on the top of the roof, and now things, shaky waters. Shaky waters here for Invictus.
Yeah, and a bit of a migration towards Secret as well. A little bit of spam damage being accomplished onto Shinobi as he attempted that cross, but important piece is that that bomb is in a position where they can threaten a plant on the lower side.
Question is, with 2 flashes, how are you getting the rest of the troops across? We know it should be easy. You can just walk there because look at the CT's position. They've taken that lobby control. They've still got ramp. They're going to go for a slow crunch, clear out trophy. The rest of Eruption have to be somewhere. But Outers has been dirty for years.
Yeah, they could even be wrapping towards Heaven. It doesn't even give you a full idea of whether it's the B or the A bomb site, but having a bit of a read, Davkost keeping committed and Mori alongside him for that lower side defense. They're actually in solid positions to try and contest either side of the map. It's more defensive, more of a retake strategy over at A, but they want to fight for their lives on that B site. All about whether Eruption choose to go up or down.
They're going both. They flash it into Midi, trying to draw attention onto Dobu as the rest of the troops go in through the halls. The 2-2 split looks good. The crossfire established. Davkost, a bit of a shaky one, but it's drawn the attention. And Mori going to be able to farm the pistols for the moment. Pulling out that secondary. 1 bullet from the USP should be able to clean up shop. And that's exactly what we're going to see. Dobu, 13 seconds, 12 HP, going to be able to get a consolation prize with 1 more kill, but it's another round in the bag for IG.
Yeah, I mean it's against pistols, so we're not seeing too high praises, but good information gathering at the very least. Lost outside control so quickly and then pieced it together with all that info they gathered in towards lobby and radio respectively. So maintaining positions, I think, was the important takeaway from that one time where lurkers found their way on both sides of the map.
Yeah. What are we going to see Eruption pull out in round 22? Getting a bit deeper into this best of 1 now. Invictus. Throwing a lot of mollies, just trying to deny that aggression at Outers early there.
A little straight. I don't think I've seen a wall of Molotovs in the early stages really ever before. I think one of them might have been Invictus's to sort of counteract fast outside smokes.
Yeah. Like you'd expect that Adex molly, right? Like has to be an Invictus molly. It looked like it in the third person that we did get. But Eruption keeping it slow, hoping that Invictus can dump some more util, maybe waste that out before trying to go for an execute. Looks like we are going to see Dobu waiting for something there, expecting some lobby pressure. It's an odd line to clear if you're a CT.
Yeah, and not to mention as well, outside is really, really defensively held from Invictus, so they're going to be lacking that information that's been pivotal so far in the way they've played their defenses. They haven't been as assertive, as aggressive as Eruption were on that CT side.
Ooh, Davkost wanted to drop that flash, but it's a silent approach, and Fury just going to be making his way straight into Warehouse. And FaceCrack, he wants that flash, you know it, and he's heard something, he's got an inkling, but the T's, I thought they were ready for it. No trade just yet. FaceCrack has no idea there's the second man, and Coolest, he's got the element of surprise. He's whipped it with the Galil spray. So there's now another round on the horizon for Invictus, unless... Dobu just runs down behind him! Sneakily goes down the ladder, somehow doesn't get both of them, props to Mestel for being able to trade that. People don't usually, and now it's anyone's ball game right now.
Oh my days, and the HP is low on a couple of these players here on Invictus, you know, swapping weapons, trying to make use of that HP, but Dafkos gone. Now it's only low HP on this retake, 2-on-2, and great post plans for Shinobi and Yami. It's all about cutting them down before they can cross, and Face Crack, all that remains. 2 kills already, but needs 2 more to stay alive. Right now, Eruption looking to put the final nail in, Face Crack making it contestable, but Shinobi playing a patient game and will cut him down on the cross. 16-6. They maintain form in the upper bracket. Eruption put their foot down on Nuke.
Oh, what a damn game. Eruption, huge W there to stay in the upper bracket. Very, very strong first half. Got a little bit shaky in the second, but it was good to see some signs of hope for IG. Definitely finding some consistency there in the CT side of Nuke, but some questions in the after that T side. You know, so many man advantages turned into lost rounds. Very unfortunate for them. But look, Eruption, that was the Mongolian LAN, you know, power that we have definitely mentioned so far. You know, these guys, they have some domestic leagues where everyone plays here on LAN. It's just an interesting affair, right? And that kind of experience showed today.
Yeah, and I think one of the things you can take away from the Invictus game is that, listen, they didn't have a great day today, but they were also, in a lot of instances, you know, on the poorer end of like a luck equation. You know, there are certain timings that they could have hit. There were certain opportunities that were available to them that they just couldn't convert on. And, you know, the game, to a certain degree, will be based on whether or not you can close out rounds like that. So this could have been a closer scoreline, sure, but Eruption had like everything fall their way. Every timing. Yeah, the timings were incredible from them. And, you know, there's only so much of that you can prep for. A lot of them just happened in circumstance.
Yeah, Yami, insane player. Man, was so sharp. I can't wait to hear from these players as well. It'll be an interesting interview. I haven't spoken to any of them. I've seen them at dinner. I've seen them just relaxing, you know, doing their own thing, and that's exactly what we saw that game. Just playing their own game. Worked perfectly well. IG, they're going to be going down to the lower bracket. And guess who they have to play, huh? A little bit of TYLOO, a little bit of IG. Going to be an interesting best of 3 tomorrow.
Yeah, 2 organizations with a lot of reputation, a lot of history inside the Chinese scene. So for them to go head-to-head for their life in the tournament is always great to see.
It's going to be an interesting one. And I do believe we've got someone to have a chat to, so let's see who it is.
All right, I'm here with Dobu from Eruption. Obviously, a good win to start off your tournament. It has been a long time coming. Obviously, yesterday, things didn't quite go to plan. But today, Nuke kicks things off. I know you talked about that with Tea Time earlier on, but you've broken that 0% curse. Must be a good feeling to start the tournament.
Yeah, it's like we're super happy to got the first win, and like also we got the first Nuke win. Like we're really happy.
Were you surprised at how comfortable it was, or did you expect it to be that easy?
Yeah, we expected like the Nuke gonna be okay because like we practiced a lot because of course the 0% Nuke statistic is really bad, and like we always knew like our Nuke is not that bad, but somehow we like losing on tournaments, and like on this tournament we prepared really well, and like we're ready to play it.
Yeah, it's just one of those maps, I guess. Now, talk to me about Grayhound. Obviously, that's going to be a matchup you guys will have to play a little bit later on. Are you feeling confident or nervous? What do you think about that one?
Yeah, of course, like it's going to be like big challenge for us because it's like first international tournament as a team, and like we're going to try to win. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, look, I mean, I think it's going to be a tough game. Obviously, I'm a big Grayhound supporter myself, no bias, but hope you guys do well. Now, talk to me a little bit about Mongolian CS in general. I've been really impressed with what I've seen from the Mongolian scene over the last couple of years. Do you feel like it's really been improving? Do you feel like Mongolian Counter-Strike is headed in the right direction?
Yeah, I definitely think it's like heading into the right direction. Before it was like more like a deathmatch style, you know, like who has firepower, like that team is winning. Now it's like more systematically and, you know, trying to improve. Yeah, like it's like every EU and Asia, we cannot tell the difference because like we know we are already playing the same CS.
Awesome. Well, I look forward to your next match, Dobu. I don't want to take any more of your time. Thank you very much for the interview, and we'll send it back to a break. Thanks, guys.
Great to hear exactly what he had to say there. And look, a nice little bit of insight. Eruption, insane. And look, before we go to the break, we do have the schedule to have a look at. It's been filled out. Wasn't at the start of the day, but all the best of ones for round 1 are done. So let's see what the upper bracket games are going to look like. You know, we know, but let's have a look on the screen. It is, of course, going to be a little bit interesting in that first one. Rare Adam up against the likes of the MongolZ, and then that second upper bracket game will be Grayhound and Eruption there. So
yeah,
interesting. Of course, they're both going to be played today at some point, hopefully very soon.
Yeah, and all of our favorites in the upper bracket. You know, who'd have thunk it, really? I mean, maybe you could have seen Grayhound. I mean, you could see Grayhound really succeed and get themselves into a position where they can actually think about, you know, taking that next step to Paris nice and early. I'd love to see that for them, because I know the Oceanic region has been able to have representation at almost every major, every time there's been an opportunity. This is one of the times where it does feel a little vulnerable to a certain degree as well. So if they could cement a place, you know, I'm kind of excited to see that.
Another point we didn't touch on as well is, you know, it was like Mongolia up against the Middle East. Like both those games were those seeds, you know, coming from those regions, and then it was like China up against the Oceanic teams as well. That's like, it only just dawned on me then. I was looking, I was like, oh, like both the Mongolian teams.
How has that worked out?
By the way, very, very interesting one. But look, ladies and gentlemen, that first upper bracket game is going to be a scorcher, and that, of course, is coming up just after the break. So stay with us. We'll see you soon.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in Warrior Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Australia just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day when the French team stopped at some point, and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that, because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Extase we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory.
Yeah. G'day guys, welcome back to the Blast TV Paris Major Asia RMR. Back once again on the desk. I've done that run back down from upstairs very quickly from the interview to be here in time. Yumi, of course, joining me once again on the desk. And hey, this will be the first time we get to cast together, so looking forward to that. But what I'm also looking forward to is this matchup. I think this is going to be like the first spicy one. You know, we look at those first round matches, they all seem like they're quite one-sided. But this one, well, jury's out a little bit.
Yeah, when you have high seed versus low seed, usually that's going to be how things turn out. But this is the new age Classico. I really think people have really become to enjoy it at the very least. You know, the Mongols and Rare Atom constantly fighting for like a top position outside the Asia region and actually having chances to go international. Both of them actually sort of picked up a lot of tendencies from one another. You know, they're very alike in a lot of ways.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, you know, you get that word European style getting bandied around a lot. I roll your eyes there. But look, let's talk about Mongols first. Obviously, I mean, is it fair to say they're one of the favorites coming in? I guess we still have that discussion yet to have because that first matchup that they played against Twisted Minds, I don't know how much you can really draw from that game.
A very scrappy game, I think it's fair to say. You know, the Twisted Minds, I think, were a team that people had to have on their radar as just going to be kind of all over the place and maybe a little bit unstructured, but to catch you out with a crazy play. And I think the Mongols certainly did get caught out by a few of them. I think from what I've seen so far, though, I mean, my biggest question was going to be about whether Hastika actually performs for this team, considering the shoes he has to fill. And that at least was a question I had answered in that game. You know, he was actually a relatively consistent piece for them. I think one of the, second or third highest fragger for them in that game. So as far as my impressions of Hastika, I think people have gotten the wrong idea about him. You know, definitely somebody that can perform for this team.
Yeah, I mean, I think the sticking point for Hastika in particular is the player that he's replacing. You know, there's always naturally going to be those kinds of comparisons, and when you're getting compared to Score, and obviously Score has been one of those guys that out of Mongolia we've been really excited to watch for probably 2-3 years now. I think it's hard to live up to that, but obviously you're right. You know, he can jump into these shoes and seems to be fitting quite nicely into the team, which was the expectation. We knew he had some experience playing with a lot of these players. So, look, we'll see how it goes, but against a team like Rare Atom, that is going to be a bigger fish to fry. I think it's one thing to get over Twisted Minds, but you look at this roster, you look at what they did to VERTEX, and there's every chance that they could dismantle a MongolZ that's coming in here maybe feeling a little bit out of sorts or feeling a little bit weaker. I think MongolZ will have to be on the top of their game to beat Rare Atom.
I mean, we consider how those first round games went, and yeah, you know, Jamyoung was on fire. And I think that's something that I can't say about how the Mongols performed. It felt like it was more of a committee effort for them to actually get over the line. Jamyoung was controlling rounds against VERTEX.
Yeah, and I mean, look, that is great to see. I'm always a big Jamyoung fan. I do like to sort of see the effort by committee, though, coming through from Rare Atom as well. Obviously, exception being Advent. I think every single one of these players can really have that kind of an impact. Of late, I will say I feel Kaze has been a little bit more inconsistent than he was in previous years, like maybe 2-3 years ago, and even perhaps further back beyond that. He was kind of like always considered star material in his teams, but I don't know. I sort of feel like he's kind of falling off a little bit individually, although he did play pretty well overseas in Malta in one or two of those series. So I guess jury's out there. The fact that he's maybe still a little bit unwell is definitely a factor, but look, you've got enough firepower across the board here from Rare Atom to get the job done, and that's going to be the big question mark today is, can they get it done against the Mongols? And we've got much more questions left unanswered as well. I think we've got a couple of those ready to go, though. We've got the interview, so let's go ahead and see how the teams are feeling coming in.
We got the champion, the Mongolia, the man of the hour with us right now, Techno. How are you feeling heading into this next match?
We're feeling good, and confident,
Confident. I mean, you're going up against, you know, China's best, Rare Atom. You guys have had an interesting history with them as well, especially online. Sometimes struggles, sometimes good. How are you feeling about this one?
As we expected,
I mean, the map's Nuke, right? That's an interesting one because they used to be really good on it. That's where you guys fought a lot before. How do you think this one's going to
go? We have been prepared for them, as we expected, It will be Nuke,
Is there anything in particular you guys are maybe looking to target?
Can you say again? Sorry.
Are you guys looking to target anyone in particular, or looking at anything in particular for their Nuke?
I don't think so.
And they're confident in their game plan. They're going to be looking forward to it. And are you going to be messing up Rare Atom today? Just giving it to them?
Yeah.
All right, you heard it here first, man. Techno's here to fight.
Thanks very much, Tea Time, and great to hear, of course, from Techno. And, you know, look, I think there's a lot of things that we still have to sort of question about this matchup. It's a question of whether or not even both of these teams are coming in at peak performance level just yet into this event, or, you know, are we waiting to see them kind of hit a different level? Is this the right time to be hitting your peak? Because bearing in mind, we've got a couple of big days still yet to come. So do you want to see the teams even peaking at this point?
Yeah, I think some of it might be tied to, you know, Kaze having some, you know, illnesses maybe, but I think the good news for Rare Atom is that they always have the foundations that they can build off of. Yeah, it feels like for the Mongols, they're still having to rework that. You know, some of the positions have shifted. Hashtag taking some responsibilities, you know, coupling up with Techno very frequently. So yeah, I think it'll be an interesting matchup, and I really do hope that we get to see best from both teams so far.
Me too, me too. I mean, I'm almost a little bit sad this is a BO1, not a BO3,
Yeah.
because I think this could be a banger BO3, but we do have to talk about what map it is going to be, and so let's talk vetoes. I mean, is there a world where this is another Inferno? I feel like that's definitely on the cards, but Rare Atom have banned Inferno.
They're kind of boxing them in, I think, actually. You know, I kind of thought maybe an Overpass would be a good place to go, but even the Mongols didn't want to play that. So I'm a little confused by what we've got left. You know, we've still got Nuke in the pool. We still have Mirage. And I'm surprised Nuke is actually making it through this veto. Because, listen, I mean, the Mongols have a solid Nuke. So do Rare Atom. But Rare Atom, as of late, have actually been dropping the ball on this map. Have had some really poor CT sides that has affected their results, even domestically. You know, I think, I remember looking back like a month or two ago, they lost to Renewal, who are a team, you know, within the Mongolian region that realistically, the Rare Atom side shouldn't be losing to on a map that was once their staple. Like, Nuke was a very comfortable first pick for them.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. I mean, what surprises me the most is obviously that Inferno ban from Rare Atom.
Yeah.
I think, like, I don't know if I'm harping on about it a little bit too much. I've talked about Inferno a lot when I'm talking about Rare Atom, but this has been banned by international teams against Rare Atom. So it's a little bit surprising for me to see Rare Atom letting that one sort of sit by the wayside a little bit.
Yeah, and especially it's the map that's probably the most rehearsed for both of these teams. Like, this does feel like they are trying to capitalize on the role position changes on the Mongol side.
Yeah.
Because if anything, this is the one that they're preparing the most for those international ventures. It's what they did in their last expeditions out to Malta. So yeah, that's I think characteristically both these teams very similar, but because of the caveat of a roster move, you know, that's where I feel like Rare Atom are trying to exploit it.
What I do find interesting about it as well is that, like, the fact that we are kind of getting Nuke nowadays within Asian CS. Like, I go back 2-3 years and I remember it was just a map that no one played, and then obviously Rare Atom kind of started playing it, and even TYLOO was trying to dabble with it a little bit to very little success, especially because they were mostly playing against Rare Atom on that map, although I think they were called Vici back then. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting that it's like now obviously all the map changes, Ancients come in, Anubis has come in, and these are now the ones that are kind of getting pushed out towards the ancillary of the map pool, and Nuke's almost like a staple in Asia.
I think because of the TYLOO Vici rivalry, it actually became TYLOO's permaban from my understanding. So they're just like, yeah, we don't want to play that map against you in particular. So.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. Look, guys, I tell you what, I think we're going to be ready to go to a break fairly shortly, so hopefully we'll get the game sorted and ready to go. But don't go too far away. On the other side of this, we'll catch up with you.
Round 2. Let's go for a rival, I guess.
So we got one from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type Bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Colzero. But is Colzero old enough?
I'll go for Shocks. Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, get right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane. Who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy, maybe. And he's very old. Maybe it's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
Welcome back on into the Blast TV. Paris Major, it's the Asia RMR, your favorite region, or at least my favorite region. I don't know about you, Yumi, but big fan of Asia. Now, of course, before we get into the game, we've got to talk about the unicorn predictions, the unicorn odds here. We've got the MongolZ just slightly unfavorable over Rare Atom, so I would tend to agree with that. I don't know about you.
Yeah, no, I think they definitely favor the stability. I think I believe more than most people about the MongolZ trading of players, but yeah, it's hard to sort of bet against Rare Atom, especially the form they showed earlier against VERTEX.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, look, VERTEX, I rate them. I think they're a good team. Are they on the same level as the MongolZ? That would be a question that I think would probably lean towards the MongolZ. So, you know, we talk about for the MongolZ, oh, maybe their first matchup wasn't so difficult. Same can kind of be said for Rare Atom. I don't think either of these teams have really been tested just yet. But this is going to be the big test for them. Perhaps two of the top-seeded teams here in the Asia RMR, and potentially the two teams that could go through to the major from this region, going head-to-head right now on New.
Rare Atom starting on that CT side as well, so it will be all about whether they can set that precedent nice and early. Annihilation outside, MongolZ already dropped, and so that P250 can continue to take pot shots away at Kaze in at the distance as well, though. Advent trying to chop them down before they cross, but it's all going to be a wrap towards this A play, surely. The rest of the team clustered up in lobby, but they're actually diverting ramp.
Yeah, well, I don't mind the fact that they're going toward A. I mean, that is where Advent is at the moment, so it wouldn't be a bad shout, but you're right, it seems like ramp might be the name of the game, and that kill from Kaze has kind of squared the numbers back up a little bit. Jamyoung gets caught with a nade out. Very uncharacteristic for Rare Atom. And now 4 on 3.
Yeah, hard retake as well, no kit available, and that bomb ticking away. Annihilation has been nice and quick, and doesn't hit the nice shot of Advent off. Actually, it's Bartak from behind him that's able to cover off on the cross, so it's not ideal for the retake here for Adam, and these pistols have been collected on a number of kills. MongolZ strike first.
Yeah, indeed, and that is a great way to kick things off. Very decisive pistol round as well. Excellent shots hit by Bartak. Bang, bang, there goes a couple of heads. And Rare Atom left reeling a little bit.
A few curveballs, I think, thrown in that as well. You know, outside pressure initially on that pistol round, but then they were still creeping through towards ramp. You could clearly see that Rare Atom had no real idea as to what the actual intended target was for the longest of times. But by the time they did realize, a little too late.
Yeah, well, straight back into the swing of things. No investment from Rare Atom. I think a few teams would opt to just buy in here, but certainly not Rare Atom. That very much has been their style. So, to buy those guns up next round.
Yeah, it's a bit strange that they're one of the slow adopters. You know, they're usually very quick to pick up on, I guess, the new hot meta, but they've always stuck true to their guns. You know, a very antiquated buying pattern, especially on CT sides these days.
Yeah, look, I mean, Advent, he's a bit of an old head, isn't he, right?
Yeah.
So he's been around for a while. He might be a little bit set in his ways.
Got to teach these young guys a lesson.
Yeah, but obviously Rare Atom has quite a degree of degree of faith in Advent, I should say.
Yeah.
To kind of keep him around. I know there was like discussions a while ago about him potentially retiring and moving to coach, but they couldn't find a replacement for him, which makes sense. So, see how this round goes for the MongolZ. Looks like they're taking some map control pretty comfortably. Advent just spotting the pixel line there. Has seen the head of Blitz, but can't land the shots, and so now that his position is known, he should get undone pretty quickly here. Bartak on the little creep around. Nice little freebie for him.
I think another perspective to have on Advent as a guy is, well, he basically fathered the careers of a lot of the players on this Rare Atom roster.
It's true.
You know, Jamyoung wasn't a known quantity, didn't play on any teams previously, so...
Oh yeah, I mean, nor was Mosaic or Mercury.
Exactly.
So.
Kaze is the only one that had his own sort of independent career aside from it. Yep. And, you know, you can draw this comparison as well. Hastika coming into this roster, an older guy, you know, something that Blitz might actually look to in the form of mentorship as well. You know, older than Blitz himself, but someone that has been a part of the journey of the younger players on this roster as well. So another one that can maybe act as a second voice, a more of a leadership figure, where that's actually something I don't think Score might have had for this roster.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. Well, this will be the first big test for the MongolZ. They won the pistol, they won the next round pretty comfortably, but now, right into the buy is Rare Atom. Now, it's not the greatest of buys. You've got a couple of Famises in there as well, but obviously there's a little more to play with this time around for Rare Atom. Bit of util there, and Mercury Looking for that lobby crunch with Jamyoung and Advent. Not even required is Mercury as the other two get that job done. And Mongol straight away down a couple of members.
Yeah, it looked a little scary there, making that sound cue in towards door, but that actually was a part of the plan, it felt like.
Good
Suddenly,
debate.
yeah, a couple of kills that fall their way nice and quickly, and the Mongols do cross towards Secret, but MongolZ is in a great position to fast flank this because, listen, 3 men left, especially when time starts to dwindle down, you're not going to have all the resources to cover flanks.
Where do the Mongols turn from here? They're definitely going to have to get a clean entry onto Jamyoung. That's going to be the first piece of the puzzle that will need to fall into place. Jamyoung, however, well prepared for that push to come on through. Deals quite admirably with Annihilation. Not quite so much the case for Bartak, but even still, he's done his job. He's bought time, given info for Rare Atom. They've still got a player in Megaton. Blitz dispatches of Kaze, and now that the bomb plant goes down 2v3, you think this starts to become winnable.
Yeah, it gets incredibly scary now as well. High-low setup on the post plant as well, and Advent segmented by a smoke. Low HP, and Bartak, if only he pulled the trigger, would have found a free kill, but that's it. Everybody that's healthy gone. Blitz deals with everyone on this retake. Bartak only there to sweep things up, and a critical and important round, as that's the first gun round dealt with. The Mongols keep the good times rolling.
Yeah, I mean, that's a 3-on-5, or even almost a 2-on-5, basically, at that point, because Jamyoung did get that opener. So
yeah,
just the 2 members being able to pull that one through for the Mongols, huge round to pick up, and they're pretty happy with that. They're not exactly the most boisterous of teams in terms of screaming and shouting, but a little bit of a cry of joy there from Techno. And Kaze not looking too pleased with the proceedings. Bit of thinking to do here for Rare Atom. They'll have to go back to a save.
I do like that we're getting a nice opening set of rounds from Bartak. You know, definitely one of the young players that hasn't really been at the sort of forefront or at the top of the scoreboard for the Mongol squad, and especially when they dive into international stuff. But that's, you know, kind of to be expected. You can't have a team full of stars. Eventually, someone will dip. But Bartak, very important for a lot of these key rounds so far.
Well, scout in hand for Kaze. Not sure how much damage he's going to be able to do with that. And once again, a round where Atom don't have all of the weaponry that they've liked, that they've sent a couple of players down toward under. So something that they're maybe hoping to see from Mongols is another walk down Secret, but doesn't seem like that'll be the case.
To make this play when you know that they're on a low buy is a little insane. You know, just walking through smokes, no flashes, no nothing, but hard for Adam to do much to contest it. These weapons have found very little, even the amount that they have invested. Scouts and pistols. I mean, the most damage they found is on a USP.
Yeah, MongolZ just hanging around there. Secret wasn't really expected. Mercury able to strike with that P250, but can't double down. So even though Kaze's got one more, the round hasn't really spiraled out of control for the Mongols, and they'll be able to get that bomb plant. No trouble at all. Kaze is making a lot of noise up there in heaven as well, so his position should be known and dealt with by Annihilation. Shot's not quite connecting at the moment, but there we go. Job done in the end.
Yeah, all about mitigating losses, because Rare Atom at some point or another are likely to answer back. I think the Mongols respect them enough to understand that as well. So it's a long-term economy game, a long-term economy plan that is set out. But already 4 in a row here for the Mongols. You know, they're already, I'd say, most of the way there in terms of the minimum you want on this T side. So they can maybe even start to get a little crazy if the rounds get a little, you know, more contested. If Rare Atom answer back, the Mongols might do something a little bit more unorthodox.
Deep out as Molly from MongolZ early, just to try to keep Mongols out of that area. Well, Mongols weren't super interested in pushing in that direction anyway. Bit of a reserved setup this time from the Mongols. Might be expecting some aggression from Rare Atom. I don't think that's too unusual. Many a time I've seen Jamyoung on T-Roof at about this time in the round.
No line to see into Mini, and so MongolZ dodging flashes, actually finding one in the back. Mercury's done his job on side of the site as well, and Jamyoung's here to cover up any gaps on that A-bomb site.
Wow.
I didn't expect that to go so swimmingly. I thought MongolZ had missed the timing, but the Mongols crumble on the A-play.
Yeah, that was just I mean, it was a bit of a nothing round in the end, wasn't it? Like, we barely got to even see much from the Mongols there, but sometimes that's just how it is. And look, that's a really important round for Rare Atom to be winning. Now, they've got to ensure that they keep guns alive as well, because damage here from Annihilation could still spell quite a few problems for Rare Atom.
I always get so concerned when you leave yourself open like this. This will allow Annihilation to get a bomb plant down. You know, there's no way that they can contest this lower side of the map. So he'll piece it together probably in the last 10 seconds here and get the bomb plant bonus, but this is almost certainly a Rare Atom round.
He's going to have to make a lot of noise to get onto the bomb side as well, so it's going to give the game away.
And hell, if there was anybody to do it, Annihilation is probably one of the most clutch players on this MongolZ team.
All right, well, with that, we'll give him a bit of a chance. Let's see what he can do. This one will be tough. Had to probably hit that shot. And yeah, inevitably not really given much of an opportunity there at all. But even had he got that first kill, I think there would have been enough of a swing from Rare Atom to win it. So 100%ing it, but hey, I mean, he takes another gun away, so there's that.
CT side economy is very fickle like that, so understanding that the position that they're in is not ideal. I mean, Rare Atom should be trying to conserve as much as they can moving into future rounds. I do want to see some of that mixed aggression in there as well. You know, that's something that the Mongols were clearly accounting for in the start of the round that we just saw. But it's something that I feel Rare Atom need to be able to make it unpredictable, make it hard to read, because otherwise the Mongols will piece things together.
Yeah, indeed. Well, let's see what Rare Atom's going to get up to this time around. No outers molly, a couple of nades instead from Rare Atom, but it's going to allow Blitz to get past and just have a little bit of a look. See what's happening on outer. Is that Kaze getting aggressive in hut?
It seemed like there was a toying of ideas, and yeah, Kaze has struck first.
Yes, it was indeed. So shotgun AWP style. Kaze gets the job done onto Techno. Blitz also falling very quickly, and another one where you just think, okay, where does the Mongols go from here? What's plan B? Because they've lost so much so early, and they might not even get a single frag. Mercury runs out of bullets in the A1S, but end of the day, great round from Rare Atom. Back-to-back, two very solid rounds.
4 afloat and burning through all that residual cash from rounds gone by for the Mongols. Suddenly, it's become a much harder game. You know, you can't get free access, free territory, free kills on all of these rounds. And we're getting to see some of those aggressive plays as well. You know, Jamyeon diving through that ramp smoke certainly alleviated some pressure.
Well, a little bit of a pause coming through here. Got to stay hydrated. Is this a tactical?
I would assume so, yeah.
There you go. Not much chatting happening on the side of Rare Atom. I think maybe Kami having a bit of a geeze there. I saw him just flick the mic up right at the end there, so I think he must have had something to say. Which, you know, I mean, he's an interesting individual as a coach, isn't he? He's quite young. Hasn't really had that high-level experience that anyone else on Rare Atom has got. So, yeah, I mean, it's always interesting to kind of see how he's fitting into this roster, but obviously going along swimmingly for Rare Atom at the moment.
I do wonder how Blitz is going to sort of weasel his team out of the early rut. Like I said, 4 is already quite a lot, but this is probably not how they spelled out this round. Taking a lot of nade damage, you know, outside smokes now being thrown. MongolZ will be denied information, but delayed tactics can be employed as well. Molotov down. Flashes are likely to be set up as well for MongolZ should he be looking to get aggressive, but just concerned about creeping through. The Mongols are going to get some free territory. They are respecting that this could be a low buy. They have no real information, but it's a full flock of T-sided players that have made their way down secret.
Yeah, you got that vent drop though from Mercury, so he's kind of ready to keep them at bay with his own smoke, and that has worked out. So far, no one from the Mongols pushing through it. And that's MongolZ getting a little bit of extra info. Bartak down pretty comfortably.
They have re-vacated the B-bomb site, though. Kaze's considering it now, but you know, Mercury didn't hang around to make sure that they couldn't cross or get into positions to decon or control. So Kaze can never feel comfortable even just peering in from ramp.
It was a little bit weird, wasn't it? Kaze, though, does, I believe, have an incendiary toe, which he may... No, that was up on the A site. I thought he had an incendiary. Maybe he doesn't. Either way, the AWP's going to get the job done. At least for the first, and retrieving the bomb is Blitz. Able to get that one down safely.
Oh.
And Mercury drops at the hands, or the Deagle of Annihilation. Which, I don't know if I want to say this is winnable just yet for the Mongols, but time starting to tick away from Rare Atom. They'll have to pick the pace up. Mosea and Kaze well aware of that fact. Make short work of a couple of members, and Rare Atom will get that defuse very comfortably. So, big strings so far. 4 in a row for the Mongols, 3 now for Rare Atom.
Yeah, and a pretty contestable low buy, all things considered. You know, came in with some utility, but got that reimbursed via the bomb plant, so no real loss. It was all for this next round anyway. And maybe even setting up some conditions to be. You know, they could throw that same wall of smokes once again because there was no reaction really from Rare Atom aside from having someone lower and throwing that smoke. You know, that could be information that the Mongols capitalize on coming into this gun round.
Yeah, I do wonder though if that was maybe just because of the fact Rare Atom was aware that that was a low buy. And would they play that necessarily the same way on a straight up gun round? Guess we'll get to see that throughout the rest of this half. Feeling that pressure on the A bomb site though. Advent drops off from heaven. And Annihilation is ready for the push this time from Kaze. Not going to fall for that trick twice.
He wants it himself. Anything you can do, I can do better.
Well, here we go. It'll be Advent on the receiving end of things, if anything.
I think he's in trouble. If Annihilation had simply stayed, but they've been getting aggressive towards ramp as well, so having to consider that as an option, but a different setup altogether here from Rare Atom. They are more committed towards the lower side of the map. Jamyang even peering out from secret. Mongols are just prepping for the cross.
Yeah, this is actually pretty insane from Rare Atom. Jamyang is in the perfect position to disrupt this, just hiding behind Red Crate. And it looks like he's got his timing right as well. No one from the Mongols is looking at all. Jamyang! He goes for the first one. He doesn't even hold that trigger, and that could have been so much more. But it's info and time wasted by the Mongols, if nothing else.
And a secondary man to take his place as well. Outside is somewhat dominated by still presence from the Rare Atom squad. Kaze, important kill, bomb dropped, and now putting them into an awkward position where they have to choose on a site and also have to try and retrieve that package. 20 seconds, doesn't feel like there's enough time to really cut this one. This might even just be a save from the remaining Mongols players, but Hastika will try a swing at it, try and get something in from main. They have to converge on the site quick. But just as you might have expected, the round falls apart. Techno, last man standing, but no cigar. 4th round for Rare Atom.
Yeah, well, back to square one now for the Mongols. Obviously, they've tried a few different things and got off to a good start, but it feels like this game is really only going the way of Rare Atom at the moment. Kaze's hitting his shots on the AWP. Good sign.
And listen, we also had, I guess, 2 or 3 instances where Rare Atom could have closed that round much more convincingly. You know, you look at Jamyang, Trigger Discipline, very hard position to do that in, considering, you know, we just watched the Eruption game earlier where they were getting aggressive red like almost every round. That could have been something that was considered, but yeah, Mongols completely let it slip.
Lots of outer smokes once again here from the Mongols. They want to try again, but a little earlier in the round this time, and also with the pistols in tow. It's a very nicely timed incendiary from Jamyang, and the nade even is going to give Blitz a little bit of a tickle. Mosea waiting to see if he could hear anything, but will not.
More respect to these pistols.
Well, there's once again Mercury down the vent early with the smoke in tow.
Does he stick around this time, though?
That's the question. I'm wondering, because last time he jumped back up to the A bomb side, he's tossed a nade over to his mate, Jamyang. But much more presence this time from Rare Atom, and well, I mean, it's gone okay. 1 for 2. You'll take that. Bit of damage on the nade on the way out there from Jamyang. But look, Mongols, we'll see what they can do here. They've got a couple of rifles in hand now.
Jamyang just doesn't want to be the one picked out from this equation. Smokes that are down will at least segment and delay the Mongols. And there's reinforcements from Kaze, and they were setting up for util themselves. Jamyang even capitalizing, jumping straight through the smoke. Bartak didn't hear him, didn't know that was happening, and suddenly Jamyang's just caught the better end of both kills. It's 5 straight for Rare Atom.
Yeah, you'll take that every day of the week, won't you? Jamyang at his best. Just dodging, diving, dipping, ducking.
I just couldn't believe that was the path he decided was the best one there.
Well, I mean, he was really just sort of out in the middle of no man's land on the site itself. It felt like he was He was just trying to throw a bit of a curveball in the mix, and it obviously works out sometimes that way that no one's really expecting you to be there, so... Hey,
but like the more logical play would be like ducking dark, because Kaze can cover you, you know, try and play... Yeah, that's...
Throw a fox among the hen house.
Very confident man, isn't he?
Yeah, yeah. And they're on fire at the moment too. So... Once again, we're running it back for the Mongols. It's the exact same thing. Outer smokes. A little bit of a variation on them this time, the deep outer smokes, so they have a little bit more room to work with, but still the option looks like it's going to be to go to secret. One player lurking through.
Yeah, it's all about whether Hasaka can actually capitalize on it or not, because no one's going to be able to set up for a flash. It's all going to be about timings.
Jamyong seems very aware. But also Mercury not down the vent this time, so the protocols are changing up a little bit for Rare Atom here.
Yeah, and the Mongols seem to be just sort of piecing together how to attack outside differently each time. You know, this time they threw a Molotov towards Secret where it's been occupied previously.
Yep.
Techno even firing a shot towards lower. That, I think, has raised some alarms.
Yeah, well, this has worked out better for the Mongols than any of the previous rounds have. They've got the 5-on-5 post plan. A lot of damage under Blitz and Techno, and they haven't really had time to get off the site, but does that really necessarily matter if you're hitting these shots like what we've just seen from Blitz and Hastika? Rare Atom are well inclined to save, and obviously that gives Hastika a bit of room now to work and see if he can find anyone to pick off.
This felt like a bluff setup from Rare Atom because of how much outside has been attacked and I guess the lower bomb site as a result of Mongols getting so much free room. You know, they've dealt with a lower side sort of retake a number of times already, just expecting that the Mongols would maybe try and fake them out. They didn't seem too convinced, too concerned about the B bomb site at all, really. So yeah, maybe taking a bit of a risk, but it doesn't work out in their favor. The Mongols break through finally after a 5-0 streak. They're back on the board and tying things up.
Yeah, I'm not sure that should really trouble Rare Atom too much. If they're good enough to get 5 in a row and a lot of them being gun rounds.
Yeah.
They'll back themselves to still close this half out comfortably. But it does ease the Mongols back into this round a little bit nicer, a little bit kinder. The buy's looking better. Money's looking a bit better. So Annihilation onto the AWP. And the response from Kaze. Kaze just playing the passive line over at ramps. Won't be trying to get too aggressive this time.
Yeah, MongolZ as well, taking the deep line we saw over towards Mini as well. So if this is going to be another wrapping play, see Blitz just trying to lurk outside, but taking damage as well. Jamyong even coupling up with him in towards Garage. A little bit unorthodox, but Kaze is going to be the one receiving pressure instead. Danger looming around this corner. Boost. Very well placed, but the shot missed. The flick won't hit. Kaze even sticking around. They're trying to chase him down.
Not sure they're going to be too successful in that. He's gotten out quite safely. So the Mongols have a ramp room. That's about it. Still a minute left in the round, but not too much more map control for them.
Just look how far they're dipping into CT spawn.
Yeah.
That's how much they're concerned about a heaven wrap.
Well, it doesn't look like that's going to end up being on the cards just yet, or maybe if it is, it'll be quite a bit later on in the round from Hastika. Advent is trying his best to get any info, spot anything out. He's got himself a kill at least. A 1-for-1. MongolZ now up through Heaven. We'll have to be very aware of said Heaven wrap.
Surely, no way. Surely Hastika doesn't find this timing.
Oh,
Oh,
he saw him.
Kaze has no idea, but Hastika's got his gun. Oh, knife out, but Mercury didn't see. He was looking mini and he was trying to rendezvous, but everyone is falling like flies here on Rare Atom. It's a 1-on-3. MongolZ has no hope, no chance. A couple of kills, sure, but that bomb is already far too elapsed.
What on earth just happened in that round? Well, the Mongols will be happy with it. MongolZ, yeah, I mean, save the gun. Obviously, that's nice. They've got a lot of money here, Rare Atom, so they can continue to fight for this half, but that'll be 6 for the Mongols.
Yeah.
And we're starting to get into that territory where you're thinking, it's not too bad of a T-half.
And this is part of what I was talking about earlier. You know, this is a map that was a staple for Rare Atom. You know, before they took that leap into international waters, they would pick Nuke in series, especially if they're going to play up against a Lin Vision, an IHC, or I guess the Mongols now. a renewal. You know, this is such a confident map for these guys that you would be surprised to see them have rougher CT sides, but that's actually been one of the trends of late, is that they do struggle to get CT rounds together, but they're damn good on their T side. That's at least a silver lining for them.
Yeah, I mean, just having a look at the stats there for the Mongols as well, it seems like maybe they lean a little bit towards the T side of Nuke as well, favouring that over CT, but how that will play out for this game, we are still yet to see. Starting to get a bit spotty on that buy for Meratum. MongolZ has to go down to an MP9, and Mercury and Advent burning alive, but Mercury is ballsy enough to take that peek and spots pretty much everyone going into ramp. Jamyoung wasn't ready for it. Kaze, though, was. Still, they get down the ramp into the side, and here's where things get interesting. Are you expecting MongolZ on the site? And that is your answer, ladies and gentlemen. Bomb plant denied. You've got to be so careful here as Blitz. He's running out of bullets though, MongolZ. 14 still left there for the MP9. But it's his presence, it's his position that's causing the problems for the Mongols, not even the kills necessarily.
Good counter, finally sussing out and dealing with MongolZ, but Bartak's now the pivotal man. He has to try and get control over this bomb. Hastika has to make too much noise, has to cross too open an area. Could actually find Advent as well, low HP, and finally converted upon a 2-on-4 that is brought down to just 2. And that bomb on Bartak's back, suddenly it's recoverable. Mercury, considering that it's a topside hit, and Kaze is gone. So it's a 1-on-2 now for Mercury, but it's completely gone the wrong way. Mongols, a 2-on-4 where things were looking down and out.
Another one from the Mongols. They've been really clutch this game on that B-bomb side, and so Rare Atom are starting to get left reeling a little bit. It really looked like the rounds had dried up for the Mongols, but they have punched back and they've done a great job of it. Now, you have to say, they are in the pole position for this game. Still early days, but they've got their noses in front.
But they had them where they wanted them. You know, that's the thing that I think really hurts there for Rare Atom. They had them right in the palm of their hand. They've been really good about throwing early utility on this T side, making it uncomfortable for information. They have no idea whether a topside fast hit could be coming out because of the conditioning that they've done.
Yep.
And once again, Mongols throw the same smokes outside. This time they do bluff it, though.
Yeah, but that info should be coming through pretty quickly here. They do have Kaze down toward B, and he hasn't seen anything yet. So everyone else is standing still, happy to wait and see what's going to happen here. I mean, there's nowhere else for them to go, right? So Kaze would spot them if they were there.
Yeah.
Means Advent very stoic, watching Hut. Will catch Bartak for free.
Not quite how I thought the opening engagements would go, considering they're setting up util, but Advent never moved, never made a step, and so Techno finally trading. The Molotov's great, but Mercury's still unaccounted for topside. He got one more just before he died, so Annihilation Blitz, another 2-on-X.
Well, 2-on-2 this time it is. Jamyoung and MongolZ to try to clutch it out for Rare Atom. Both coming through from heaven. One has already dropped and also drops at the hands of Annihilation, who's now in the 1-on-1. Has changed his position up to Squeaky. And looks pretty comfortable in this one. Easy peasy as you like for Annihilation. 8 up for the Mongols. And this T side is going swimmingly.
Too smooth, too simple, and it's a topside execute that we haven't seen from the Mongols so far this game. A lot of the late rounds have been attacks towards B or trying to lurk outside. This time, they just maintained their positions, and nobody was hunting for information on Rare Atom. You know, all those smokes that were down, they had to keep Kaze down the lower side and just have them fly a bit blind.
Well, money's not looking so crash hot right now for Rare Atom. They're going to take a half buy so that they can invest in the next round, and I guess they'll play for 9-6. Unless something goes a little awry here, but Kaze down 88 HP off the start of the round, and Hastika seems to be very aware of that push through into T-spawn. Advent's not going to get anything done. So this is looking really nice from the Mongols. And this is going to be all a bit of egg on our face, I guess, at a certain point, because we all came in saying, oh yeah, Mongols, don't know about them. Well, maybe I'll take you out of that equation, but I'll speak for myself. You know, I was really gung-ho, Rare Atom, they're going to be the top team, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Grayhound looking good. Mongols, not so sure, but I mean, here they're proving
a lot.
And this is the thing, you know, sometimes they'll fight Rare Atom for these international spots, but usually when it comes down to the final qualifying game or even some of the opening rounds, I think that's where the Mongols have had their edge.
Ooh. Jamyang could very nearly have gotten a couple there, but
such a chance.
Just doesn't quite come together, and nor does that round, of course, for Rare Atom. And now Mongols are playing for 10. They're playing for 10 on the T side after Rare Atom got 5 in a row. What's going on?
Yeah, no, this has been streaky stuff, that's for sure. You know, 4 straight at the start, but now we're approaching 6 for the Mongols. Yeah, they've been able to find a solution, and that has been, I think, the part of the issue is that Rare Atom are so starved for information in so many of these rounds. You know, there's been so many different looks on outside, the way that they're attacking Hut and the A site simultaneously as well. Very hard to read, and you know, I think the best looks were when we got Jamyang through ramp, getting aggressive, but they're in their face early. The Mongols collapsing on A, but diving through those vents, they're subverting expectations. Bartak's got those 2 kills, but it's not even needed topside. Kaze brought to low HP, and a 3-on-5 that's just brought down to 2, the nade, a dunk. And this is a post plan that surely doesn't break for the Mongols.
That is a big change up from the Mongols. They've just beaten them for pace, and Rare Atom completely baffled by what's gone on in that final round. You know, it's not on the scoreboard just yet, but if I was a betting man, I'd be saying 10-5. And I think I'd probably be making a little bit of money there, because that's going to be that 10-5 at the end of the half. The Mongols running through Rare Atom like a steam train.
That's the first guess. I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do trophy. See what we get.
Nico.
Alright, now I'm going niche.
Let's try. He's older than Sortuan. Another European player.
He's been at more than 10 majors. Cool, Sarah. Let's go continue. We got this one. Nope.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain. See what happens.
Has Cold Sarah only been at 9 majors?
Carrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiburg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case. Okay, let's try Pasha beats. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it, I don't know. I had a feeling.
That's so clever.
Pasha beats a frozen point. Not close.
Welcome back on into the second half where Atom, well, they're struggling a little bit at the moment, I think, at the moment. You know, the Mongols, they've come out in force, haven't they? They've really just decimated that first half, and where does Rare Atom go from here?
I guess that'll be the question for the second half.
Yeah, the Mongols were tricky while doing it as well, you know, making it hard to read by changing things up on that T side, where Adam never got much information about what was coming their way, never got much forewarning. And so we'll have to see whether that T side can be just as impressive by them as well. Jamyang P250, as well as a smoke and a flash, looking to set up and play from distance. The rest of the Rare Adam squad are likely going to be the meat to the potatoes.
Yeah, this will have to be a big pistol round for Rare Atom. As of yet, not really opting for too much on inners, but Mercury certainly working his way through outers. Already a bink onto Annihilation, but Mercury not aware of Blitz's position, and so Rare Atom will have to pick up the pace down into that B bomb site if they're to get anything done on this round.
Very, very different from what you would usually expect from a Rare Adam pistol. They usually just charge outside with that heavy presence, the same utility, but this time trying to subvert over towards ramp. They get access. This 4-on-4 is difficult. No kit available for the Mongols, but that's Hastika already cut out of the equation. And MongolZ as well. The duel's awkward, but a flank is coming. Jamyang bailing MongolZ out. So suddenly this is a lot more doable. 2-on-2 though. They're both low HP, and this is really concerning now for a Rare Adam, but no time surely to play with this. No kit available, and yeah, one bullet will do the meat. Jamyang, one more frag, and Annihilation is surely a sitting duck. Jamyang with 3 for the Rare Adam pistol.
Loves to farm those ones up, doesn't he? And a very much necessary pistol round won by Rare Atom. Job gets a little bit more difficult now for the Mongols. You can sort of see it on their faces. They know they're in for a bit of a grind here to finish this map off. I don't think we've seen the best of Rare Atom yet, but hey, you were saying maybe CT side not quite so much their comfort territory.
Yeah.
T side, however, what have they got to show us?
I mean, both teams winning their respective T-side pistols. That's about as much leverage as you can hope for coming into a map like Nuke. One of the few where if you win both pistols, yeah, you could suddenly feel like you just never really had a shot at it.
This is interesting.
Is this the phase USP stack I think I remember seeing?
2 totem poles on the A site. But Rare Atom are negotiating that quite nicely. Just gone straight past it. Blitz has gone searching for some info, but I was going to say it looks like Mercury's all over it, and it turns out to be the case, but he was caught off for a moment. Still, the USP's not really going to give you much of an opportunity, is it? So
yeah, it looked like he got jump scared, but he like didn't react as well. So stoic. Guy's a horror movie veteran. But nice and simple, you know, no gimmick stacks are going to work against Rare Adam, not when they're perusing outside, and that's where, you know, even if you made a stack, there's very limited areas where you could pull it off. You know, AC is always the nice little gimmick that you can pull off. It's a simple affair, and maybe you'd want to hunt down on players like MongolZ. You know, he's got an SMG, that's where you farm up the extra cash. The balance is nice, but it's also good that Rare Adam don't fumble against pistols, because that's something I've seen as of late has sort of entered their repertoire, if you could even call it that. It's like the better they've gotten, the more vulnerable they've become to some of the sillier rounds as well.
yeah, just maybe overthinking things a little bit. So the case this time. We'll see the investment from the Mongols. Annihilation has opted to go glass cannon on Nuke.
Yeah, it's a choice. A lot of these walls are not that permeable, so getting spammed is not so much a part of the equation. And taking a very forward angle on outside, hard to deal with this one with smokes.
This is scary. Yeah, and that's exactly why Advent's just going to swing on the timing. Annihilation had no chance. As soon as one bullet connects, there's nothing to be done. And Blitz now is caught in no man's land by Jamyang. Good flash in there from Kaze. That's probably the round over. The Mongols are going to need a miracle to get out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, I thought the first flash was good, but how did they hit him with the second as well? Blitz was chain blind.
The magic flash.
Yeah, I couldn't see a damn thing.
Well, Rare Adam slow things down.
Yeah. Looking for a counterplay, perhaps, are the Mongols. But I think as well, with the way that they've lost these two players so quickly, they're almost convincing themselves that a save is also a part of the plan. You know, Jamyang's in such a problematic position, and they've just left the lower side kind of uncontested. So their best case here is that they plant B, and they're allowed to save their weapons.
Util's going to get tossed in. Really crossing the T's, dotting the I's here. We're at him. Don't want to be letting this slip to something silly, which is good to see. And it's going to bring the scoreline back to something quite contested. It's been a weird game, I feel, this one.
Streaky.
Very streaky. Oh, that's unfortunate for Jamyang.
Was he left-hand view model there for a second?
I don't know, yeah. Really seemed like he got caught off, didn't it?
Yeah, it's something players do, very, you know, sort of try and get as much information as possible, but that's kind of a weird place for it, if nothing else. Certainly caught off by the timing, but at least making it somewhat expensive. You know, a couple of casualties where there were none before, and it seems like the Mongols are going to be able to escape with their weapons. RareAtom are concerned about their long-term plans as well.
I think Advent might have spotted VERTEX. He's going to swing on the time. Wow. Just maybe saw the shoulder, but that ultimately ends up being pretty expensive for RareAtom. I know they're on the T side and I know they're winning, but that was 5 guns alive to 1 gun alive in the end.
Yeah, I don't know how much that's worth it, really, because now you're putting yourself in a position where, you know, some of those saved weapons from the Mongols, if they win this round, suddenly the RareAtom side will sure be able to squeak out another buy, but will be left very vulnerable. The Mongols could immediately capitalize and just get further into that lead.
Advent's gone for a Mac 10 here, and I wonder if that's whether that's because of what happened last round, or if they wanted to try to go for something faster. Either way, how much use is he really going to get out of it at the moment? Martin's sticking around, but no one's dropped on him on ramp. So, very expensive ramp take in the end from RareAtom. They lose Jamyang. Advent's down to 64 HP, although he will be able to grab the AK. So, you know, maybe not a bad choice picking up the Mac 10.
Yeah, VERTEX had a stellar game, you know, playing positionally here now as well. A very important spot to hold for the Mongols, especially, I mean, ramp CT side. You couldn't ask for a better hand, a better performance out of a player like it as well.
Yeah. We've got another opportunity. Util's going to get tossed in by RareAtom, and another good flashbang from them, but VERTEX just not under pressure at all, and so he can dance around this pillar all he likes and eventually fall. His job, though, done. Numbers still favoring the Mongols. And Techno, what is that? Wild spray through the smoke, gets himself Mosaic up. Nade on top of Advent too, and Advent no chance.
Yeah, VERTEX must have said something like,
He's 1 HP.
He has to have been. I put so many bullets into him. And yeah, I thought VERTEX was going to end up finding a 3rd kill, but
too.
Yeah, it's not to be. Really solid work, you know, positionally just played that ramp position perfect. Got that 1st kill, dipped immediately, and it felt like RareAtom just didn't have enough in the tank to really attack elsewhere.
You know, one thing I always find about RareAtom is that I do think they're a pretty unreadable team when you're watching them on the player cams. Kaze is a stone. He will not give you much of an expression, and nor will the rest of the players.
And not unless they're winning super convincingly,
Correct.
I feel like.
Yeah, like after the round, yeah, sure, you know, a few happy faces, but in between, it's all business. It's going to have to be back to business here for RareAtom because there's a bit of a change up from Blitz, and that's not quite gone his way. It looked good until it didn't. Mercury hitting that head. Jamyang caught out. He's done a bit of damage to Annihilation there at the very least, so still advantage RareAtom.
God, they're just so out of place to actually deal with this. No one was even considering the lower site, and now that VERTEX is gone, this feels like they've just lost a handle of this. This is also one of the things with the Mongols, is that Blitz is a very key figure for this squad. Not only the leader, but also puts himself in very important positions to hunt for information or make big plays. You know, having an aggressive T-Red player like that, usually there's someone behind you. There's a contingency, but there was nothing of the sort this round, and it just left the B site completely vulnerable.
Yeah, so back into T-Spawn and CT-Spawn for the save. Pretty important for the Mongols to be keeping these guns alive. You got Techno, Blitz, Pastica, not a huge amount of cash for those 3. They'll be able to scrounge something decent together if they do keep 3 guns alive, and it will be the case.
Well, this is like the first time this game that we've actually had a little back and forth.
Yeah. Well, I'm getting the feeling that this is going to be a tight game.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to jinx anything because we had a pretty late night yesterday night, but
Also, the IG Eruption game that we thought was going to be quite close ended up being
That's true.
not, so...
We deserve, I feel like we deserve a pretty close game. Like,
Yeah.
none of the games so far at the RMR have actually been close at all, really. So this might be the first one that delivers, and by rights it should be.
Yeah. Could very well see a rematch in finals, you know. I mean, this is... People would have seen this as a qualifying game, potentially, if these were the best of threes, but... Yeah, still early days in our tournament bracket.
Yep. Yeah, definitely both teams will be feeling a little bit hard done by the bracket, that they're not in Greyhound's position. But you can only beat the teams in front of you, and the moment Rare Atom is doing a pretty good job of that on this T side. They've been much, much more successful. 2 for 1 on the trades. You've got a couple of members very fast down to B, though. Rare Atom are going to have to fight for this one, and Techno says no. The door is closed. Mosaic strikes against Hastika, but you've still got to get past Techno, and eventually the fire will force him away, but it's corralled them into one spot, and Bartak is behind them. Timing could be a factor. Smoke fades. Kaze on 14 HP. And again, they're just around the corner.
There's no way they know. There's no way.
The timing is insane from Bartak right now. And they're done. They're cooked. Kaze is in the frying pan. Mosaic just not aware of it yet. He might be about to be in the fire.
He's taking the long cross, though, and Techno's putting himself in a very compromising position. He's got the bomb, he has HP, he has time, he's got utility. Things are lining up, and if Techno looks away from heaven for just one moment, Mosaic could have had a chance, but he considers it. A 12th round for the Mongols, and Techno bailing them out of a very bad situation on B.
That is a huge round to win for the Mongols, man. What a little moment from Techno. He had some pretty good ones in that first matchup against Twisted Minds. Has been a little bit quieter in this matchup. Was bottom of the scoreboard actually for the Mongols going into that round, but 2 big impact frags, and Rare Atom, they've fumbled the bag a little bit there. They thought that was going to be their round, but weren't prepared for the extra couple of players down the vent. So.
Yeah, they had their chances as well. Like, Techno was dancing on those stairs
100%.
for ages.
Annihilation, low, and it's a faster play out onto the A-bomb site this time from Rare Atom. Techno, though, he will not be stopped on top of Hut. Jam Young, not able to clean him up either. This round went from bad to good to bad for Rare Atom. And now it's looking difficult.
Yeah, it might even wind their path away from this initial A-side aggression. The flashes were good, they just never got enough scaling, enough space in. And Annihilation even making a jump over at the vents, a little curious.
Especially considering Rare Atom somewhat set up to try to fight him. And that info, I mean, that could be huge. Jam Young just rips his head off. That's not the way that fight is supposed to go. Blitz, though, up on Heaven. Techno down on the site. Crossfire of sorts, and it works out nicely. Blitz, great double. Will give Mongols their 13th, and you just get the sense that maybe the tables have turned a little bit with that previous round. Techno coming up with the goods, and I mean, they've put this in a winnable position now, Mongols.
Yeah, starting to burn the hut down. It does feel like Rare Atom were taking their time in building up into this game, but yeah, I mean, having to bend the knee like this and the Mongols likely projected to 14, you know, you want, if you're in Rare Atom's shoes, you're kind of hoping you get a miracle round, but cannot be the expectation. They knew this was going to be a hard game. It was always the expectation. The Mongols have certainly the most to lose coming into this RMR, given that they're back-to-back representatives, and from a region that has been underrepresented before. Rare Atom have missed out those chances, and there will be missed chances on Annihilation. This AWP is not connecting on shots. Finally, Jam Young dealt with, but he had 3 or 4 lives.
Yeah. What a difference it would make had he had a gun, maybe. But the Deagle not able to strike. This has been such a twisty and turny game.
Yeah.
I thought I had a read in the first half. It's like, yeah, Rare Atom, they're doing well. 5 in a row. All right, they're looking good. And then Mongol strikes back with a big spree. And, well, as soon as we get into the second half, it looks like Rare Atom might be the ones to walk away with the win. But, oh, geez. Now it's definitely Mongols. It's all Mongols. Not quite on a silver platter just yet. They're going to have to work for these last couple of rounds. But it'll have to be a big comeback from Rare Atom to trouble the scorers here today.
Yeah, I don't even have the saving grace of having the bomb plant down as well. Techno sits on that like a nest egg, but now they know where one more player is. And Hastica and Techno sweep things up. Yeah, they're just too close to the finish line, too close to securing their path into the best of threes in our upper bracket. The Mongols are within touching distance.
Doesn't mean it's over. Reinvestment from Rare Atom. Still not perfect. Kaze has a Galil. Advent the same. So leaving a little bit to be desired, but definitely more than enough to get through a round or two. And it will have to happen now. So what's the master plan? What's the magic round for Rare Atom? Okay, everyone's a bit worried about the vent.
Don't think anybody actually connected and going through it. So Jamyoung's gone. That's attempted to lurk outside, but Mosea's lurk could accomplish something. He fires off shots, but there's no one there. He thought that vent was going to shoot back at him. It looked a little confusing from Mosea's point of view, but a 5-on-3, Mongols are going to be satisfied with how this has started.
Well, look, I mean, I've said a few times that I think Rare Atom do choke in important matches, and this looks a bit like it to me.
Yeah.
Looking a little bit rattled. 3v5. I don't really know what to say. It's just one round that they should have won that they didn't, and then they've completely boomed. From 9-11, this might end up being 16-9, unless Mercury has something to say about it.
The man with the most amount of attention on him. You know, even sometimes outshining Jamyoung, Mercury has to be the one that instigates and could find a good timing. Yeah, Blitz turned the wrong direction and teammates are coming out from the double doors, so it's back to 3-on-3. That 5-on-3 is looking mighty scary that it's gone.
We've got 2 mollies here as well, Rare Atom for the defense, so if they can use those effectively, or maybe even just the Galil from Kaze to make the difference, all right. I was speaking doom and gloom, and I've been proven wrong this time by Rare Atom. Maybe there's still some legs left in this map.
I guess it's all fair in love and war. You
That's
know,
right.
a couple 2-on-4s that were won by the Mongols on their T side. Sometimes the deficit does fall your way, and the Rare Atom side do bail themselves out. What looked to be a very awkward start to how this round was going to play. Lost Jamyoung for free. Mercury, I mean, Mosea much the same, but good counter kills. Kaze's Galil, not to be trifled with.
Well, just when you think it's over, Rare Atom able to strike back.
This is where I get concerned, though, for Rare Atom. You know, they've been playing a relatively slow, well thought out, like, oh, we're going to execute outside, we're going to attack this area of the map. At what point can you even throw in a fast round? Because you're already staring down the barrel of a 14-10 score line.
If it just goes wrong.
Yeah, it's kind of the worst way to lose, but you also need to have that threat in your arsenal to make the late rounds for other moments, you know, especially if you're like in a post plant on B or on the A site. If they have Molotovs or flashes, that actually allows them to retake. So, you know, it's one of the things I think the Mongols did so well on their T side is that they were actually using a lot of util to threaten A side attacks, even though they didn't do it until the last round of the half.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely hasn't been the case for Rare Atom, and doesn't look to be again. Little bit getting tossed in, but some of that util not too effective. Mosea has been able to get down the vent this time. We saw Rare Atom trying that a little earlier. Ooh, and that's perfect. Seemed like Annihilation was aware that he was down the vent, just not that progressed.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he routed that way, he must have known. Bartak, though, does strike with his AWP.
Well, they're not expecting the double AWP, are they? So they just walk out onto the ramp line, and that's too easy for Bartak. Still, you got numbers advantage right now for Rare Atom. They're all over the place. Like this round is really weird. You've got one guy in Warehouse, you got someone down Secret, a couple of guys in T-Spawn.
Some of the first half rounds were a little like this, but I think this is the most spread we've seen a game state. Rare Atom don't even know where they want to go just yet.
Just feels like a very individualistic round, you know. If there's a timing here from MongolZ or from Rare Atom, that could literally make or break the round one way or the other.
Yeah.
There's almost the chance for Blitz. You know, no smokes or anything for Outer, so Kaze cops a bit of damage. He doesn't have the bomb, though, so he doesn't necessarily need to be down, and Mercury chooses his timing nicely. Blitz caught on the jump. It'll be Rare Atom into B, and you think this should just be a save from the Mongols.
Yeah, that should be the call. You know, you're close enough, and your money is not great. Fighting on a 2-on-4 is obviously unideal, and they play the percentages. Rare Adam will be able to close up to an 11th, and just nice, patient, slow. Even though it is individualistic, they also realize, I think, just how spread out they were. So took their time in regrouping and chose the right side of the map in the end. Also, when did the Mongols get aggressive on their CT side?
I mean, that's a good point too. They've been pretty stoic so far. No lobby crunches, nothing really toward outer. We did see blitz towards the red crate a little earlier on in the half, but that has been kind of the extent of it.
Yeah, got shut down and basically hasn't been back since.
Yeah.
And we think about what got the ball rolling for Rare Adam on their CT side. It was, some ramp aggression, throwing in a Kaze hut peek with an AWP, small stuff like that that really tallied up quite quick.
It's a good time for an attack timeout, isn't it? The pressure is starting to build. You can really feel it at the moment. The Mongols, they've been teetering on the precipice for a little while now, but Rare Adam are just denying them. But I still feel very worried for Rare Adam, because I just know, like, one round here, one poor timing or one bad decision or someone misses a shot and the map's probably over at that point. So they still feel like the ones that have the pressure on their shoulders. Mongols, of course, it's starting to mount, but they know they've got time to play with still. So they should still be feeling relatively comfortable. Admittedly, they would want to close this out as quickly as they can so they can go to bed. It's going to be a big day tomorrow.
Yeah, 4 best-of-3s. It's a lot to chew through, and yeah, a lot on their plate. The Mongols are close, but not quite close enough. These 2 weapons that were saved over are not going to be accompanied by all too much, so all about whether Bartak can instigate with this AWP. Could have very well given this to Annihilation. He's run with an AWP with no armor before, but Bartak, he saved it. He worked hard to make sure that this was a chance, and he will try and take a stab at it.
Yeah, that tends to be how it goes. And he might actually get something done here. Blitz has already taken the head off of Jamyoung. I can see this house of cards falling apart very quickly for Atom. Bartak won't be traded. Not yet anyway. You'd think Advent will get this one. Can he get any more? This is what we needed to see from Jamyoung a little bit earlier on in the map, but in the end, Advent only gets one. Tucks himself into back Ven. Has to go. With a USP! No way! Bing, bing, there goes Mercury. Kaze gets the trade, but now it's Kaze and Advent that will fall, and the Mongols find 15 out of absolutely nowhere.
2 saved weapons. That's all they had. That's all they came into this round with, but it's pistols that strike just as hard as those weapons saved over. And a crazy play for Techno to make. A Molotov down through heaven. He cheats through it. One of the best equipped players to actually deal with a retake. He decided he wanted to get ahead of it.
Wow.
That's a way to get to 15.
That is indeed. And that's exactly what I was talking about. I was saying just one weird round. Your back is against the wall. And this is Rare Adam in a nutshell. I've cast a lot of their games. And this pops up all too many.
Yeah. That's part of what I was saying as well before. It's like the weird rounds, they've become almost worse at dealing with them in some regards as they've gotten better overall.
Yeah.
It's it's a weird monkey's paw.
Well, it's going to have to be overtime now for Rare Atom if they're to win this game. It is only a best of 1.
But the Mongols looking pretty solid. I mean, yeah, especially if you can get production like you have out of Bartak consistently, this is a squad that will not be trifled with. And Rare Adam getting the wrong side of the stick so far on Nuke. Need 4 rounds straight just to force to OT. And there will be no crazy, sneaky plays this time over. Mosaic cannot cheat down those vents. Blitz makes his journey down himself. Mercury's just running distraction outside.
Well, no one lost just yet for Rare Adam. What worries me a little bit is I don't feel as though anyone's like really banging any heads just yet for Rare Adam. It's been an effort by committee and they've gotten 11 rounds that way, but now to get 4 in a row, to take it to OT, someone's going to have to step up.
Question will be who? Jamyoung's usually the guy you look to, Mercury another. But like you said, it's just been so collective by the squad. Good trading.
Ooh. What is this? Mosea, he's really in danger. I'm not sure that he knows it. You got a couple of members here ready for Rare Adam. That nade does a lot less than I thought that it would, but Techno has Mercury and Kaze as well. Jam Young through for the trade, but the damage is done. It's over, ladies and gentlemen. Jam Young is going to have to pull off an absolute miracle to save Rare Adam here. Otherwise, they'll be going down to the lower bracket. He's only got 26 HP to do it and 30 seconds. Timing not favoring him, but he still gets away with his life. The nade over the top doesn't land. Jam Young, options are starting to run down, but by God, the Mongols are giving him as many as they can. He's got a plan. There's 15 seconds left, and that's that. 16 on the board for the Mongols. It felt like it took an eternity in that final round, but we all knew it was coming. The Mongols will knock Rare Adam down to the lower bracket and secure their place in the upper bracket final.
Yeah, really solid work. You know, that T-side half just felt like it was a little too much to come back from, and Rare Adam had some fight in them. They certainly made it closer, but yeah, that last round where they crumbled to the 2 saved weapons and pistols like accompanying it, that does feel like one of those backbreakers, and soon the dominoes just fell so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it's just another one that sort of reminds me that I feel like sometimes Rare Adam are their own worst enemies, right? They have these rounds that you just look at it and think, what on earth has happened there? There was that round where Techno gets the 2K from Decon.
Yeah.
And then obviously that round against the 2 saved weapons that you'd think that Rare Adam should get that one over the line, or get both of those rounds over the line every day of the week. And what a different sort of half that could have been had they been able to do that, but yeah, obviously not the case. And so it takes me back a little bit to the last RMR. There was this one round, I don't know if you watched that game, but Alistair versus Advent in a 1v1, and Advent, he had the bomb planted or whatever the case was. I think he was on the T side. He was trying to chase Alistair down. Alistair's on a sliver of HP. He's charging at him, running at him. He's like literally standing next to him with an AK, and he can't kill him. And then from that round, the game just blows out and Grayhound wins. And it's kind of the same thing. It's like one round where you just think Rare Adam should win. They don't. And they just mental boom, and then the game's over. And so what does this mean for them for the lower bracket now? They got knocked down to the lower bracket on day 1 of the previous RMR as well. And you remember they lost to Gigi How there. So I got to say, I mean, I'm a little bit worried for Rare Adam.
Yeah, in terms of mental stability, I guess, is maybe the concern. And that's, you know, part of the equation is that Advent has been the mentorship figure for this guy. He might even, you know, share and reflect with these younger guys in terms of how they deal with that type of pressure. You know, that might be one of the negative characteristics of training everybody up, is that you almost have the same, you're all the same person to a certain degree, like the way you think about the game. So yeah, no, it's a tough showing from Rare Adam, but at least the good news for the Mongols is that they had some really solid performance out of their young guns.
Yeah, big stuff from the Mongols, and we're going to hear from them as well. We've got Tea Time on the sidelines ready for a chat.
I'll go for a young player again.
All right then, we're right back into it with Mr. Upper Bracket himself, Annihilation. How are you feeling? You guys are going to be the first team to be able to contend for that major spot.
Come on,
feels so good,
you
and
got this,
I'm really
bro.
proud of my
No,
teammates,
it was
and we just hold our
North
tactics.
American,
That's
but not
how we
American. Well, this guy has
I
to
mean,
be
you
an
were saying
upper
that, but
since
you won like
the weapon he uses
4.
is not AK, and he's older.
Who's up? Okay, simple.
Come on, Cold Zero. No, it cannot be Cold Zero because you only had 9 major appearances, and he's older than 25, and Cold Zero was, I didn't check.
It's open. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Quartal. JTM. I think now it's showing orange box. United States, the same continent. Fallen. Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. 1. Oh. Fallen.
That was very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
I got Mr. Upper Bracket right here. Annihilation coming through. First one in the upper bracket final. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling so good, and I'm really proud of my teammates. And yeah, we just play really chill, and we followed our tactics. That's how we win.
Bro, you're saying tactics, but 2v4s coming in left, right, center. So many of them. You guys looked amazing. That wasn't just tactics.
Yeah, maybe we had very good communication, and that's how we won rounds, and we really chill. And yeah, everyone have a really good aim today. So yeah.
Also, Bartek looked really good right now. I mean, is he just heating up in the tournament? What are we going to see more from you guys as well going forward?
Yeah, he's a really good player, and yeah, I'm really proud of him. Yeah.
Okay, last question right now. Who do you want to face in the upper bracket finals? Do you want to face Grayhound? Do you want to face Eruption? What are you thinking?
I think we're going to face against Grayhound. Yeah.
But do you want to face them, or do you want to go up against your own country people?
I don't know. We're just ready for any teams. Yeah, I just want to say good luck to all teams.
You heard it here first, man. He's saying good luck to all the teams because he thinks he's going to beat them all. Good luck, man. GG's.
All right, well, good to hear, obviously, from the lads. And yeah, I mean, I think obviously you're very pleased with yourself if you're from the Mongols. You've stamped your ticket through to the next stage of the upper bracket, which is one best of 3 away from the major, which would be back-to-back-to-back for this roster. So lots of credit to be given to them, but obviously the job's not yet done.
Yeah, a three-peat from a region that had never been to majors before would be kind of crazy to think about. And to have a trip to Paris, I imagine, is definitely on the bucket list for them as well.
Yeah. And you know what I think about is cool about that, as well as obviously the Mongols stickers. Mongols was such an influential team in Asian Counter-Strike in the earlier stages, and obviously, you know, we never really got to see stickers from them. I think it would be massive, really, for Mongolia and for the Asian Counter-Strike region, just to actually have Mongols stickers in the game. I don't know if that's like a big deal to other people, but I think to me it's a cool storyline.
Yeah, it's a legacy sort of organization that have been able to somehow find their way onto one of the top teams. So yeah, it's a nice story, that's for sure, and definitely one of the birthing places of, like you said, like this Mongolian Counter-Strike. Yeah,
I mean, not just Mongolian Counter-Strike. I feel like a lot of people were really keen on Asian Counter-Strike because of the Mongols, because of Machine Gun and Zilkenberg and those players back in the day. So yeah, that'll be a nice little throwback, but obviously there's still going to be one more match for them to get through and one more match for us to get through today as well. We're looking forward to Grayhound and Eruption in just a minute, and that will be the team that Mongols, or the winner of that will be the team that the Mongols do have to end up facing. And look, I got my money on Grayhound, obviously, but I think either way it's going to be a difficult game, because even if it's not Grayhound, right, there's that domestic rivalry.
Just also the theoretical chance of guaranteeing one Mongolian team to go to Paris.
All right, let's take a look at the bracket here before we do throw to a break. Very quickly, we'll check out where exactly everyone is sitting at the moment. You can see Rare Adam now down there into the second round of the lower bracket. They will face the winner of TYLOO and Invictus, which that could be an interesting one. If it's, you know, if I would gamble on TYLOO, I'd say, but TYLOO, Rare Adam.
Yeah.
Wow, what a potential crash.
We've had so many little like sibling rivalries effectively when it comes to these teams. You know, we were talking about it in the Grayhound TYLOO game as well, the fact that that's a rivalry that goes back so far. But yeah, Rare Adam, TYLOO, very much the same way. So
yeah, and if it were to be Grayhound to get knocked down here by Eruption, could be potentially Grayhound and VERTEX.
Yeah.
Also on the same side of the bracket, so those national rivalries may be going to be cropping up once again here, and so that will be very interesting to see. Look, I'm super keen for this next matchup. So what do you think? Which way are you leaning?
I have to say I'm a big fan of the Eruption. I think the form they showed earlier, I'm kind of on their boat. I mean, I'm not going to discredit Grayhound. I understand what they've accomplished, but I'm rooting for an underdog here.
Yeah, all right, interesting take. I mean, obviously I'm very much on that Grayhound hype train. So good question that we have to sort of answer for ourselves. Look, apparently we're going to take a look at the Eruption lineup here, Yumi. So let's have a look and see how they're going to be coming into this game, and see how confident they're feeling. Obviously, after picking up their victory earlier on today, it was a really confident win. And I think they'll be coming into this game against Grayhound, obviously a little bit hesitant and wary, because they know Grayhound's a good team, but you know, Eruption, they looked pretty good, so we'll see.
Yami looked great, Fury as well. You know, it felt like those two are just brothers in arms constantly attacking sides of the map. So, I mean, love to see what they have to say.
All right, well, let's take a look at Grayhound here as well before we do go to a short break. We'll update you guys as to exactly who's coming into the server again for Grayhound. Should be no massive changes, should be no massive surprises. Vexite's looking uncharacteristically tall in that graphic. He's grown up a little bit, but yeah, look, good looking roster, these guys. I think they're definitely a hot prospect for going through to the major, but we'll have to wait and see how they play against
Yeah, and
Eruption.
obviously quite chipper about the fact they got a win. Alistair's birthday, they won another one at least to add to the tally.
Yeah, indeed. Inns, Liaz, I think probably going to be the ones that most people are going to be talking about heading into this next game. And hey, big question mark over that next game. I think both of these teams, they played really well in that first round, so looking forward to sort of seeing how they're going to be able to go up against one another and who's going to be taking that slot against the Mongols in the upper bracket. Guys, we're going to take a short break in just a moment, but don't go too far away. We've got one more big matchup coming for you later on in just a second. It's going to be a huge one. It'll qualify those teams through to the qualifying match for the major. Don't go too far away. We'll be back in just a sec.
It was weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year he starts with that like MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But you know, in Abu Dhabi he had like a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right?
Yeah, I thought that was so weird. Where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had the one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it's against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. Okay, he had two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches. Yeah. Like even practice what he pulls off, it's, I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up Monosid.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is time to jump on into the final game of the day for the Blast TV Paris Major Asian RMR. I'm joined by Tea Time, actually Tea Time this time, not you, me, and me making mistakes. Mate, how are you feeling going into this final game of the day?
I feel kind of small because you're looking nice and swole out here. I see you taking your jacket off as well. Things were heating up with all of the shenanigans going on in the server. Those 2v4s in the previous one. Eruption looking hot. Grayhound looking hot. Man, I thought you'd be the only thing looking hot right now.
Look, I was hot enough to take the jacket off. Arguably, I think it's like minus 20 degrees, maybe minus 30 degrees outside, but inside, a whole different ball game. We got aircon out the wazoo. But at the same time, it is time to talk shop, time to talk about the game, and I believe the vetoes are not too far away. Do you know where this one's going? Do you have any idea as the vetoes are going to start to arise for us here?
Listen, I'm kind of hoping we're going to get a Mirage, to be honest. Because for me personally, I love Dobu on Mirage. I love Inns on Mirage. I want to see two great riflers going up against each other. And now, you know, we're looking over towards things. Mirage is still going to be left in the pool towards the end of it. So it's up to Eruption about what direction they want to go into. And it'll be Ancient. Okay. So that is a map that they have been experimenting with in the past quite a fair bit. But personally, you know, I do understand why you're not going for Mirage. It's one of the very comfortable maps for Grayhound as well. Yeah. So it makes sense. But, you know, a man can dream. A man can dream.
I mean, you're close. Look, with final two, pretty good prediction there. But Ancient, of course, we already saw a little bit of Ancient today. And yesterday, you know, the fated 27-hour game or whatever that was. But this one, hopefully going to be done in under an hour. We'll be out of here by midnight, surely, and we will have two teams going head-to-head on Sunday, looking for that first spot in the Paris Major.
Or we're going to have triple overtime right now.
I don't like this guy. Can I swap casters really quick? No, look, Ancient, it's going to be an interesting one. I feel like I haven't seen Grayhound play a big game on Ancient for a while. It feels like it hasn't quite slipped into the veto. They have had a couple of international games, but I don't think it's gone well for them.
They had a few interesting ones, but let's take a look at the Unicorn odds for the game as well, right? As we look over towards things. Eruption at 290. That's interesting. I mean, listen, I am siding on the side of Grayhound, but for me personally, it's more for like maybe like a 1.5 to 1.9 sort of situation. You know, that's sort of what I'm leaning in towards. But this is pretty good odds for Eruption. In fact, I'm quite
I'd argue that as well, right? Like after what we saw from Eruption earlier on Nuke, they were looking crazy. Yummy was insanely sharp. If he can carry that form across into this game, then Grayhound could be in trouble.
That's a big if, though. And for me personally, look, man, I've seen Eruption at their peaks. For me, Eruption at their peaks is not Yami killing everyone. Eruption at their peaks is a combination of Dobu killing everyone, Yami having a good day, but most importantly, Fury coming through with very good, you know, aggressive information plays that are giving them kills and information off the back of which they make some interesting mid-round decisions, right? So that's not necessarily the Eruption that I love, but definitely love seeing them on the server like that. Are we going to see a similar performance here? Man, I just think IG were kind of dropping the ball there as well. Grayhound looking very good earlier on in Inferno. You're going to need a bit more than just firepower.
Yeah, it's an interesting affair, right? Like, I feel like we're going to see, again, another clash of styles. IG were generally pretty slow when they played earlier on Nuke, and what we saw from Eruption was a lot of disruption in the mid-round. I wonder if Grayhound are going to be ready for that. You know, they've had a little bit of time to prep. I think both teams only really have an hour or maybe about 2 hours, let's say, since their last games going into this one.
Well, listen, at the same time, I feel like for Grayhound, they should have done their prep for Eruption, right? The bracket's been known for a while. You know who you're going up against. Eruption's one of the obvious dark horse teams that you can slip and slide down right to the lower bracket underneath. So you don't want to have any of those excuses coming in for them. But that being said, on the note that you're mentioning about that mid-round shenanigans that Eruption was able to pull off, I actually think Grayhound is very good at situations like that as well. I think they can actually really just flourish in what Inns can do in those mid-rounds, what Vexside, and honestly what Sicko did on that B-side anchoring as well, which gave them so much leeway of being able to stack the other bomb side. They look pretty damn good, man.
Yeah, they were really running it at TYLOO earlier, but look, let's see if they're going to be doing it again. Either way, we're going to a quick break before we jump on into the final game of the day. Stay with us. It is, of course, going to be Grayhound up against Eruption just after this.
It wasn't an arena, but remember the 1v1 I had against NAF?
Okay,
it was like the all-Canadian round.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that one was actually funny.
Right.
Yeah, rewatching that, I laughed for sure.
This is Canada versus Canada.
Oh, nothing can go wrong here. I've never been so apathetic to an outcome in my life.
Right. I'm going to apologize no matter what happens.
I'm already smiling.
I'm happy for whoever wins it and sorry for whoever loses.
Sorry. Oh, he's just bleeding time off the clock.
No, he's playing twist like a
God,
fiddle.
Canadians are so smart.
No kit either. It's done.
And in Canadian fashion, it's full pacifist. No one shoots each other.
Sorry, I had to blow up your site, eh? Yeah. Oh, no problem. It's just your job.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, the most pacifist clutch ever. You both survived and walked away. It was
No
just,
damage taken
yeah.
from either opponent.
Okay.
It is time to jump on into the action here. Final best of one in the upper bracket, and it's all going to be best of threes after. But let's see where we end up. We're on Ancient for this game between Eruption, who looked stellar on Nuke earlier, up against the Hounds from down under. They've been doing a lot of work. You could see even up against TYLOO, you know, they kept it relatively clean. They came out of the gate swinging. And a lot of the players, like, have insanely good HLTV ratings after the bloody game too.
And I mean, not even just HLTV ratings. Look at the impact that some of them were having. Seiko in particular, you know, on that B-side defense. I think that's something that's not even reflected accurately in the ratings and how damn good he is.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see whether he can sustain that once again. But obviously, Eruption themselves had a pretty interesting time over on Nuke, where they did have one of the most one-sided affairs that we've seen so far. Might have been the most one-sided score line across the entire RMR so far. Alistair and Leas, though, start off strong. A killer piece, but Yami and Fury aren't too far behind and trading. Backside caught out in the open, and trades continue. Red Room's got a man, but A site is relatively empty. Watch out, Seiko caught out Dobu. Lurking backlines, and he is able to catch him. It can't be recovered either. Ins, as he starts to make his way back, these players are so far off.
How does he get back in here? If anyone can do it, it is this man. Hasn't tapped the bomb yet. Will reveal his location. And we are going to see the full wrap in through CT coming out of Dobu. Let's see if he's going to be able to get here in time. Yami, oh, wasn't ready for the position. In's going very aggressive. Nice shot. But that time, it's ticking, and there's no kit in play. Man's got to get on this, trying to figure out Dobu's position, but he knows he's got a couple of seconds to play with. And the wrap in from Temple gives him all the info and a nice shot in the back of the head too. Yeah. Eruption T-Pistol is in the bag.
That kill from Dobu down in the middle is so crucial, not just because of the fact that he's able to find the player who's trying to go for the donut flank, but he's punishing this mid-round aggression that Grayhound does like to go for sometimes, and really conditioning them early on to have some respect. Plus, he drops the kit, right? So you couldn't have just a stick on the defuse, so that's quite nice to see. Eruption, strong start. Trades in mid is sort of what we were actually just talking about right before the game started as well. We were expecting, yeah, this is going to be a lot of mid fighting, a lot of mid trading, and a lot of action going down pretty much consistently.
Well, looks like we are going into a slight delay.
I think I've seen this one before.
Yeah, I've seen this one
Yeah.
before. It's
Is
ancient
this
again,
like
huh?
a sequel?
You guys ready? Huh?
See you guys
mode?
tomorrow. No,
We're
no,
flicking
no.
the switch. What are we doing? What are we doing, huh?
I mean, listen, I think this is a great time to sort of discuss about what's been going on in the brackets overall as well. So yeah, you know, the impact of having potentially a MongolZ coming back and having one more opportunity against Grayhound or Eruption, it's going to be interesting, right? Because obviously they would like to go up against their local counterparts. Grayhound would like to be there as well.
Yeah.
A Mongolian matchup in the upper bracket final in Ulaanbaatar. You know, call me romantic. There's no home crowd. There shouldn't be an advantage. There's really not that much there, but at least it's something to sort of feel nice and fuzzy and warm about inside.
I do love feeling a little bit fuzzy and warm, especially in the weather like over here in Ulaanbaatar.
Yeah, it is. It is kind of nice though.
I feel like I just know I'm botching the actual pronunciation of that every time I say it. So I just like to go with Mongolia.
So I've heard two different pronunciations, right? So I've heard the quote-unquote English pronunciation, which I've heard as Ulaanbaatar or Ulaanbaatar, something like that. And then I've heard a couple of people around here saying it, and this is where I will 100% butcher it, which is Ulaanbaatar, or there's like a little H.
Nah, there was something else. I remember there was something else in there. I myself, I can speak English and butchered Australian slurred words. So look, put those together. I don't. I'm super cultured, mate. I'm super cultured.
Indeed.
So
Indeed.
We'll see how it goes. Either way, looks like they are just slowly and surely working through the issues. So far though, Eruption looking real good. You know, managed to have a wrangle on the pistol. Haven't seen too much else just yet.
Well, yeah, absolutely. But even when we start coming back towards what's sort of going on in the Grayhound camp, right? We also need to establish that win condition of Vexite and how he's going to be able to perform. Playing from Red Room, he's such a crucial portion of exactly what they're. He's such a crucial portion of exactly what they're going to be able to do in terms of identifying rotations and making sure Alistair is in the right position.
Yeah,
because they do like to lean a player more solo towards the A-bomb side sometimes in the CT. So Vexite is a man to keep an eye out for in this game to see what exactly he can actually get sorted and done.
Okay, well, we'll see. Going into the second, looks like we are going to see Eruption try to run the mid control. And Grayhound, bit of a different approach, doubling up in Cheetah, doubling up in Donut, trying to hedge their bets, play some crossfires. It looks like Eruption are going in a right direction to succeed here. The pins from Donut could be deadly if they make their way out of A main, but they might not even need to. Yami just going to be taking names. Liaz, his head's on a spear, and there's another. Beautiful entries coming through for Eruption.
Keep an eye out. Alistair shouldn't really get anything done over here in this situation. Probably just, honestly, just fall back and save is sort of the call that you should probably be expecting. Now, obviously, it's a boring idea, but Yami's going to keep on hunting behind it as well because they realize that Grayhound, on the back of a few of these deagles, could really come back and bite their economy as well. Yeah, just good to make sure you're stacking up as much as you can.
See if Inz or Sicko can try get their mitts on a rifle here. Eruption, even though they know they're up against the pistols, they are very interested in going for a hunt here. Yami, look, he had a stellar game over on Nuke.
Yeah.
I believe he hit 30. But where we are right now, he wants to be doing that again, all right? Look at it. It's hungry for anything, just trying to create some space between him and the bomb, but it wasn't enough, and he will fall. So there is going to be a rifle on the ground somewhere, but it looks like Sicko doesn't want to tempt fate. He's just going to keep his armor sorted, and we'll see shortly what's going on in the next for Grayhound.
Likely just going to see USBs to come through, right? This should be one of the freebies that you can just end up giving away. And this is sort of the situation where obviously Eruption is going to be looking to pad money, yada, yada, yada. But also I'm curious to see whether they try and enable Coolest a bit more, because I have sort of seen him struggle sometimes in some big games at times. And whenever that's happening, it's all about making sure he can come alive again. They did switch out some roles here and there, so while that was going on, that's where you're going to be looking to see how exactly will that translate through to the RMR. They were really struggling the last season of Challenger League. They were eliminated very early on, losing out to two underdogs that you really wouldn't be expecting whatsoever under pretty much any circumstance. Starting things off though, Shinobi's going to get the one traded out. Liaz, while he's in the Molotovs, not really bothered by it too much. Yami, again, keeps the stacks going on and on and on. He's looking like he's going to have a good game again. Obviously, pretty nice to be able to play back-to-back series, pretty much. I mean, yeah, back-to-back, but close enough. A game apart isn't all that much. Now, Seiko and Inns back to the 2v2. Do have a chance to maybe get a few more rifles out of their hands, even if actually getting the defuse might be tough. Remember, there's no kit, and they are just huddled away behind smokes, behind in safer areas as well. Bomb ticking out. Yami getting out of safety. Inns is down and out. Yami has basically guaranteed the round. Seiko with the Galil is going to be considering, do I save or do I try and do damage? Seems like damage would probably be the better idea of the two, considering Eruption did keep so many players alive. Didn't need to actually upgrade forward either, but in the end he'll do neither. 3 on the board for Eruption, looking good right now.
I'd have to agree. So, interesting round coming through there. Grayhound looking a little worried at the moment. But Eruption, insane start already with 3 rounds back to back to back on the T side. Let's see if Grayhound going into their first gun round is going to be able to change the narrative. Ali's got the AWP cranking. Let's have a look where it's going. Looks like we're just going to see a 3-2 split, bit of mid control, and Eruption might be able to find A for free. The only A site members right now are tucked away in Donut.
Liaz creeped through. So much of this round will come onto his shoulders. Vexite wants to play anti and keep an eye out for the donut lurk that's going to be coming in through the hands of Dobu. Crucial timing's about to be hit. Dobu gets one. Liaz will trade. Rather, Vexite will trade, but it won't matter all that much. Alistair has also found Fury. That's a big one. Alistair with the smoke actually that has dissipated. Needs to be careful. The flanks coming out. Yami from behind could get one for free, that's for sure. But can he find 2 is the question. Trigger Discipline's looking good as well. It's going to be 2. Lines it up. Can he spray the boat down? Flubbing the lines just a little bit, but Yami still finds them both.
The round changer right there. Let's see if Inns and Vexite can team up to make it work. Lineup doesn't quite work. Big trade comes through for Shinobi, and Yami going to be able to get the little bit of info they needed. Shinobi not going to be covered, but he will be able to get that bomb planted in time. Inns lurking, slowly working his way straight back into sight. And he'll have the trigger discipline as well. He knows where Yami is, who's making a little bit of sound, underarming the smoke here. And getting that out of the way. Not tapping just yet. But he will just try and use a little bit of extra util to force Yami to go for the spray. But look at this. He's not baiting. He's not biting at all. He's heard a footstep. He's heard a jump. He's heard something. And Inns is just trying to line it up. At that time, it's ticking away. And now Yami knows he's just got to play the time. But the smoke's gone. The cover's gone. And Inns, he really wanted to kill, but it's cost him the round. An Eruption lockdown 4 in a row.
Yami has given them 3 of those rounds pretty much. This is insane, the performances he is having right now. Be it entries, be it trades, be it the fact that he's able to get this crazy flank in. Because remember what's happened, right? Dobu goes in through Donut, he's traded, and they're thinking, yeah, there's no more mid-pressure to come through because Dobu likes to play solo. He likes to fly alone. But no, this flight had a companion coming through. Mr. Wingman Yami himself coming forward, gets that flank, perfectly played clutch afterwards as well. Doesn't find any of Inns' shenanigans in the slightest. And Eruption are looking fantastic. I feel like I should let you know, Mac.
Yeah.
I have had a 0% prediction rate so far in the non-obvious games. So I did predict Grayhound.
Well, look, guys, I believe we've got a B problem here at the moment, so hopefully we can swat that B shortly. But for the moment, look, we're all in the same boat, so let's get stung together, huh? At the same time, though, look at what's going down for Grayhound. They're going to be trying to run some kind of lane control, but it's not worked at all. Fury just picks them off, and that is already the 2-man advantage at the minute mark.
Alistair. Excellent's gone, and Alistair as well has been hitting the deck, and no, there won't be any sort of legal shenanigans either. I have to say, Eruption's economy is going to start to look pretty damn good as well. What is Yami up to? 13 kills, something like it? This is getting slightly insane, honestly. We're getting to a point where I am getting questions in my head that, is Score really the guy who we thought he was? Is it just Yami? Is it the one who's actually been engineering everything in the back lines, making sure that everything go in for him? Eruption, they look like they've got the mastermind. Of course, the mastermind of the plan so far, from what I've heard, is Fury. He has been IGLing for them. Dobu in the middle of it all. I've gotten some word from the Mongolian analysts on ground that Dobu in the meanwhile did have a few shots at. Fury, though, he wants to take some shots. Right down mid he goes. Vexite's going. Flash won't matter. Liaz is able to dodge out the second one from the T side. Alistair's flash itself will be quite helpful to be able to peek forward. Good for the one and backs off. Shinobi in the meanwhile creeps back to A site. What a shot! Looking for more, but Liaz with the trade. In the meanwhile, once again, it's Yami trying to come into the back line. Through Red Room he goes. Sicko's covered off this time, though. No more Yami shenanigans. Coolest and Dobu left in a 2-on-3. Times aplenty. But can they find this kill on the bomb side? Inns ducks away.
Tucking in the corner here. The shadows could be his savior. And he's got Sicko not too far away as well. All three of Grayhound looking to play this together. Happy to play retake if it happens to be A, but the timing on the peak is perfect. And Inns will fall back to long just in the nick of time. Dobu 1v3 angle. Let's see what he's got for us. Almost a first pick here. And the attempt at a clutch, but Sicko makes it happen, shooting straight down short.
I mean, you're not able to keep the AWP alive, but you do keep 3 forward as well. Great play from Liaz in the middle of it all. The fact that he's able to find the kill in mid is actually what really gives Sicko space. If Liaz goes down, Sicko doesn't have area to be able to rotate back. That's a completely different round there and then. So fantastic kill coming through from him. And yeah, finally able to shut down Yami as well.
Well, let's see what's going down into the next round. Looks like we are going to see the players have a bit of a chat. So probably onto another kind of pause. Looks like chatting with the old admins.
It's nice to get to know the admins, right? You know,
oh, of course.
Obviously. I feel like players don't give them enough respect in the worldwide world, but here in the Asia-Pacific RMR, all our players, they're getting so many talks with the admins, it's like they're best friends.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. You know, have a couple of Jamisons later, everyone's friends.
There you go.
That's what it is. Well, it looks like Tech Pulse is gone. Grayhound, of course, getting that first round on the board, cracking the egg, cooking up the omelette. A little bit of brekkie, you know, first round of the game. Got to start somewhere.
Let's see where they can go with it, though. Remember, Alistair doesn't have the AWP, but he's a damn good hand on the rifle as well. Meanwhile, middle, late aggression coming out through lane might actually be the number for Eruption. Ints trying to be a little bit of a menace. However, Fury finds him, takes him down. Ints looked like he had his number. Just can't dial it in.
Well, stuck in the corner for the moment. Liaz may be able to lend that helping hand. Draws attention enough for Vexite to swing. And that's some great coordination to open up another kill and bring it back to this 4v4. But Vexite ain't done. He's pushing. He's looking for info. And he might be able to get straight in behind Fury here, who's 1 point of health away from the grave. And there it goes. Vexite now going to start to rotate back towards A, looking to go for the 2-2 split for Grayhound.
Alistair's in an excellent position. It's going to be so hard to actually clear him out, especially with Vexite getting ready to go for the late backstab. But the question is, will Vexite have the patience? No, he's going back and circling in through Donut instead. I thought he might want to start pushing in from middle, but he decided that he'd rather double up on the bomb sites. Makes sense. It's a conservative play to go for, but maybe conservative might not be enough because remember, Eruption are cheating players back over towards his A bomb site. It will be a 2-on-2 initially, but can they find and take down Alistair? Can't find it. No, Alistair and Vexite both getting a kill apiece, and yep, it is back to the save. Coolest. All he can do is just try and get the AK forward. Now, the good thing for them is that they do actually still have respectable money. The problem is, loss bonus is so bad that you might still be in a position where you're better off just trying to save this one. Coolest. I'm sure they're all having this conversation with him right now. Do we want to maybe half buy around this AK? Do we want to level out our economy? We definitely have the rounds to lose, but the problem is, do you want to be putting yourself in that position in the first place? Now, with the way they've been fighting out in middle, though, I wouldn't be all too surprised if they just decide, you know what, sort of forget about it, give it to Yami, give it to whoever that has the best spawn, go for a triple fight down mid and just see if you can win out a few duels and make it expensive for the CTs at the very least. Just keep that CT economy from being in a position where Alistair can comfortably pick up the AWP multiple rounds in a row. Because that's going to be a big win condition. We already saw how good he was on Inferno earlier on versus TYLOO. Question is whether he's going to be given that chance here or not. And again, look at this middle play. It's Coolest who's been allowed to go all the way up, and he's going to be able to find so much space off the back of it. The only question is, what can these A-side players get accomplished? Liaz is all alone. He's waiting for the push to come through. The flashbang is not good enough, but he's still not able to find the kill. just can't take down the hopping player forward, but Dobu's died in the meanwhile. Vexite pushing forward, looking for more. Flash catches him out as well, and Shinobi, who's just playing around the default box, is going to end up falling as well. So far, not a single casualty on the CT side. They're just not dying. Finally, Inns will go down, but that's a lurker. Coolest accomplishing what he was set up for ages ago, and all in the meanwhile, his teammates have fallen. The A-bomb site is a graveyard, and it's only got tombstones with Eruption's name on it. I'm guessing. But I'm guessing that they're going to have a rough time in the next round. I can't hear you, but Mac, I don't know if the stream can hear you. Listen, guys.
How about now?
Oh.
Hey, look at me. Huh? I know how to use switches. Crazy.
Hello, Mr.
But
Big
look,
Mac.
by the way, I found the bees. I beat them all up. I know we're all about saving the bees around the world, but this time, slam those little mothers. But look, same time, let's jump back into the action. Grayhound, 3 rounds on the board now, feeling pretty good. But yeah, Eruption didn't go too well for him the previous. Round 9 though, looks like Eruption were just going to try to get some kind of lane control here. Grayhound playing a little bit deeper, realizing that it's probably pistols for the Mongolians.
Look at how much space they've got on Cheetah. What is going on here? Yami on the Tech 9. Inns has got no idea. He doesn't know he's been pursued. There's a smoke in your hand and a body on the floor. Yami takes him down, and with that, so much of the map is going to be unlocked. That donor player, Vexite's going to be feeling the pressure to push through as well. And Eruption, they've slowed down. Back to the bomb site they go, but they can't find the kill. Leah standing still. Good for 2. Look for more, but Sicko on the sideline still fighting over. A 2-on-5 on the bomb site itself. And Grayhound just get it all done.
Great heads-up play from Liaz there, making his way down short, realizing if that M4 got picked up by Eruption, that's when things could have got a little bit difficult, but they managed to stop the cross to the rifle a couple of times there. So Eruption, even though they went for the strength in numbers approach, Grayhound feeling it at the moment and able to, you know, just get the water out of the boat, stop sinking. Now, looking like Grayhound are going to try to equalize here, but it's going to be a bit harder. Eruption on that full buy, plenty of util to play with here, and again, just looking for some kind of mid control, some kind of lane control. The CTs, they are very much interested in this as well.
They slow things down, CTs, however, as they start to play forward, Lias is pushing through, but the problem is the smoke's not going to cover you from behind. Dobu! Wants him.
Okay, Inns going to be relying on lane smoke to try and keep this control pumping. Of course, mid fully fleshed out as well. An Eruption, very, very lucky to all still be alive after the aggression that came through from Grayhound. Now, just cutting down, slowing things down. And with these positions, it looks like, again, we may see a fake towards the A site. I mean, try to shift them out of the positions on B, and then Eruption just going to try to bust at ramp.
Problem is, Shinobi's gone, so the fake is gone with there as well. They can just stick, they're pushing through. Sicko, this time only good for 1. But in 3-on-3, these players are so low, Alistair doesn't care with the AWP. Just wants to repeat forward. Tech 9 over there as well. Can just find the last one, but Yami instead gets the kill. 13 HP wants to get aggressive, find one more, but they're not going to be giving up their bodies at all. They're trying to double up back to Cheetah. They go Vexite wants nothing to do with this. You want to plant the bomb? Go for it. You're going to have to go back to B ramp and get it first, but they don't know he hasn't retrieved it. At this stage, Grayhound is clueless about that fact.
Everything's slowing down, and they just don't have a read on Yami's position at all.
15 seconds.
Man's just looking to save here in Red Room.
Saving the AWP?
Seems to be the case. He's not shooting. And Grayhound, they just didn't seem to be aware that that bomb was still down on the ramp. So they will find this 5th round, and Yami is happy just to go for the old handshake. Not going to do too much more damage to Grayhound there, but it is a tied game now, 5-5.
Vexite's doing a really good job so far. There's been a few places where he's been caught out in the early few rounds, but right now, the fact that he's able to find Shinobi right after he's chucked out that bit of utility, that's what sells around for them. Sicko didn't get that many kills. It's the fact that they could keep so many players on that B bomb site.
Yeah.
That actually gives it to them.
Nice attempt though. Look, obviously Shinobi falling down, not quite part of the plan. So as you mentioned, Vexite did a really good job there. And interesting little bait and switch setup. Ali taking a lot of contact at long, just trying to draw a lot of attention from the site players, and that allowed Inns to poke his head in, get another pick, just continue to disrupt the execute that Eruption was trying to throw. But a good read from Grayhound to keep 3 players over towards that B site. Now, Moving into the 11th, as you can see, Eruption are going to go for the half buy around the saved AWP. And Yami has to be the key piece of the puzzle this time.
I don't know how he can be. I mean, look, he is obviously their AWP, right? He is still an absolutely fantastic beast, but I just can't see how a solo AWP's going to find anything in this situation with the way Grayhound has been playing.
Well, time will show us the answer there.
Cheetah's so dangerous right now. If they double up and start to push through, they're going to get full information about the lack of players in middle, and that's where the A-bomb side stack becomes so much more likely. Problem is, when is that going to happen? The smoke's going to start to dissipate pretty soon.
Yami will
They
know
need
this
that
line.
info.
Ali's here first, and he will strike true. But the AWP in a retrievable position. Coolest, doing a pretty good job with it earlier. But in the meanwhile, Ali, he's been flashed off the line, so we'll see if Eruption are going to be able to get any kind of presence in through the A side.
Dobu has to be the key player to be able to actually find something, but the problem is he's gone, so there's no reason for Alistair to move off. Alistair's just got the freest angle. Doesn't need to move there at all. He's, again, every single time they're trying to hit this A-bomb site, it feels like either Alistair or Vexite are just in the perfect position to stop these shenanigans from coming through and taking place. Even earlier on when they came on a half-buy, they tried to go for the full exit. Vexite stopped them from actually penetrating into CT. He found their lurker, then he found Shinobi on the bomb site trying to get tricky with a Mac-10. I'm really impressed by the Grayhound CT side so far.
Doing really well. Slow start, but they've definitely picked up the pace. And speaking of picking up the pace, Eruption sending more members over towards A main, but Ali's here as well. He might not realize how close to danger he is right now, and it is going to be him falling to a Glock. That's going to be the A side open. Liaz going to try to at least make something happen, but a 5v4. Oh, Grayhound got to do some work here.
Liaz has to be the man you keep an eye out for. Dobu's once again been found on the lurk. Vexite's been having his number every single round, it seems like. Just stopping the lurks from activating, but Fury, aggro he goes, Inz is ready, he's turned away. He's turned away because of the utility used over towards B. They set up perfectly, Fury's coming in from behind. This is perfection, Fury! Comes up big, but they don't know there's another player in Donut. They're not ready for Vexite. The bomb being planted, Fury being found. Coolest finds it, takes down Vexite, and it's all down to Inz and Sicko. Sicko, second man in Donut. Will he be expected? There is a late lurk coming in through middle. It all comes down to the timings, and Sicko's found it. Moving all the way through, but defensive position from Eruption. They can't get anything out of this. Yami's being set up for glory and greatness, and he will find it. Sicko down and out, Eruption. Facing down the equalizer. And Grayhound, what a way to lose out the round just on the basis of one piece of utility.
Man, the timing game, Eruption have it down to a T. The amount of times where they just found those holes right then. And even earlier on in their earlier game on Nuke. This team, look, they are thanking their lucky stars right now. But at the same time, insane shots coming through. Good trigger discipline, just gaining as much information as possible. But Grayhound, you can see on their faces, they feel pretty robbed that round.
I mean, man, I feel like calling it lucky might even be taking something away from them. They just had the perfect utility on that B bomb side from their lurker just coming through. And again, Grayhound in a couple of these rounds that they've lost, I think that the read has been that when Dobu dies, they're not expecting the second lurker to be where he is. And that's what's actually throwing them into a bit of a problem at times. Eruption, again, I'm impressed by both teams, but it's interesting to see Eruption actually finding so many plays off of that second lurk and the timings that they're establishing with them, like you mentioned.
We'll see how this round goes. Ali might be kicking himself for getting a bit too aggressive towards A-Main last time, but new round. Let's see what's going down here. Eruption, they want this mid control. There is going to be smokes thrown everywhere. Up and see bloody 5 on the map right now. So there's not a lot to play with for that mid round. We'll see how it goes though. Dobu just going to be smashing his way through mid. Him and Liaz. Has he got his eyes on the smoke? It's fading. How's the timing here? Vexite going to be able to not do a whole lot there. Ali on a deep line. Cuts the back of sight in half. So Fury not going to be able to get too much more map control. And Grayhound from this position are going to be able to play for the retake. But that's if Eruption even commit. You can see now they're going to start to walk on into the B site. Yami, he's found a whole lot of space and Eruption. They're going on this big, long rotation all the way in through T-spawn. And they're even going to leave someone there to lurk late.
this is going to be such a difficult retake back over. The problem is that you need to find the mid player, and Shinobi's playing super passive. And like you mentioned, late round utility is not looking great for either team, but the difference is Alistair and Leas do have Molotovs apiece. They're going to be losing them pretty soon, though, if they're not careful about it. Yami, he's not the one to find a kill. Shinobi's instead found Leas on the rotate backwards. And Coolest has somehow been allowed to peek forward into it. Sicko gone, and Alistair's probably thinking about the save, but with the Molotov behind him, can't be going forward. Puts away the AWP and Eruption up to 7.
Okay, let's see where it goes from here. But we are going to see Eruption jumping back into the lead on the T side. One away from taking the majority here in the first half. But it is very, very tight here in Ancient on a best of 1. And as you can hear there, Eruption is very, very happy with that round win.
I like how universal nice is across all of CS. It's like NA, EU, Asia, everyone just says nice.
Well, arguably, I was talking to Ali as well. He was saying that he got silenced by the admins. He was yelling a little bit too much, and they told him that he wasn't allowed to. So interesting to see if Eruption are going to continue to be allowed to get those screams going. But mid control going to be handed to Eruption this time. Of course, Grayhound going to struggle to hold that one with pistols.
Oh no, Ings is gone as well. In the meanwhile, Coolest from the boost up takes down the only defender of the B bomb site. So yeah, pistols might be time to say bye-bye.
Excellent. Flushed forward with the molly at short, and it should just be easy pickings here. Eruption looking like they might just have the round already. You can see Grayhound thinking about just saving the armor, carrying something across into the next round, and maybe even going for some exits at lane instead.
Exits aren't going to be all that useful unless you get at least 3 of them, but obviously, you know, no harm in trying. The kill bonus is honestly what I think.
I think it's more so, you know, getting those weapons. You know, you could find yourself an AWP. You could put your hand in, you could pull out an AK.
You know, this is like one of those claw machines that don't work, but you're being told, sort of, because you go in, you put your hand in, and then Yami shoots it off.
Exits very unsuccessful, but a beautiful round coming through from Eruption there. Well orchestrated, and that's going to be solid for the economy. Going to be no financial woes going into the... we're up to the bloody final round of the half now, right? Looking like it might just be 9-6, unless Grayhound can shift this momentum back their way.
The question is, how do they actually change things up? Because if they want to go for mid-aggression, they've only got 2 incendiaries. You're committing really hard into it. And Eruption showed 2 completely different changes of pace in how they want to play for mids. It's a big gamble to attempt to go for. One of the Molotovs used early on. That's a must, but the second one's back to the bomb site. So they're trying to play default. The problem is going to be Inz has been forced off early because there's no nades, there's no mollies to stop Yami from just parading through lane.
Slower approach now. Coolest posted straight down long. Sicko could be in trouble. Let's realize if he is aware of this being a possibility. He wants to peek, he wants to help, and Vexite is only going to strike for 1. Sicko going to be able to trade, so we're down to the 3v3 for now, but for how long is the question. Molly forces Sicko forward, but that smoke at Cave is buying him a few extra seconds.
Oh, down to his side, wants to take the peek. Coolest looks away, nade in his hand, but over to trade. 2-2 once again, but they've lost control of the bomb site and the bomb with it. You can see the rotation back from Yami. Alistair, there's a gap in the smoke. He's feeling tempted. Wants to go for it, but Yami's instead been allowed to cheat pass. He knows the bomb is down, and as they try and recover, Dobu's gone. Yami to trade, the one-on-one, the off on the other side. Cannot afford to miss, and Alistair will not. 7 for Grayhound as they take it away and keep things as close as can be in that first half.
I remember more Monesi clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it was weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right,
yeah, I thought that was so weird. Where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it was against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. Okay, he had two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches. Yeah. Like even practice what he pulls off, it's, I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up Bonus in.
And gentlemen, welcome back. It is time to dive into the second half. We're flipping sides as per usual. Grayhound now going to be running at Eruption. Let's see what Eruption can do on the D.
I've always wanted to see what I can do on the D as well. I just feel like my CD side's just not very good.
Of course, of course. Well,
full util for Alistair. He's looking stacked right now.
Those odds
dropped him a molly as well.
Those odds are swinging back a little bit more in Eruption's favour. Obviously still favouring Grayhound, but it was more dire before, and there's a lot of guns coming over towards lane side. Looks like we're going to see some kind of contact happen here. First kill coming through from Inns. Trade going to be found from Yami, but the B site is now in the hands of the Hounds.
And this is where Yami needs to keep it going and find the kills before they can actually try and move back to the B cave. Liaz and company decide that they'd rather play defensive and threaten a wrap around from behind Alistair. However, we'll just duck back into Cubby, and with how long it's taking, Eruption has to start worrying. Vexite's aggression has met with Dobu's bullets, and they wanted to go for the retake, but just can't really stop it from happening on the Greyhound side. Inns is just coming up big, gets 3 massive frags. A one-on-one now. Alistair trying to come in from behind. Shinobi's right into it, but the kid's so far away. Pulls out the dualies as well, but he just can't find it.
Oh, Ali thought he had the timing, but he hit the shot instead. A little fadeaway around the corner, timing favouring Greyhound. And I feel like that one's going to taste a little bit sweet, getting that pistol in the bag, and a nice little equalizer as well. Interesting situation going down, and you know, Vexite, he got very, very aggressive at long, went a little bit too loud, and Dobu was ready and waiting for him. But let's have a look at what's going into the second round here. Eruption, respectfully, just staying on those USPs, 1P250, and a couple of flashes to make some plays.
One of the things that's very important to remember in these situations is the kill bonus with the pistols is actually quite significant, even if you can't get much in the way of guns. Ooh. So those 2 kills are actually quite important. If they can get 3 as well, this is great damage already. Would just be the cherry on the cake. Now, Coolest finding another frag here actually sets him up for being able to go for the naked op if he wants to. Yami as well is doing the same, and obviously for Eruption, both Coolest and Yami like to op from time to time. Yeah. I've heard that they've tried to switch in more to Yami being primary rather than secondary. Again, something I do want to wait and see, but yeah, put it this way, there's a lot of potential for naked ops out here.
Yeah, nice little intricate round there towards the end. Obviously, Eruption able to take a couple of weapons away, but Inns got Sicko to run down lane to bait out the stack. Nice little read after everyone had been seen. 9-8 though. And Eruption are finally going onto the guns, prioritising some utility there for Fury, going down to that MP9 instead. And they are going to try to contest mid, it seems.
It's a very defensive mid contest. They're trying to go in for a later push with just a flashbang. And this is where, look at lane, Fury. MP9 wants to be put to use, but Vexite's having none of it. They're going right back to A. They know it should be an empty bomb site. In is in, but Yami, returning fire, it's going to be traded out, and he's come out worse for wear.
No one falling just yet. The A site has been found, but let's have a look at Eruption's retake on A. We are going to see Greyhound play both sides here, try to force this fight. A donut. Vexite going to find Yami in the middle of a smoke. Man's got eyes for days, but it is going to be traded. Eruption able to take 2 more out of the equation, and it's a big job now. Liaz, Vexite trying to play off one another's back, just getting that info and trying to figure out where the CTs are retaking from, but it's not worked out. Fury, beautifully timed flank coming in late from a main, staying sneaky, silent, and Greyhound, they're fallen all on down. So very successful first gun round coming through there from the Mongolians.
It's really nice to see that despite Vexite and company just backing up and trying to aggress into A, they don't panic, they just try and go for the quicker flank from one of the players. Yeah. Really fast rotations, no second guessing at all. Yami's obviously able to spot out the cross initially because he stuck to that CT spawn as far as he could. Yeah. And yeah, great scaling back over. And Greyhound's money, remember, they did rebuy 3 weapons, or 2 rather.
So they're in an odd position. They're going to go for the Hero AK in the hands of Inns. Let's see where they're going to put him. Is he going to be at the front? Is he going to be at the back? Is he going to have someone blocking for him? Looks like that might be Vexite. And they're trying to make their way in towards Cheetah's side. Molly's forced Dobu to continue fighting here, but he's happy and waiting for a few more pistols to come around the corner. He hasn't heard this AK just yet.
If he goes hunting right now and gets punished by the AK, that would be the ultimate just lesson to learn. Yep, don't go hunting for eco frags. Now, of course, Coolest set up for a few of those potentially. Dodges out the AK as well. Inns now reveals that sound's been given out to the rest of the map as well. They have to start being a bit more cautious. Smoke down at his feet as well. Nothing to do for Inns. The hero AK is looking a bit of a 0.
Wallbang battle. Not going too well for either party, and we are going to see Yami. Take the head off of Sicko. Big shot from Liaz there. Going to look for the trade and going to look for a little upgrade now. AK retrieved. 2v3, winnable round. Dobu's low, Coolest low, both down to 30. But that bomb's down in the middle of mid right now, and with 40 seconds, they've got to decide where they want to go. Liaz with a blinder.
Shinobi just gets completely timing out. He rotates to the left side of Donut at the worst possible time. Liaz gets himself in a position where he can jiggle that and comfortably be able to pre-em it and take it down. But now, bomb's been recovered. Back over to the B-bomb side they go. Eruption is not reading this correctly.
Inns has just been sitting in cave. You heard that rotate away. It did cut sound about 10 seconds ago, but Eruption now, look, they're all over A. They're going to happily try to play retake on the B side of the map, but Grayhound, they'll get this bomb plant. They'll get that money, but can they get the round?
I mean, they've got no HP, so being happy to play retake just seems like it shouldn't be a thing at all. You're one bullet away on both of these, and there you go. One bullet to the head is going to do it anyway. And that hero AK comes into play finally, but Liaz is the one who's able to get so much of that work done. Inns gets a second as well. And I have to say, the fact that Liaz is able to find Yami in Red Room is all courtesy of his crouch walk forward. Yami got the first kill, right? It's a deep middle kill. So he thinks, yeah, I'm good, I'm safe, I'm clear. I just have to jump spot. And the second he jumps out, peekaboo, there you go.
Yeah, Liaz, impact. Huge round coming out of him. And that's put Grayhound back in the lead, 10-9. And they've cracked that Eruption economy as well. So we'll see what Fury can do. He's gone for the little hero weapon with that extra bit of cash in the bank. But let's see what he's going to be able to do with it. Grayhound looking for the lane control, lurking at the bottom of mid. But there's no one here from Eruption just yet. They've thrown their own smoke. Oh my god. And they've given a lot of respect. But Fury, he's here. He's ready. With the M4, he might find the line, but Inns. He's shown a little cheek, baited out the shots, and sent some back a little better.
I think he just spotted the toe or something, and then that's so wall bangable that Fury's down and out. And they can't actually recover the rifle either. Coolest, sure, you're good for one, buddy, but you're not getting that M4 back. Coolest better start coming through big. He has to show some Zion moments, but I don't see any South Korean flags here.
Inns getting dinked by that USP as well is a little bit worrying. You could see Eruption. They were trying to go and finish off what they started there. But it seems, you know, with what they have here, they're probably just going to try to carry something across to the next. Or at least, you know, hedge their bets, stack the A slot, expect maybe a late rotation from Grayhound. But what we can see is Grayhound very interested in B.
Just come fight me. Eruption's just saying, come fight us, please. We're on A. Come on, guys, stop being so scared of us. But credit to Grayhound. They're keeping so many players healthy. In front of a bot M4, in front of CZ, Deagles, all of this stuff. Your economy is something that you have to start nurturing up on the T side very soon, despite the fact that this map has become more T-sided.
Yeah.
Between these two teams, I feel like that's just simply going to come down to the play more than anything else. And
They
yeah,
want
they
this
want
gun.
the rifle, but they're just not going to have it. There's no way.
There is no way. Of course, CZ at this range, a little bit dangerous. And Liaz, he's trying to find him.
I'm more worried about the op. It's gone. Inns. Drops it. Dobu's Deagle. Good for one. And Coolest swings out for another one. You know, I was saying they're being nice and conservative. They're not. They're really not. Coolest. AK swiped out. 3 kills for him on the CZ. I'm sure they don't get the round, but that is one hell of a consolation
That was
prize.
so much more expensive than it needed to be. All at the price of trying to defend that M4 on the ground. Oh, interesting if this one plays out. That round, keep it in the back of your mind. That could be a difference maker in the long term if we do see Greyhounds, you know, trip up, have some financial issues, and that could happen if they lose a round like this. Eruption looking pretty good here. Yami, half armor, no util, putting high prio on the big green. Let's see where it's going.
Again, they have no one on A to start off. They're trying to play double red and Vika from behind it. And Sicko's found one, but Dobu on the one-way is going to be able to double up on the other side and back out. Are they stacking 4B? No, okay. No, they're not that crazy.
They're not that crazy, but they've done their homework, and they know Greyhound love a good B site hit, it seems, because as you mentioned, A site, it's been left open.
Oh my god, no.
Oh! And that is what you call a little bit of bad timing. Eruption. Let's see if they can deal with this with 2 players here remaining. Fury going to be tucked behind the pillar, but he will pick the timing to peek. Okay, gets the info, gets a kill, and Liaz able to trade. Coolest jump in. Won't be able to stop the plant, and Liaz barely living.
Coolest jumped up, and he actually ended up putting his crosshair on the wall on the drop down accidentally. That's why he misses half of those bullets.
2v3 now. Things look quite difficult for Grayhound to hold, but we'll see if they can do it. Couple of flashes to make their way out of cave. And there's no real util, but that one smoke that Eruption had is... Oh, okay. Lea's going up top. And he might be able to find this one. Tap's gone through. They don't seem to realise.
They forgot where they planted the bomb. He takes us out the...
Oh, that's
Surely
a travesty.
that's what it is.
That's a travesty. Some kind of confusion in comms or in what was going down.
Either he just doesn't buy the possibility that they could possibly be brazen enough to go for the defuse, which I feel is unlikely, or they've just forgotten where the bomb was planted.
I think up on top of the box, you've got a pretty good position, so it just... Anyway, it's something out of our hands, out of their hands, and Eruption going to be very happy with that retake. They probably would have won it, you know, when you're looking at the health remaining on everyone anyway, but that smoke, key piece of the puzzle, going straight to cave, straight where both the Greyhound members were. Into the 22nd.
Look at this
Greyhound with the plant have managed to scrounge up another buy. Pretty healthy still.
They're trying to adjust back towards the A-bomb stuff because they think there's been no one here so many times over, but Yami's up his train. They boosted up the timing. It's going to work out for them. Shinobi cycling backwards. Is he going to be ready for it? No! Vexar's found it. And now Yami trying to aggress forwards without being met with a smoke. Will be pushing right through, trying to take a shot, but not connecting.
Reveals his location as well, though. Ali going to be slotting 2 straight into CT. Big flash to create a bit more space. And this plant should be going down every day of the week. 2v5 angle, and you see an Eruption starting to back away to B. Greyhound securing a 12th now. But let's see how many survive at the end of this one. Are they going to go on a hunt? It looks like Inns is getting hungry, and he might be able to catch this timing already very advanced. That's going to be the AWP on the ground. Big kill.
I have to say, man, Yami just going forward to give the Molotov to the donut player makes no sense. Swapping positions there is so risky. There's so many worlds where you're going to get timing there. But they just felt like they needed to have that. They felt like they needed to have the AWP and donut because they're expecting that if it's a mid-round situation, he does get it back, but I think he might die anyway. Lea's going to push out, and yeah, there you go. So what Eruption is expecting is that in a mid-round situation where there's not been too much pressure coming out from middle, they would rather have the AWP one-on-one from Donut rather than an M4. And the M4 is just going to be a little bit better at holding down the line from the A main players, but yeah, you can't hold down the line if you're dead. That's rule of CSA. I don't know if you knew that one, Mike.
Another thing I'm noticing as well is both these teams getting very, very lucky with those timings on the T side. I was saying how lucky Eruption was in that first half and then in that earlier game as well, but now Greyhound perfectly able to slot into a couple of sites back-to-back rounds. Of course, one of them didn't convert to a round, but they're managing to get onto the site just onto, you know, chaotic off angles, you know, Vexlight just up on the platform, and they had no idea he was boosted there.
I mean, it's also just kind of funny because when you consider, oh my god, the coolest one for an AWP. Okay.
Glass cannon, huh? All right, where are we going with this? Coolest, do it for Eruption, do it for Mongolia. Are you going to win it? Do it for the boys.
This makes very, very little sense to me.
He's boosting him up. He's going to play back temple.
This is a straightforward thing that a few teams have been experimenting with, especially in Asia, that if we buy an AWP and we just save it into the next round, it doesn't matter, right? But if they come to our site, maybe we can get some kills.
Sure.
Problem is, more often than not, if they come to your site, even if you get the kills, you're still losing the round. You're just going to die in the process. Plus, if they don't come to your site, they might hunt you.
I don't
it's
hate
a lot
that
of risk.
theory. I really don't hate that theory. I think a team, you know Rooster, they do some similar things, some crazy single, double, extra buys every now and then, and I feel like this is just similar theory, right? Coolest though, he's going to start to go for this rotation, and he might be able to get to B before Greyhound hit it. Red room control there for Sicko right now. And he might have heard these rotations coming through. How's the timing? There's only USB looking at him. And that might be the AWP on the ground. Coolest, can he thread a needle or make it any which way. Sicko into CT, and everyone's going to be on this side of the map in the moment, but that's going to be the AWP on the ground, and now Eruption in a rough position over towards cave side.
I mean, this round should have absolutely no chance here at all. Fury's gone as well. These last two players are going to be giving up their positions. You've got a man coming in from behind and insta to find the last as well.
Clean.
13-10, Grayhound just not losing a single player, and as many complaints as we might have had in some of these rounds that, hey, you're losing too many, whatever, you're stable. It's 13-10, and you're stable for the next few at the very least.
I'm touching wood quickly before I say this statement, tea time, and it is Aussies have always been pretty rough on the anti-ecos, but they're going pretty well today. I don't know if you heard that, but I'm whacking that wood just in case.
I hate to break it to you, this is important.
Is it not? Jordan, get me some wood. What have I done? I should have shut up.
It's all right, I'll give you some wood. It's okay. Doubles down, Alistair, the man to take him. Fury, though, trades it out. Quick double as well to come forward.
One of the last chances for Eruption here. If they keep it clean, it's looking like it could be good. Fury going to be tucked on towards that short-sided cheater. In's just fading the smoke out, but he knows it's been refreshed, so pokes his head into mid instead. They might be able to catch a timing. Shinobi not going to be going forward with the flash there. I think something's alright. And they don't want to be throwing away any more of these potential picks. Liaz has been sharp on these lines before, but the 2v4 angle might be a bit too much to ask for at the moment.
Shinobi found out, though. Right back to 3 you go, and Red Room's not expected to be penetrated. Ins moving past, Fury's trying to cover. He'll have to get the third if they want a chance of a hand. Remember, Liaz is the one with the bomb. So he still has a chance even if Ins does go down. The only question is, can he actually connect onto Yami, who's pushed into A main? Will be very unexpected. Yami, though, staying quite exposed, decides to keep on jigging between both angles. There's 35 seconds. There's plenty of time to try and make a play. Fury's not going to be found over here. Fury's at least being a little bit wary about this as he does crouch back into B. Yami now, realizing that there could have been a donut push to come through, is much more concerned about the player inside side. Liaz fakes out the bomb plant.
20 seconds.
Coming in on the other side. Yami knows that it's not being planted now. Noise been made. Yami to take the peek, and before it goes down, he will find the frag. So no extra money for them either, but they won't need it.
That was so well played by Yami. Just not falling for the bait. Liaz hoping that someone went a little bit too aggressive on that first tap. But it didn't happen. I thought there was a world. I saw there was 40 seconds. Liaz was almost in CT spawn that he might have gone for the full wrap to B all the way around the world, but it didn't happen. He was just worried about all those angles. Knew he had a chance to plant, but unfortunately missed that opportunity as well. Tried to force those CTs out of the nooks and crannies, and the money, it's still there for Grayhound, so we are going to see the buy-in here into the 25th. It's going to be extremely hard to contest mid when you've got a molly and nade stop and you're making any money moves. A-side XE.
Liaz has been
on the cards now.
Liaz has been given smoke duty. Yeah, you're going to throw all the smokes. Yeah, you can lurk out for sure. That's what's going on here.
We'll see if they go in with the first wave, though, because you've got Vexhide on the lurk, who might just try to cut rotations, but it could be a double fake. We'll see.
Yami's been smoked off. He's trying to respond in with a smoke of his own, but the problem is when it actually hits the Molotov, I don't think it's a perfect smoke. So there should be maybe a gap in it, and even if there wasn't, they're going back to the back of the bomb site to clear it out. In the meanwhile, Shinobi, what a play! Just puts himself into Donut, gets a double, and Liaz is even moving past forward into him. Liaz is going to get the timing. He had the bomb, he risks it, but he gets a biscuit.
Well, he needs to. With no donut control, there's just no space to plant. They used all their util on the XC, but that's all faded away. And now there's high priority on Ali just locking down this temple line. Worried about the right corner, but he should have been worried about the left. The flick's good enough to cover. And Yami, the slow peek, the swing, it's not going to work this time. And Grayhound might have salvaged the round, but Coolest has a 1v3 angle to remain. There's time to get that plant down for the Hounds, and they're trying to figure out where Coolest is rotating in from.
They're being so careful about this flank to come through. They've recognized that it's probably not a donut play. And Coolest smoked down. He does have a kid. There's only an AWP that can stop him, remember? They got the leg shot as well. Knife out, and Alistair has to do it melee.
I was a little bit worried. The sigh of relief there on the player cams as well. You could see Ali, you know, after that first AWP shot said, you know what, this ain't going to cut it. But a knife certainly will. Now, moving forward, that's going to be, what, 14 secured now by Grayhound. Eruption starting to run a few rounds behind. Oh, and you can see they're feeling the pressure as well. You know, they'd love to stay here in the upper bracket, but it feels like things just aren't going to plan for the Mongolians. But look, Grayhound, they are really scraping through a couple of these rounds, right? Like only 2 survived there. The money wasn't great. They got the bomb plant, so there's a little bit of extra cash in the bank, and things could go south quick if the next round is a worrying one. But I dare say Eruption, how's their money looking? Is it
pretty bad?
Oh,
pretty bad.
Like half by territory? Oh,
Yo,
you know, hero rifle territory. 4 spy territory. That's where we're at. All or nothing.
Generally in all or nothing situations, it is the latter. Well, let's wait to find out. Eruption. Any interesting plays coming out from behind these rifles is the question. Remember, no incendiaries, they need to make a play. And actually, Grayhound going in fast might be a mistake. Inns is down. Dobu gets another advantage now. Retrieved. Inns all on his own and 3 HPs. All he's got. And the MP9 chased after Inns. It's all the way inside B.
He is very lucky to have salvaged that one. Looks like we are going to see this fast flank coming through. Shift key hit just in the nick of time. And at this range, Ali, he might be in a rough position. Yami, how's his clearance? Will he look the right way? No! Ali, a freebie, and Grayhound, a 15th on the horizon. Shinobi, 1 bullet into Inns could do it. Info on 1 player, and the timing looked good for a second. Vexite swings to trade, and that is going to be Grayhound moving across to a couple of match points.
Oh, this game is just... It's a game on a clock.
It's
so
something.
many timings. Even in that one, right? If Alistair's looked into the darkness with scope is actually covering off Yami's body completely. Yami just gets the headshot immediately, and it's back to a 2-on-2. Ends is low. Anything can happen.
Straight up 50-50.
Yeah.
You flip a coin. Even he could look the right way. He could look the wrong way, and he chose the wrong way this time.
Been a lot of the wrong ways, unfortunately, for Eruption. As many timings as they might have found, or at least maybe even manufactured.
We've got a Swag 7 coming into the potential final round here. We'll see if Coolest can get any kind of action. Fury with that MP9 is trying to draw a little bit of attention. The Max 7 at this range, three pumps and he's done. Ali going to be able to at least answer with 1 more. That is something, T-Tom.
Counter-Strike give it, then Counter-Strike take it. And right now, it might be about to take it. Alistair's life away. There's a push through. What is a no-scope from Alistair instead? I guess it works, right? If you're getting a long-range Mag 7, he can flick around for a no-scope as well. But Shinobi doing an old school. Farmer's out on the bomb site, all alone. Needs to get it on. Good for another 2. Keeps it going. Lost to a low. He's got bomb. What's going on? Sicko trying to turn. He won't be able to.
No! He will not do this. Ali on 20, 1 bullet from the Famous might just get the job done. And Shinobi's on this headshot line. He's kept Eruption alive. Well. Look, we've joked about a couple of those clutches coming through, but that is the impact, and that is definitely going to get Eruption fired up to try and make it to OT. 3 more rounds, though. Still necessary. Greyhound's money in the bin, so we're going to see him go for that half buy. Bit of a mixed bag. Ali able to bring a Hero AK into the mix.
I like that Greyhound doesn't just hard commit into a full buy after that because they're feeling frustrated about the round that they just lost. Alistair, great shot from the Fury, from the Hero. Rifle. Might want to keep it going. Coolest discovers 1 more. Remember, Alistair's the real threat over here, and Dobu's going to be able to take care of him as well.
Oh no, the bag, it is being fumbled by the Hounds. They're in a rough position. Vexite might have just saved the day, but a smoke to cave has gone. All right, Vexite with the bomb, he's running in. He's going with the flash. They know they got to deal with Dobu, and deal with him they shall. But again, the numbers are thin. Shinobi doing work in the previous round, and he might have just done it again. Sicko brings it to the 1-on-1, and he's got a whole minute to play with, but he's got a read on Shinobi's position.
Shinobi's got the same, but this is a double read, baby. Smoke down, Sicko's back, B-bomb site. You know it, Greyhound don't like leaving this B site. Sicko, lots of time, lots of space, easy plant for him.
Super open as well. He can go anywhere, and it looks like it might just be the full wrap, so eyes on lane. Going back to cave, which is almost the one position where the bomb's not planted for. Looks like he will continue to go for the rotation, but that time is ticking. An Eruption. You got Shinobi here who's trying to stay silent to make his way in. Clear in short, clear in long. And I think this might just be the final dying moments. Smoke going to go down, but Sitko stopping him. And 16-12 is going to be the final scoreline. We have a crazy, crazy game here on Ancient. And we also have our first two finalists trying to make it into the Blast TV harassment.
I have to say, man, Shinobi, I had full faith in him towards the very end. But the fact that Grayhound go for that flashbang play into the smoke, rather in through the faulty smoke to try and find Dobu, that is beautiful. That's the kind of convincing play that you need to see right after you've lost out of 4v1, right? You've got good state, you've got good structure, you've still got good comms, you know exactly what your objectives are, you know exactly what you need to get resolved. I mean, great job from Grayhound. I'm so glad that they're able to come through at the end of it all.
You're glad, man. I'm glad. I'm glad. Shinobi had me had my heart pumping there for the last couple of rounds. Look, props to Eruption. They played super well. First half was crazy. Second half, a little bit slow, but still kept it entertaining the whole way through. And boy, them in the lower bracket, they're going to have a field day in the best of threes, because having to feel the pressure of Eruption to whoever they end up playing, that's going to be hell for whoever they end up playing tomorrow.
Absolutely, and look, Eruption in this game, you saw them have so many sort of interesting plays where they were able to make use of their lurks on the first half as well, but it did seem like Yami quieted down, right? He was, what, 12-3, went 17-7. I've got the numbers right here. End on 21-20 from there, right? So Yami quiets down. You've got Shinobi stepping up to some extent as well, but there was never really that performance from Dobu. He went 13-22 towards the end of things, and Dobu is a demon that you have to worry about. But he was just getting found out. At every single lurk, he's getting found out. Grayhound had his number throughout, be it Vexite, be it Alistair, be it Sicko.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hear we have someone to have a quick chat to from the Hounds, so let's see who is going to be doing this interview.
For a young player again. Let's go for. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Against the Mr. CS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's AWPer? Okay, simple.
Come on, Coldzera. No, it cannot be Coldzera because you only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25, and Coldzera was, I didn't check.
It's AWPer. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian. JTM. I think now it's showing orange box. United States, the same continent. Fallen. Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. One. Oh. Fallen.
That was very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
Here with Vexite, obviously a nice win to start the day, and now you've come through and finished the day off with a nice win as well. Just want to talk to you, obviously, about that game on Ancient. A bit of a slow start for you guys, 5-0. Were you getting concerned at all?
It was definitely slightly worrying. Like, we weren't playing our brand of CS like at all. But I think we understood that, and we just tried to focus on it. Like, literally after every round we lost, we just kept saying, even the rounds we won, just kept saying, like, boys, gotta work on our comms. Like, what are we doing? Like, we're not playing our game. And yeah, I mean, honestly, even the end of the game, we didn't really play our game. We didn't really do our thing, but we still won. So, you know, take it how it is.
Easy. All right, well, tell me a little bit about Ancient. Obviously, some changes. Were you at all a little bit concerned about how that first half was going? But obviously, knowing you're going onto the T side, map seems to have shifted a little bit in that direction. Still feeling confident?
On CT, we definitely have our weaknesses that we've spoken about and understand. Obviously, there's still weaknesses, and we're trying to work on them. But coming into every game, we have new solutions and new ideas. So we're just trying to, yeah, focus on that. And T side, we're pretty comfortable on T side Ancient, not too fast. Like, Josh is pretty good at calling on it. And I just don't think we lost that. Like, we definitely lost a lot of rounds to ourselves, but like instead of them.
Awesome. Well, speaking of them, Eruption, obviously, I don't know that I would say I expected them to be quite so close with you guys. Were you expecting such a tough game?
I don't really know what I was expecting, to be honest. We just wanted to play our game, but like I said, like we did not do good that game. If I'm being honest, like we have to step up if we want to qualify, and yeah, simple as that. We just got to do better.
All right. Well, tomorrow, day off for you guys at least. What's the plan? Are you going to be practicing, scrimming, or just taking time to relax?
Definitely getting some hours in and just playing the game. I don't think we're going to do anything special in terms of preparation. Probably just the same thing that we always do, and yeah, just keep it simple and play our game.
All right. Well, seems like that works. So congratulations again on the win. Big dub today for Grayhound. And thanks, guys, for watching. So we'll be back to the desk and obviously off to tomorrow as well.
Look at those handsome, handsome gentlemen. Look, it's not just me that had a little issue with that microphone. So look, I like, thank you, Jordan. Look, thank you, Vexide, as well for the wise words. Pretty young to have that kind of wisdom, but I'm sure it sounded like he was quite excited to be making it into the qualification game. 2 more qualification games if the first one goes wrong, so they're in a very good position. You know, only have 1 or 2 more opponents that they need to take on before they can qualify for the Blast TV Paris Major. So it's an interesting affair. Either way, how do you think your predictions went today? Were they good?
I'm just happy that we didn't have predictions for the second part of the game, but let's take a look at the bracket first, so things that we can sort of just see what happened before we can see what went wrong with what I predicted, right? Because obviously, not really that many upsets, I think it's safe to say. Pretty much all the favorites went through, so even when I tried to get edgy, I was wrong.
Yeah, well, having a look here, it's going to be the MongolZ and Grayhound going toe-to-toe for that first slot into the Blast TV Paris Major. It'll be an interesting affair. But look, we've got to talk about tomorrow's games. Having a look at the lower bracket there. VERTEX, Twisted Minds, winner of that, goes up against Eruption. Oh, yeah. That one's going to taste a little bit bitter. And then on the other side, it's not any better for these teams. TYLOO and Invictus, an interesting affair. And then going up against Rare Atom, you know, multiple best of 3s in a day. Tomorrow's going to be a damn long day, I feel, for the players, but more so the players that have to play the best of 3s. They're not back-to-back. At least they'll have a little bit of time to prep in between. But look, that's a long day at the office.
It's going to be a pretty rough time, but also my predictions were a rough time because I thought TYLOO was going to win, and I was like, well, I also think IG is going to win. Ooh, look at me, I'm so edgy, and I'm so wrong, apparently.
Yeah, well, let's have a look. I was wrong. Unfortunately, that big delay did VERTEX dirty, did me dirty. I'm pretty happy with everything else. You know, IG, that obviously didn't go super well. Eruption, look, impressed the hell out of me, so I'm happy I got that prediction wrong. They provided a lot of entertaining games today. And then everything else pretty A-OK. Yumi did go for Eruption here in the final game. Pretty unfortunate for Big Michael that he couldn't quite get that one across the line. Who did, I think, is Elfish winning? Because you went for TYLOO.
Jordan just got it straight. Everything's going in for him, right? He's just, man, why does he get the looks, the unicorn predictions, and just everything else with it, right? Oh.
The chiseled jawline, it always gets me as well. It's an interesting one. Now, let's have a quick look at all the results. Again, you guys, if you were here, you would have seen them. But here they are on paper. So 16-8, Rare Atom taking down VERTEX. 16-6, sorry. It's getting late. It's getting late. My eyes, I'm getting old. 16-8, Grayhound taking TYLOO down. 16-6, Eruption over the top of Invictus there. Rare Atom losing up against the MongolZ 16-11, and then the map, which you just saw as well, their ancient Grayhound 16-12. So I think a lot of action ready for tomorrow after what we saw today.
I think TYLOO was really the most surprising match for me. I didn't expect that to be so one-sided in the slightest. 16-8 was just a lot, but hopefully they can have a better showing tomorrow. As tomorrow they're one of the first teams that's actually playing up, as we've got the schedule for you guys as well. The first team is going to be Twisted Minds versus VERTEX, so you get to see a bit of Middle Eastern action going up against the good old second seed Aussies. Obviously, soon after that, it'll be ING versus TYLOO, and then you have to go up against a big bad Eruption or Rare Atom, depending on who's winning, who's losing. Either way, it's going to be a hard time for whoever's actually in that lower bracket with these two teams.
Look, it's best of 3s now, and if we're talking predictions, we won't leak anything early. We've got a little bit of time to figure out who we think is going to win in those. I feel like best of 3s, of course. When you're looking at a team like Twisted Minds, you know, used to the HLTV articles, who knows how deep that map pool is. VERTEX might be able to take advantage of that to get maybe a free map here or there, but they still got to get past Doc, who's insane. And then over on the other side as well, IG, they looked good towards the end of their game, but they just took a little bit too long to get going on Nuke. Maybe we see them go somewhere different up against the likes of TYLOO. I feel like they have pretty conflicting map pools too.
To be honest, I think that TYLOO and VERTEX should have a pretty easy time wiping off the Middle Eastern teams.
You reckon?
Maybe TYLOO struggles just a little bit, but I saw what was coming out over there, right? You had Twisted Minds getting 10 rounds in a game where Bartek wasn't performing so well. We saw what Bartek was doing today, right? Bartek's a monster. And when sometimes he wants to be a little bit quiet, sometimes when he wants to be playing Jekyll and not Mr. Hyde, yeah, you're going to have a slightly better chance at it. But even so, I don't see Twisted Minds being able to take down VERTEX. And personally, I would be pretty surprised if IG takes more than a map off of TYLOO.
And look, even after that, then you got to talk about Rare Adam, you got to talk about Eruption, and they're just like completely different teams. You saw the caliber that they were performing today in all the best ones they played. And guess what? It is time to end the day. We've got to go to bed, ladies and gents. You guys have got to get some shut-eye as well. Tomorrow is going to be starting a lot earlier than today. I think like almost 6 hours earlier. So we'll see you bright and early here from Mongolia. Check HLTV, check Blast.tv to check the schedule and see when that's all going down. But at the same time, thank you so much for joining us here at the Blast TV Paris Major Asia RMR. We got through the best today. We got through round 1 and the upper bracket round 2. And tomorrow we're doing a whole lot more. Get that rest. You're going to need it.